Oh boy.
Wouldn't miss
Oh
this
boy.
try.
I'm really nervous, guys. I'm a little nervous. So what the fuck, y'all? Hi. It's been a minute. Oh boy. Oh boy. Come on, fight for first. Really wants to be the true first? Those who didn't get first, you can still fight over it.
Inklip wiggle, inklip wiggle, inklip wiggle, inklip wiggle.
Oh, thank you for the resub, Mom. Thank you as well for the resub, Apples, and anyone else. Hi. I'm nervous. Mommy, help. Oh boy, God, where do I start? Hi, Stelina! Oh my goodness. Yeah, congrats. Yeah, I know. I'm the mom now. Oh shit, you right. You right. Oh man. It's been so long. Does everything sound okay? Am I too loud? I have a baby in my arms, so if you hear a goo or a ga, no, you didn't. Okay, that didn't happen. She likes to throw her opinions out there, and we ignore those opinions for right now. I sound good. Awesome. Healing is great. I hope healing is great for you and you're okay. I am thriving. But we'll get into all of that because it was a doozy. Let me just say, the first month postpartum was awful.
User 0GNVT says, I can't resub, but I'm making my daily TTS silly. Anyways, baby, activate attack
No,
mode.
don't attack. She's biting my neck. Get her off me. Get the baby. I'm safe for now. She's feral. She's feral. I tell you, she's got rabies. She gets it from her mama. Oh my goodness. I guess I should do the thingy, right? Hello. Hi. What's up? Oh no, is my chat box borked? Oh God almighty. I knew something was gonna be messed up today. I just knew it. I just knew something was gonna go awry. How could this happen? Ow. Hello? Chat box, work please. How is the child doing? She's doing good. Oh God, everything is breaking on my laptop. Oh no. Too many things are happening at once. Ow, please. God dang, guys, don't break my computer. My laptop is in shambles. It's good to see you guys. I guess I should say hello to everyone that is checking in. So Alex Cranberry, hello, thank you for checking in. Bach, thank you for checking in. Ow. Let's see. I should probably go from the top to the bottom, shouldn't I? Smile. Congrats, Meryl, on getting first today. Hello to is that Nyaraith? Nyaraith? I'm sorry if I'm butchering your username. I'm assuming the one is actually an I. Let's see. Hello, Monkey. Hello, Stelina. Hello, Zero. Oh, hello, Vaxcron. Hello, Sloveno. Hello, Affalini. Hello, B Sugar. Hello, of course, to Abels. So, do we get a shout out to Abels when she rated in? If not, shout out to Abels, my actual IRL sister. She's very cool and was playing Detroit Become Human today. Also, she has been the catalyst of many bad luck events happening lately. Send a prayer for her, perhaps. Thank you for the head pats and the googly eyes and the kitty ears. Thank you. It's been more like a minute. It's been like 4 months. God, who's counting though? Who's counting? Who's counting the 4 months? Oh my goodness. Yeah, Mama Puff's now grandma. This is true. This is so true. When you look for a trusted adult, but you are the trusted adult, please, no. The resub, what the fuck? Marrow, thank you.
Already tried, but if the kid is crying too much, be sure to have a wait for it.
Oh
Inklypuff ready.
My God. Not the Inklypuff. Okay, I've missed your jokes, Marrow. I was looking forward to the pun. How long have you been saving on to that one, huh? How long has that one been cooking? Have you been thinking of at least a pun every single day? So that way, when we go live every single day, that, we got something for the next 365 days. No, better get on it, buddy. Chop. I'm kidding. You need to hit it with a sandal like the old TV. If I hit my laptop with the sandal, I fear the stream will just implode. Like, it'll open up a small wormhole and my laptop will just go into the void. That's what's going to happen. Hi, Whippin'. Hello, Wispin. It's good to see you. Oh, hello. I've missed having drill hair. I remember when my baby sis was born and I carried her everywhere. Kind of miss when she was little. Now she's a teen and giving me attitude, but still a cutie patootie, but less carryable, you know? There's something about little babies that they're just so toteable. They're so yeetable and throwable, too. Although my little one is not in the toddler yeeting stage, we can't exactly do the rough play housing just yet, Smile. What are you, a popular streamer or something? Me? Fuck no. Me? I'm just loved by a really cool community. That's what it is. That's what it is. I've missed you guys, dude. Hello, Subaki. Hello. Thank you for the check-ins as well, everyone. Hey, y'all. Yeah. I'm slowly catching up on chat. Getting there. I'm getting there. Congrats on the baby. I hope you're cute for some motherhood. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. To be fair, I have count three binkies. One of them is missing, so we're down to 2. Although I need to get another binky for the little one because she's now at 4 months old, and I didn't know that, you know, there's like for 0 months to 3 months, so she needs to get like the next size up because she has been very, very much protesting, like a little angsty teen. She's like, no, I don't want it. I don't want this. Get this out of my mouth. And she's been literally yeeting it out of her mouth. It's quite cute, but also really irritating when she's having like a DEFCON 1 meltdown. Do you have any idea how long you've been waiting for that joke? 4 whole months. 40 years. 40 whole years. Inklypuff is wonderful baby merch idea. Add that to the really shitty maternity themed line that we mentioned 50,000 years ago. Also, thank you for the check-in, Flair. Thank you for the check-in, Subaki. I'm almost there. We're getting close. Baby needs to update their game for sure. Yeah, you could wrestle your sister and now throw her around. Isn't that so fun when you could just yeet your siblings around? It's the best. We're still stuck on 1.1. Yeah, you mean this 1.1? You mean this right here? This model right here? Listen, 1.0 soon TM. Sooner rather than later. It is going to happen this year, whether I am ready or not. Thank you guys for the hype train. What the fuck? 5 subs and 3 bits. You guys are so nice. You guys are so lovely. Thank you. Wait, did I miss someone? There was Marrow. There was oh. Bach gifted a sub to 0. Thank you for the gifted, Bach. Thank you. I knew I missed someone. And VaxerCon, thank you for the resub as well. Thank you. Sorry, I really need to adjust some things. My activity feed is all over the place. Can your baby dunk like LeBron? I didn't think so. Oh, damn. Not yet, but maybe one day. Maybe she might turn out to be, 7 feet tall and, able to dunk on the haters. Baby merch? Soon TM. Not really. That's a terrible idea. Why would I make baby merch? That's the worst idea ever. Gotta remind her why I was the older sibling somehow. Yeah. I was reminded yesterday why my older brother is, of course, my older brother TM. He was literally throwing firecrackers at my feet yesterday, and I'm like, what the fuck? What if I was holding the baby? What the hell is wrong with you? Do you have like a dent in your brain? Excuse you. Yeah, I was really tilted at him. I'm like, why are you like this? You are over 30 years old, sir. Why are you throwing firecrackers at me? Ow, why are you blowing me up? Golly. Yes, the baby was birthed. Does this model also have no legs? No, this model has legs. Hang on, let me show you, since you're asking. 3 frames per second, baby, but hey, we got legs. Legs are real. Legs for days. Look at these legs. Woo! We love legs. Yeah. Let me get back into, snap back to reality. Oop, there goes gravity. Where am I? Who am I? Time to make baby's Twitch channel and collab with the baby. You joke about that, but no, I will not be involving my baby in my content. I will talk about stories about her, obviously. Like, she's a part of my life, but I'm not gonna make her a part of the content, if that makes sense, I'm just gonna have like the off mom story here and there, like she barfs a million times on my shirt, and I had to go stripping naked in the neighborhood or whatever, things like that. That didn't actually happen, but like it could happen, because she is a very, very refluxy baby. Unfortunately, she just loves spitting up whatever you put down. Ungrateful little creature, I say. Yes. As I gotta keep on your toes and make sure you don't lose form. This is so true. This is so very true. To be fair, I'm sure he wouldn't have thrown it if you were actually holding the baby. This is true, but like also my brother is an airhead, so like maybe he would. I don't know. Oh yeah, your PC is just not taking this well. No, my PC. I wanted to have movement today, and my PC is just in shambles. Eventually I might have to move the streaming PC or streaming setup to the actual gaming PC because I fear my 15-year-old gaming laptop is not happy right now. She is not happy with the events that are taking place right now. Inkly may have been away from the stage for a while, but she's still spitting fire. Thank you. You stripped naked in the neighborhood? No, I would never do such a thing. My father maybe, but not me. Not me. Living up to the acid baby name. My little acid baby. I love her though. But that's not your real legs. We're the pony legs. The pony legs are on the previous model. If the stream is like in too much shambles, we might switch to the old model because my PC likes my older model just a little bit more. There's not like a bajillion polygons trying to load simultaneously. Ha 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 ha. I love customizable models, but that is the major drawback to them. Everything's being rendered at one time. Smile. Oh yeah, you wouldn't be shocked. Babies are silly like that. Very true. Yeah. Thank you for the watch streak, Stelina. A rare 5 stream streak. I don't think I've streamed but 5. I've streamed less than 5 times this year, actually. I'm pretty sure this is the 4th stream this year. Whoops. Oh well. How is this my 4th stream this year and like we're already over halfway through the year? Oopsie doopsies. My bad. My bad, gamers. Time slipped away from me, my bad. I fell into a wormhole and I time traveled like 6 months. Hello, Vendetta. Thank you so much for the check-in. Okay, I think, all right, we're caught up on chat. Let's go. It's me. I'm the Stinkly. No, I took a shower last night. I was like, well, no, I swam in the lake. But like, no, I took a shower when I got home. So no, I'm not stinky no more. Not anymore. Sweaty perhaps because the AC is going out at the house. And it's very, 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 very warm. And I'm dying a little bit here. Help. You got stories of your baby sister and other kids who I babysat over the years. The best one I got is when mom gave me a list of what times to do what, and at night it turned into a horror game when I read a time period saying if you hear scratching and knocking at the attic between the times of 9:15 and 9:20, ignore it and don't open the door. Why would you traumatize a child like that? Good Lord. They're never gonna sleep at night, and your mom's gonna hate you for that. Hooray, yeah, hooray, your mom's gonna hate you. Wait, that's not a hooray. That's not a hooray. Oh my goodness. It's been a bit. You flew in a plane in the time you've been gone, like Joseph Joestar, and oh, you didn't land it. I'm glad you didn't land the plane. Good job. My goodness, but it has just been a time and a half. Also, thank you for the check-in, Wispy. Speaking of the AC going out, it was hell at work this week because the AC breaking, and the boss literally closed the store early because he felt bad for everyone who was working at the store. Oh, golly. AC breaking when you're in a work environment, especially if it's like a warehouse type thing. Oh, good Lord, you're basically in a hot box. Don't envy that. Don't envy that. Hopefully, I'm glad that your boss closed the store early. That's the right call. Unlike, my office that like lets to force people to stay inside the office when the AC breaks, and then you're just chilling in the heat, or like it is frigid in the office and they can't get the boiler to work. So have fun being in like a 60-degree office. It's my office isn't bad during the summer. For the most part, but it was awful during the winter. Like the boiler room would break like 90% of the time. The good news is it's getting fixed tomorrow. That's good at least, Mara. I'm glad that you're going to be getting AC back. Hopefully the fix sticks. But yeah, 90-degree kitchen. I've been there, done that. Don't miss those days. Do not miss being around a hot-ass kitchen in the middle of the summer. So, as you might notice from the title of today's stream, gamers, this is my segue. Do I get points for the segue? Perhaps. I gave birth That's not a joke. I am being entirely literal right now. I had a whole
Just
child.
wanted to say
Oh.
hi before going to bed. It is 11:15
Aw.
p.m. over here and I need to get up at 5 a.m.
Oh, well, hi and bye. Have a good night, Melon. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for the resub. I hope that you have a wonderful day tomorrow. Get some good sleep, okay? Thank you for dropping by. It really means a lot to see you again. Yeah, command tuck. Give a exclamation point, kiss goodnight. So is your child a router? No. I thought it would be funny just to at one point I was like, I could call her like a little router or I could call her my little bug. And I'm like, I could have nicknamed her something that is more in tune with the brand TM, but I decided, I'm going to slip up at some point and just say her name. So if I'm going to slip up, I might as well be the nickname that I actually call her. So for all intents and purposes, when I say Peanut, that is, I'm not talking about a food, I am talking about my baby girl. Her nickname is Peanut because, well, she looks like a little peanut. So, yeah, she's my little internet packet. Wait, no, she's a little guy. The creature, yes, the creature. If you weren't there for that update, the creature has been affectionately nicknamed Peanut. I know every single nurse technician out there that does ultrasounds, they always refer to the little fetus as a peanut because it does kind of look like a little peanut in utero. But I don't know. I looked at her when she came out and I'm like, yeah, you do look like a peanut. The nickname really does fit her. Like a little sprout. Yeah, little peanut. Thank you. I thought it was cute. A peanut with legs, that's crazy. Yeah, the peanut right now is just kind of like a little potato, not doing much. Eventually, it's going to sprout legs, and then it's going to start doing like a 5-mile marathon. Just you wait. I'd be like, wait, no, come back. Okay. But yes, as you can infer from the title of today's stream, I gave birth. That was a whole ordeal. So the part of the reason why it took me so damn long to come back from hiatus was because I have a story to tell you guys, and I had to write so much down. Mom can corroborate this because she had the text lore from back in yesteryear. I had to get the timeline straight because I'm like, if I'm gonna tell this story time and I'm gonna do it one exact time, then I want it to be done correct. So I got the logs, baby. I'm not showing them on stream. However, I compiled everything. So, because it's true what they say, you biologically just forget about things involved with childbirth trauma. So I'm just like, oh yeah, that did happen. Huh, I forgot about that. It's the whole kettle of tea. Oh, it's not just the kettle, it's the entire urn of tea. It is entire giant restaurant-sized urn of tea. Oh my goodness. Be careful with how you say peanut because a small mispronunciation can really change the meaning. She is a peanut, a little peanut. Oh, I see what you... I see what you mean now. I see what you mean. The little peanuts. Not this. I'm getting derailed. So, I don't know if I've ever told this story. Perhaps we should start from the beginning of the pregnancy as a recap for everybody. Those who have been around a minute, you've probably already heard about the health condition that I got afflicted with. I don't think that I told you guys how I found out and then how I decided I wanted to tell other people about the pregnancy. So I kept it from you guys until like pretty much January, like this year, right? I found out like in September, no, August of last year. And oh boy, I found out pretty much like 5 weeks 5 weeks after my period. Yeah, that's about right. I found out really, really quick after doing the pregnancy test, and I'm like, ooh. I had to call my sister-in-law. She was the first person outside of myself that knew that I was pregnant, because I called her. I had a dilemma. I was like, hey, so like, if you found out that you were pregnant and your husband was sleeping after a long day of work, would you wake him up to tell him, or would you wait to tell him later? She's like, I would tell him right away. And I'm like, okay, cool. Cause like, I was planning on going yard sailing with said sister-in-law, my mom, and my sisters. So I was going to be gone effectively the whole day, holding on to this knowledge. So of course I told Hunkley, I woke him up like, hey, honey, I'm pregnant. And he's like, oh my God, wow. He was so very happy. He was groggy. I'm pretty sure he wasn't processing it. And he's like, what? Huh? And then he did fall back asleep, and then I got ready and carried about my day. But then I thought it would be really funny to instill a little bit of chaos in the household, Smile. You see, because I was going on an outing with my family, we were planning on meeting up at my mom's house. So I decided to take that positive little pregnancy stick, and I left it in the bathroom at my mom's house just to see who would see it. I put it on the counter out in the open, tucked away, but out in the open, and I'm like, I want to see who notices. Well, of course my sister-in-law knew, and I made her swear to secrecy. As it turns out, I'm pretty sure the only person that noticed, there were 2 people that noticed. It was Abels and my younger sister, the other sister, Sass. Yes, in a house with multiple women. Yes. Out of all the prospects, there was a handful that it could have been. It could have been anyone. It could have been Mom. You just never know. Girl, it's the way I would think it's a COVID test. You would think it's a COVID test in the bathroom with the double. That's so funny. No, Mama Puff didn't see it. It was in the guest bathroom on the other side of the house. It's not the restroom that my mom would use before going on a long trip. So we go on this little road trip to go yard sailing, because it was like a big yard sailing event in the area. And yes. So I believe Abels, my sister, I think she was on call with Zero. and she's like, what the fuck do I do about this? What is this? Excuse me? Huh? What is this? And then I don't know exactly how it got over to my mom. I don't know if it was a conversation with my younger sister and my mom, or exactly how it happened, but they had a conversation and they were just like, who could it be? Could it be the other sister-in-law? Is it yours? It was Sass. Okay, it was Sass that was like, she's like, whose is this? Whose is this? And my sister, she's like a little detective. It bothered her all day. And like both Mom and my sister, when we get to where we're doing the yard sales, like they're both giving me like the suspicious little stink eye. Oh, look at this cute little baby thing. If only one of you had we're expecting a baby. And I'm just like, I'm playing it cool, bro. I'm just like, yeah, it would be pretty cool. Anyway, look at these cool pair of jeans. I was playing dumb, man. It was so funny. And then I think we were getting a drink, or we were getting lunch, and I rode with Mom. Or no, we were going to the next yard sale down the way, and I rode with Mom, and she was like, was it yours? And I'm like, yeah, it was mine. And she's like, I knew it. I mean, your sister literally was complaining about her period last week. There's no way in hell it's going to be Abel's. And it's not going to be your sister-in-law either. So Anyway, so mom figured out pretty quick. But then the car ride home with Sass, oh buddy, she was so mad at me. She's like, Inkly, how could you do this? How could you? It's bad enough when dad's, asking me, so when are you gonna have a baby? So when are you gonna have a baby? He's been pestering me all month and you planted that right there. How could you do this to me? It was yours, wasn't it, you bitch? And I'm like, I'm sorry. I just thought it would be funny. Meanwhile, Apples is like in the dark. She has no idea whose it is. And she's just like, ah! I just have the mental image of Apples freaking the hell out, and it's so funny. Hello, Mother. It's been years. I miss you so much. Your grandkids miss you as well. Oh my God. Is that my grandson? Welcome home. Oh, yeah, I know. The meme play went crazy. It was so funny, man. Worth it. Absolutely. Peanut has grandkids. You didn't tell me about this. That's crazy, little one. That's crazy. Quick work. They say time moves fast. The days are long, but the years are short. What can I say? Grown up already. Them crazy kids already. She ain't even been in the world for like a few months and she already has like a whole litter. That's crazy, bro. What are you, a kitten? What are you? What are you, a feral cat in the wild? Golly. She mitosis. Oh, man. But yeah, that was the time that I decided it would be really funny to prank my immediate family members. So eventually, as the day, pettered out, all the girls knew in the immediate family. So like my mom, my sisters, and my sister-in-law. I didn't wind up telling my other sister-in-laws because I forgot. Whoopsies. Ahaha. But they knew. And I had to swear my mom to secrecy. I'm like, Mom, I know you like to tell Dad everything, but Dad is a chronic yapper, and I am, you know me, you know about my major fear of having a miscarriage. I don't want to get people's hopes up in case something bad happens early on, because a lot of bad things can happen, in the first month of pregnancy. So many variables can happen. Like it's random chance, you're just spinning a wheel and hoping for the best, right? So I'm like, I don't want to get anyone's hopes up. I kind of want to wait till like the beginning of the second trimester just to make sure, I want to make sure after the ultrasound, everything's good, make sure we got a nice strong heartbeat, blah, blah, blah. So can we not tell Dad? Because if Dad knows, he is going to tell everybody in the family and everybody at his job. And I'm just not ready for a bajillion questions from every single family member right now, okay? So of course, she held the secret. I feel so bad keeping the secret from my dad. I love my dad, but he cannot keep a secret to save his dang life. We know this about him. He's just a yapper. It's where I get the yapping from. But she kept the secret. Mama Puff the goat. She's the goat for many reasons, but that's just one of many reasons. So I thank you for keeping Dad off my back. Smile. I wound up telling the folks at my job way sooner than I wanted to, mainly because I started getting morning sickness and crap like that, and I was like, I can't come in, I'm throwing up and shit, and my coworker's like, why don't you just take some medicine for it or whatever, and I'm like, I can't, because when you're pregnant, you can literally only take Tylenol. So I'm like, I can't take anything. And she's like, what do you mean? What do you mean you can't? You just don't want to? And then she paused, like, you pregnant? And I'm like, yeah, don't tell anyone. She's like, oh my God, no way. Oh my, no, oh my God, how could this happen? She was freaking out, she was hyperventilating, my guy. She was hyperventilating. She was like, calm down, lady. Calm down. Thank you for the clip. She reacted like, I know. It's like, Inkly, you're pregnant? And I'm like, yeah, please Let's keep it a secret. I don't want all the others to know. I was literally the same logic. I'm like, I don't, it's early. I don't know what could happen, miscarriages happen all the time. I don't want to get people's hopes up, okay? It's a first pregnancy, but like, I don't know what's going to happen. This is my first time. I don't know how my body is going to respond to this shit, the googly eyes on pregoginate? Ironically, it is the opposite of someone dying. I know. It's someone's alive. Surprise! But yeah. So she says something, and then of course she leaks to my supervisor. So she and my supervisor know. Eventually, later on, kind of towards the middle of the second trimester, I give the formal heads up to everybody in our office and my supervisors, the upper side of the office hierarchy, let them know, hey, I'm pregoginant. I'm going to have appointments that I have to go to, which was in good time because we lost some people. They decided to quit, and then one person got fired, and then, oh no, our office is critically understaffed. Oh no, that's bad, especially when you have someone who's pregnant and about to go on maternity leave. Oh no, problems. Anyway, not my problem though. But yeah. So that's how I told people. Now, how did being pregnant actually feel? Some of you might be wondering, hey, what are the pros and cons of being pregnant? I have a whole list of cons. I titled this list, Things That Sucked During Pregnancy. Let's go down the list, shall we? Acid reflux, heartburn, because your stomach gets shoved up towards your lungs and flips sideways as you balloon out, having to pass constipation poops, late game. Spoiler alert, they're huge, and also the annoying pellet nugget kind. They're like rocks and they hurt a whole bunch. The pregnancy burps, the sulfuric kind. Being gassy on both ends of your body. Morning sickness actually being like an all-day nausea thing. Physical and mental exhaustion. More physical exhaustion, but in a different way, TM. Making a unwelcome little return in the third trimester, just as you thought, life was getting good at the end of the second try. Let's see. Forgetting that you can't do certain movements without feeling that, ow, that hurts, that's not a good feeling. The crab move that you have to do to get out of bed because your abs don't work anymore. Having to roll to the sides of your body at night, that sucks so much balls when you are very pregnant, like late term pregnancy. That's awful. Getting up and down from chairs. Going up staircases will have you huffing and puffing. Walking around in general during the second trimester to the third trimester. I love that that's just a bullet point. I wrote this like towards the tail end of my pregnancy. Like I started it like at the middle of my second try. And I just kept the list going. So this is just me venting as the list goes on. Huffing and puffing like Inklypuff. Shut the fuck up, monkey. How bad brain fog gets. Like, you thought that I was an airhead prior? Oh, buddy, it gets worse. It gets so much worse. That's what hormones will do to you. Oh, yeah, the feeling of low-key, like you're kind of like a target in public. That's not fun. Being pregnant is an incredibly vulnerable time, and bad things happen sometimes to pregnant ladies because there are very mean, very evil people in this world. So I'm just like, you're constantly having to have your neck on like a swivel. You're just like, I'm in danger, and I can't run. I've got to waddle real fast. Swelling on your hands and feet, that sucks. Oh man, not being allowed to take lava baths. I am a lava bath girly. I love having my bath as hot as humanly possible. You can't take hot baths. Apparently that is not recommended when you are a pregnant woman, which sucks because hot baths are great for the sore, achy muscles that you have everywhere now. So yeah, pain. You can't eat raw fish. That's another one. Also, you can't have like deli meats. Like any meat that you have is strongly recommended for you to heat up. So like your Subway sandwiches, kiss them goodbye. You can't have those anymore. Also, you cannot have any raw or runny eggs. So no more cookie dough for you. Fuck you. No cookie dough. Having to wake up at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. every day to pee. That was my ritual. I had to pee every 3 a.m. I'd get like 4 hours of sleep. That was just to prepare me for what was to come, I guess. Could you have spicy food? I could have spicy food in the beginning. As my acid reflux got worse and my heartburn got worse, no, I had to stop. So I couldn't have like any spicy stuff. Things like pizza would trigger it. I had to quit having Taco Bell altogether. It didn't matter what it was on the menu. I couldn't have it because it made my heartburn so much worse. Let's see. Another thing, sexy fun times with your partner, feeling very different. So you're just like, ow, no, can't do that anymore. That's on the negative things. So if that's something you enjoy to do, well, kiss that goodbye. Let's see, feeling self-conscious, just in general, yep, because you look like a cow now. Crossing your legs now feels uncomfortable when you're very pregnant because, again, very round belly. Oh, yeah, and now you have carpal tunnel in both your wrists because fuck you. Yeah, joy. Yeah. And then, of course, at the very bottom of the list of things that really sucked about being pregnant, everything about cholestasis. And when I say everything, I mean everything. Holy shit. The itching at night. It's torture. It's actual torture. Like, why is it everywhere? Why is it on my legs, my stomach, my back that I can't reach anymore? I'm fucking itchy, and I am constantly itchy, and no matter what I do, I'm still itchy. It's agony. So for those that weren't there for the stream, like, I think it was in February, it's on the VOD channel now, but, for those that weren't there for the cholestasis saga, let me give you a very brief I'm not going to go over everything here, but just the rough TLDR. I had cholestasis, which is a pregnancy condition that happens sometimes, depending on either, like, whether or not you have gestational diabetes or genetics, like, you have history of liver disease, or there's another contingency, but all of that to say, it doesn't run in the family, and I didn't have gestational diabetes, so it's just a random freak thing that happened. But what cholestasis is, for those that don't know, it is a condition that generally pops up mid-second trimester, so about 6 or 7 months in, usually around the beginning of the third trimester, and it starts by, like, itchiness. Really intense itchiness that just like kind of doesn't go away, and it can pop up in your hands, it pops up in your feet, like the soles of your feet, areas of your body that don't normally get itchy, and it keeps going and going and going. But basically, what is happening, as the cholestasis would imply, it is a condition that is affecting your liver. Basically, your liver enzymes are going out of whack, and because of your your gallbladder making all of the bile acids in your body, your liver's supposed to filter that out. But when the liver is being affected by a crap ton of pregnancy hormones, it sometimes doesn't get very effective at doing its job. So it either slows down or it stops altogether. And now suddenly you have bile acid leaching into your bloodstream. I had acid in my bloodstream. Yay. She said 6 or 7. Get out. Leave. Not me counting with numbers. Oh my God. But yeah, I had acid in my bloodstream. I thought that, I Googled the symptoms and I'm like, why am I itchy? I thought that maybe it was like a normal third trimester thing. Look up the symptoms. I see the very scary things about cholestasis. I'm like, that can't be me. That can't be what I have because it says jaundice on the list. I don't have jaundice. that can't be possible. And then the itchiness wouldn't go away over that whole weekend. I'm like, I'm just going to leave a message in my, portal for my doctor. And they're like, yeah, we can like do some blood labs. I go to do the blood labs and they're like, well, there'll be a result that comes in tomorrow, but like you can ignore that one. That's not the one we're looking for. We're looking for the very specific labs that'll come in like next week. So I give them my blood, go about my merry way after my, scheduled ultrasound. The next day at work, I get a call, ring, ring, hello, hey, by the way, you need to come to the hospital now. Apparently, whatever showed up on my labs, it was so elevated that they needed me to come to the hospital, and they were planning on inducing me that day. They didn't tell me that until after the fact. Like, it was a whole ordeal. But TLDR, I had the most severe case of cholestasis that my OBGYN has ever seen in her professional career. Smile. Ha 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 ha. And she actually had it before, which is crazy. Small world, but also my case was the most extreme. It was a very, very bad case. So like, you have cholestasis when your bile acid levels, it's like a 0 to 10 scale. If you're at a 10, you have cholestasis, right? Anywhere between 10 to 20 on the scale is considered a pretty bad, like a severe case that puts you in a high risk pregnancy state. My bile acids were 140. I was well off the charts. Something was very, very wrong with me. Thankfully, though, there is medication. They put me on a very, very high dose of something called ursodiol, which effectively, it helps the liver break things down a little bit better. So I had to basically take 3 pills. I had to take the ursodiol with every single meal until levels went down, basically. So I was just taking those pills every single meal, every single day, up until the big day where the baby was going to be born. But because of the condition with cholestasis, the big danger is that sometime after around 36 weeks, presumably after the time that the baby's lungs finish developing, cholestasis can put the baby in a state of distress, so they can pass the meconium, like the first poop in utero, which it can be very, very bad. But your risk of stillbirth jump up exponentially with cholestasis. So generally, they want to do an induction around anywhere between, ideally week 36. They want the baby to bake as long as possible, as long as safely possible. But because my case initially was so extreme, we were looking at like a week 34 induction, which is brutal. Yeah. The times 7, the scale kind of bad. Very bad. Very, very bad. Bro, you had a blood infection a while back. It was awful scary. I can't imagine a pregnancy version of that. It is horrifying. There's so much that can go wrong in pregnancy. It is... I just wanted to be, I just didn't want to know, and there's just so many things that can go wrong, and it's a very scary time. But, yeah, where was I? Cholestasis. This is why I wrote things down. My brain is all scatterbrained. Where was, my head broke, my brain broke, I lost my train of thought, whoopsies. But yeah, I was very high risk, so they decided initially, we're gonna do a week 34, but then as the medication was working and my levels were going down to like kind of like the 20s range, we're like, okay, we can shoot for a week 36. Right, exactly at week 36. No sooner, no later. Yeah, stressing out knowing about stuff that can cause issues. So that you are literally a toxic hazard to your baby, and because your body is fucked up in a way that you didn't even know was possible, that you are actually toxic to your baby, and you can cause them to die. That was a horrifying realization to me. I'm like, oh, if I decided not to mention anything at all and just grin and bear the itchiness, as I tend to do sometimes, I'm just like, it's not that big a deal. If I didn't speak up and say something, they wouldn't have caught it until it was probably way too late. That's the scary part. So this is just, friendly reminder. If you feel like something's wrong, you got that little twinge in the back of your head, or maybe a gut feeling, look into it, advocate for yourself, because, you know, you got that feeling for a reason. And, you know, you might be thinking like, you know, I might be a hypochondriac. I'm just overreacting. You're not overreacting when it comes to your health, you know? Advocate for yourself, okay? And like I said, if you or a loved one, they wind up becoming pregnant and they complain about being very itchy, tell them to get their blood checked immediately. I am not joking. That straight from the horse's mouth. Jaundice is a rare thing. I was like, I'm not jaundiced, so like it couldn't be that. Well, it was very much that, and I did not have jaundice. That's a rare symptom, evidently. Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate that. But yeah, if they get very, very itchy all of a sudden, that is the telltale sign. And they say itchiness in the palms and in the feet. Don't just wait for the itchiness in the palms and the feet, because my itchiness specifically started in my legs, and then it moved to my arms, and then it went back down to my feet, and then my hands. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. It started slow, like in one remote area. And then throughout the pregnancy, it would like affect different areas of my body, like each day. So like one day my legs would be on fire. The next, a very specific area of my back is on fire. It's awful. It's awful, man. It is actual torture. And like, no matter how much you scratch and how much you itch, it doesn't make you feel better, because there isn't actually an itch. It's basically acid in your bloodstream irritating your skin. Also, having itchiness in your skin like that is a symptom of just general liver disease. So if you are not pregnant and you are someone that has that problem, go get your liver checked out. Or maybe go check to see if you have a gallstone, because that can happen too. Or kidney stones. Kidney stones can happen too. Hi, we're talking about my body's fucked up, smile. I'm getting the long story of my childbirth saga. It's an adventure. If you missed it, you could go check the VOD later on. But yeah, it's a doozy. Hope you're doing well, though. Welcome on in. All right, so as I mentioned earlier, that we had to do the induction at week 36. So that is, generally speaking, you want your baby to be baking in the oven for as long as possible, ideally the full 40 weeks. Being born a month early can cause problems, but you know, they'll live. They'll be okay. They'll just be tiny compared to every other baby. Yeah. Silver lining, the little peanut is safe and healthy. Yes, that is the silver lining. Yeah, you gave birth. Congratulations. I did give birth. I'm a mama now. I'm a mama, not Mama Puff TM, because we'll never replace Mama Puff, my actual mama. But yes, I am a mom now. Yeah, it's been a huge adjustment. So, the next part of our story time. Oh, hang on. Oh, we have peepers. Are you getting grumpy? I'm actually holding the baby right now. She's been kind of just sleeping in my arms, and it is very hot right now. I'm very gross and very sweaty, but I don't want to wake her by moving her too much. Yeah, new chapter in life, for real. It's the best chapter. TLDR, I'm loving being a mom right now. In case anyone was wondering, I am loving being a mom. But yeah, let's go to the next section. This section of my document is called childbirth. And yeah, it's a lot happened. A lot happened. So we go to the doctor's at the hospital. Number one. So, obviously, okay, yeah, that was just my recap. Had the medication not been low, my bile acids, I would have been induced sooner. Yeah. My bile acids were, if the medication didn't help me, we would have induced at week 34, but thankfully, medication worked really good, so I got to do the induction at week 36. And like, initially, I was like really excited, like, yeah, I'm getting an induction done. I know when exactly I'm having my baby. I was like girly popping, I was girl bossing. I'm like, yeah, I'm having my baby on this day. I'm having my baby this day, being completely blissfully unaware how fucking awful an induction actually is. Oh boy. So, let's go. Day number 1 at the hospital. So it's 2 p.m. Me and Hunkley, we arrive at the hospital. And I thought that we would have time to get settled in and like for me to change clothes because I actually bought myself like a comfy a comfy like birthing gown, right? Like, you know, how the hospitals have their really crappy gowns. They were like kind of scratchy material. I had my own comfy shirt. It was like that very soft like jersey material. Oh, it was so good. Unfortunately, I had it in my suitcase, and I thought we would have time. I was very, very, very wrong. The nurse comes in and says, hey, leave a urine sample and then change into the hospital gown. I'm like, oh, okay, I guess. Oh, my goodness. Let's see. They told me to leave a urine sample, so I gave them a very sad, pathetic urine sample because I hadn't eaten at that point. I was like, I forgot to get food. We were going to get food on the way there, but like, oh, it's so close to like the appointment time. I don't want to miss anything, blah, blah, blah. So I give them my very sad, pathetic little sample, and let's see. I decided to call my mom up just to let her know, hey, I guess we're getting started. Let her know, hey, Mom, I guess things are like starting up right now. So shortly after starting that call, the first nurse, she comes in the room and she hooks me up to it's the blood pressure machine. I don't know what it's actually called, but it's basically like, you know, the machine that reads like your heartbeat and blah, blah, blah. They also got the fetal monitoring, like Doppler, like for the heart rate for the baby. They attach that to my belly, and then of course she installs the IV into my left wrist, which is a very uncomfortable place to have an IV placed, which was not fun. Oh my goodness! Hi, Ravi. Hi. I'm giving the childbirth story. You're just in time. We just got to the hospital. How are you? Yeah, they put a heart monitor on me, like a blood pressure monitor, like the squeezy machine for blood pressure and heart rate. And also they put the fetal Doppler so that way they can monitor the baby's heart rate as well. So they got to get vitals on both of us because we're both kind of important. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that thingy that does the vitals. That machine is very, very loud, by the way. I had Mom sneak over, turn down the volume of it because like it was getting on my nerves later on. I hope you've been recovering, feeling good lately. I have been feeling fantastic. Why is it so loud? Why is it so loud? Like, that is mind-numbing. It is like, I couldn't hear my own thoughts. It was that loud. I'm like, that is much, in my opinion. But yes, they put the IV in my wrist, on the inside of my left wrist, not the outside, the inside. Now the medical conversations are happening between me and my nurse. She's wanting me to, like, you know, sign some stuff here and there, and I still got Mom on the phone, and I'm in the hospital bed in my hospital gown at this point. When they leave, Mom asks me if I want her to go ahead and, like, come my way. I tell her, come on over. Eventually, the nurse comes back later, and it's now induction balloon time. So, in case you are unaware of what the induction process is for childbirth, the induction balloon it's actually called a Foley balloon, or I think it's called like the cervical ripening balloon. It's like some really technical thing, but basically a Foley balloon is like a small tube, like a little catheter thingy, and it's got an inflatable balloon on the end of it. So the nurse, they insert the tube up your vagina into the opening of your cervix. I'm going to get very technical with a lot of stuff, so like just there's a content warning. Content warning. It's too late. We're already here. Anyway, they insert water into the balloon to expand it, and then this puts pressure onto the cervix, which can help it open. Thus, you know, kicking off the induction. It's supposed to help start labor. So at this point, I'm not in labor. Well, technically, I was like already like 1 centimeter dilated, but like that's besides the point. Anyway, it helps basically make the cervix open. So it's a tool. It helps kickstart the labor, and it's effective. It works. So in a nutshell, though, it's on paper. It sounds like this isn't so bad, you know. No, it hurts. It hurts so fucking much. Holy shit. Why on God's green earth do they use painful fucking forceps? Like, why aren't they made of silicone, bro? Whatever material they were using for that shit, it felt like it was stabbing me. It sucks so much. Like, ladies, you that have done pap smears, you're familiar with how bad forceps are. These suck so much. They suck so much. Ow. And I've never done a pap before, so I wasn't ready for how painful it was. Like, what? You can tell a man designed that shit, because why isn't it made of silicone? We literally have perfected the art of having things that feel nice. Why? Why aren't they made of a much more pleasant material? Like, surely there are better ways to open things up, you know? I high-key need to schedule a pap smear this year, but the dread is strong. I know. Hey, just get pregnant and have a child. Apparently, pap smears are so much easier after having a child. Oh my God. But yes, let's see. After a couple of, so they open things up. Great. So they get the inner balloon inflated, right? But then they have problems with the outer balloon because it's a two balloon process. After the nurses had like a couple of minutes struggling with the inner or the outer balloon, they're like, all right, we're just going to pull this out and we're going to start all over again. And then, they have issues. They have issues getting the inner balloon to deflate. So like, they're just kind of in there for like 2 minutes and just like finagling around in my fucking vagina. And I'm like, I'm glad you're having a fun time in there, but like, come on, this really fucking hurts. Meanwhile, I'm still being stabbed by the fucking forceps. So like, they're struggling over there. And by the way, no hate to the nurses at this hospital. This was a learning hospital. I knew this going into the hospital. I chose this hospital with the knowledge that it was a learning hospital. I was okay with that. They were learning. But oh my God, they were taking their dear sweet time. You know, they're very methodical. You know, they're doing everything by the book. But oh my God, please. Yeah, I was not into inflation. Oh my goodness. Kind of off topic. You're kind of new here. When do you usually stream? In days, since we're on, oh wait, you're on ad break. You can't hear me. Fuck. Oh no. But to answer your question, read my lips. Once every other day, ideally, in days past, it would be like Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. Imagine a schedule these days. Kind of off topic. Usually never, hey! Don't tell them that, Bach! Don't tell them that! So, more often, where we're getting back into streaming. Goodness. Lol, she's kind of been true with the whole pregnancy thing. Smile. All right, we will drink. I'm not going to continue the story. I'm going to respect the ad watchers. Yes, thank you, Leo. Yes, best way to know. The best way to know and get updates is the community Discord. Kiddos go away respectfully. Oh my goodness. How dare you, Chex Notes, give birth to a child and leave us? God, how could I, prioritize myself? God, how could I just abandon you guys? My bad. My bad, gamers. Can't be selfish. Oh my goodness. Literally unforgivable. Hashtag cancel Inkly. She abandoned me. I am literally a bad mom. I abandoned all of my proverbial digital kiddos. How could I do this? How could I do this? I am the worst. Literally. Oh my goodness. But yes, it has been a time. I'm gonna real quick stretch my neck. Holy cow. I was gone for so long that DX started her Final Fantasy arc in 02. I'm like this close. Once it comes out on the Switch too, bro, I might have to. Inkly, I didn't learn how to ride a bike since you abandoned us. No! I'm the worst. How could I fail my child? We'll get you to ride a bike. I used to love riding bikes when I was a kid, dude. I was like, my grandma called me one with the wind. A very long nickname, but like apparently I would travel on my bike so fucking dangerously fast that you could feel the wind coming by me. Did someone say XIV? You were lurking. Entity summoned. The free trial, though. I know. Big free trial. It must feel really good, right? Like being a mom and all. Like I'm pretty young to be a dad and all. It's different. It's a different it's so hard to describe. Like I can't imagine my life. Like I miss parts of my life, you know, where it was just me and Hunkley and I was, you know, just responsible for the two, myself and my husband, right? But I can't imagine my life without my little one now. Like she is like my whole world. Like she is just a little ball of sunshine. She's such a sweet little baby too. So I'm very glad that I had her and that everything overall like just went well, you know? Yeah, rides with the wind. That was the nickname. Thank you, Mama. Thank you. But like, you know how it is, Mom. It's just like it's so different once you have kids. Like I understand now. I get it now. Like your whole world changes, and you're just like, there's just this cute little thing, and it relies on you. You've got to keep it alive. Like you might be frustrated by the long nights where you're just exhausted, and that thing is crying, and it just shit itself for the millionth time, and it's grabbing your hair and yanking it. But it looks at you with such love. Like it trusts you. It depends on you. You are its whole world. They depend on you to keep it safe. I don't know. I look at those little beady eyes of hers at night during times like that, and I'm just like, it's tough, but you're worth it, you know? You still had Canon Peanut to have the iconic Inkly hair swirl. That's funny. She actually has like a crazy little cowlick. It's the cutest little thing. Like she has like a little ahoge. She also has like her dad's double crown. So she has like a little cowlick that like swirls up. It's so adorable. It's so adorable. Little beady eye. I know. She got the cutest little face. She's so pretty. And I am objective. If I had an ugly baby, I'd let you know, hey guys, I had a fucking homunculus. She's the ugliest thing, but I love her, you know? Like how you would with a weird little deformed pug, right? You're like, this thing's ugly as shit, but I love it, you know? Same vibe. But no, she is objectively super cute. Like, she is, among babies, she is a cute fucking baby. She's a baby for the babies. Congrats on being a mom. I hope it goes well. You need to boogie so adults. Adios. Have a good one, Vendetta. Thank you for hanging out and thank you for the kind wishes. The thing with babies I've seen is that it's just like keeping them alive because like they will do the most dangerous shit. They don't have any sense as they are new. I know. And when they get older, like the thing with kids is, especially once they hit the toddler stage, they're more resilient than you think they are. Like when you first have the baby and you hold them, like you think, oh my God, this thing is so fragile. And babies are fragile. Don't get me wrong. They're very, very, very ginger things, but like they're more sturdy than you think they are, you know? They're more sturdy, so like don't feel bad, like, you know, don't feel like, you know, you're like, am I manhandling this creature too hard? You get over it. You get over that anxiety real quick. Once you have to hold them 25/8, like you get over that. What do you got there? A knife. That's gonna be Inkly Peanut. Yeah, that really is. I have yet to baby proof everything in the house. That's a for tomorrow problem when she starts crawling. Once she figures that out, it's going to be a race to get everything in the house baby proof because holy shit. But for now, she's barely even figured out how to roll. So don't worry, she's not there yet. Not a one-to-one comparison, but I remember when I first got my cats, I was so afraid of hurting them. And now I give them uppies and swing them around in my arms like exactly, see? I was so afraid to hold Peanut. And now I'm just like, I can like do like a very soft, like little, like, you know, like pizza toss. Not like, you know, toss her in the air, but like, you know, jump type thing, you know? I could very gingerly toss her and it's like, yay! She's kind of enjoying this. She's kind of enjoying being very gingerly tossed. Yes. Inkly and Hunkley versus Peanut, who unlocked crawling. I know. I have dreams of her crawling around, and then we forget to like do the baby gate at the staircase, and like she takes a bowling tumble down. I'm so scared of that. Or, oh my God, climbing on the couch and then falling over the banister. We might have to move the couch. Oh no. Roughhousing with infants is probably good for their development. Yes, it's also fun. I can't wait for her to be a toddler that I can yeet on the couch. I can't wait to just see Hunkley just chuck our child. I can't wait for that. Is that weird to say that I can't wait for my husband to actually yeet my child? Yeet the baby safely and with fun and giggles. Yes, but I gotta like get some plugs. I gotta like, what is it? Do the corners of tables that have sharp edges. There aren't too many of them, but like, you know, I gotta like baby-proof things. Getting yeeted was my favorite as a kid. I loved getting yeeted as a kid. Like, my dad would do this thing where he would, like, put us on his feet and then kick us up in the air. We would, like, airplane on his feet. And then sometimes he'd drop us, and it was great. Launch the baby across the room at very rapid speeds, safely. Just like, what is it? Just fucking grab the baby with one hand and then helicopter throw that baby. OSHA approved baby toss. I don't know if OSHA would approve it, but like, it's funny though. All right. Anyway, I got distracted. My bad. First distraction of the year. Just kidding. We were at the terrifying balloons from hell, weren't we? Before the ad break. Listen, my niece used to throw her expensive toddler hearing aids across the room, and we get to eat her at the couch. It's so funny. Yes, balloons. All right, back to the story time. So there they are, forceps in my cooter, a hand fidgeting around with the balloon. That's where we last left off, guys. Hand in my coochie. So they got the inner balloon inflated, and they were having problems with the outer balloon. So they're like, well, fuck it. We're just going to take the inner balloon out. So they take the outer balloon out, and they had issues deflating the inner balloon. So they were just kind of finagling in there for like 2 minutes. Eventually, they get it out. And so they have to start over. So they got to get the other, induction Foley balloon kit. And so they're starting up again. This is many minutes now. The 4 steps, they still hurt. And now it's time for balloons 2, the electric boogaloo, the squeakquel, if you will. After calling some more nurses in and resetting the things, they attempt to install the balloons a second time. But now they have issues with the inner balloon again, and they mention how I, the patient, as if I weren't there listening to them, they say, the patient is beginning to swell. And I'm like, beginning to swell? And then I hear another nurse, we might need to get the metal forceps. And I'm just, my face when metal forceps. I'm like, we don't fucking need any metal. Get the metal away from me. I don't want metal forceps. No, get that shit away from me. I'm pretty sure Mom probably heard like my heart drop. Meanwhile, Mom is on the phone with me still. She is like on the phone with me during like this whole process, I believe. It's a whole ordeal. I didn't get to hang out with her as they're dealing with all this shit. So she heard my proverbial balls drop to my stomach as they're mentioning metal forceps. And just in the nick of time, the inner balloon is installed and they have no issues with the outer balloon. Yay! Balloons successfully installed. Yippee! And then they give me some sort of medicine to help soften the cervix wall in addition to the Foley balloons. I have no clue what it was. Don't ask me. They just kept loading me up with drugs that I will never know the names of. This was a reoccurring thing. Yes, inflation successful. That's crazy. Yes, I got inflated. Real and true. If you don't believe me, look up Inkly inflation. Is the balloon to expand the exit area? Yes, it is. Basically, in a nutshell, the Foley balloons, like I mentioned earlier, it's supposed to put pressure on the cervix to help open it up and basically induce labor. That they're called induction balloons, but they're officially called Foley balloons. Also, thank you for the check-ins, gamers. Okay, so eventually, after they get the balloons installed, now I'm just chilling there. I'm just chilling in the hospital bed. At this point, I'm just kind of scrolling on shorts, waiting for things. This is a waiting game now. We're yapping, and eventually Mom rolls up, and we continue to yap and bide more time. Now, please remember, the IV that I had was on the inside of my left wrist. And also, I am still unbearably itchy from the cholestasis that we mentioned earlier. And I now can't really move my arm or articulate my wrist now because IV is in there. And I don't like having IVs. Having needle and tubes in arm, bad feeling. Bending wrist with that weird tube in arm, bad feeling. Yucky. Hate that shit. Of course. Let's see. The balloons, by the way, for those that were wondering, the balloons themselves, they were a little uncomfortable. I say a little, but they were actually really uncomfortable. Like, it wasn't painful, but like there was more pressure, right? In case anyone wants to know what that feels like. And it's like laying in certain positions, like it felt really uncomfy, in case anyone wondered. But anyway. Now, here I am with Mom. I got IV in my wrist, and now, I'm getting so very itchy, and I can't move now. Yay. And oh no, hey, wait a minute, I have a weird cold burning sensation. And then I look at my wrist, there's blood in the tube. Ah, shit, the IV infiltrated. So that was fun. And then mom, she's like, she urges me to mention, she's like, we should tell the nurse. We should tell the nurse. And then the head nurse comes, she does her check-in and like, hey, her IV infiltrated. And the head nurse, she like looks at my wrist and she literally goes, I am so sorry. I have no idea why she thought putting the IV there was a good idea. We generally don't put IVs there unless there is like no other option, especially like for vaginal deliveries, like when we're going to be grabbing things later on. So she undoes that IV and then they put a new IV on the top of my right hand. So though I hate the feeling of having an IV, that was significantly better than the inside of the wrist, I have to look at it. It's on the back of my hand, but like at least I can like move around a little bit. It doesn't suck as much. I don't like having IVs. Okay, Trick Room player, I'm sorry. That's funny. Good joke. I hate IVs, says every Trick Room player ever. Me and Trick Room players shake hands, hating IVs. But yeah, so IV's on the good side of my hand now, but keep in mind this IV is still here in its placement. This will be important later for another sense of ire in me. Oh boy, I thought it was a good thing, but it became my fucking enemy later on. I hated that IV later on. But now, gamers, it's Pitocin time! Have you heard of Pitocin? It's a terrible, terrible drug. So, basically, this is the medicine that, like, kickstarts contractions. It basically tricks your body into thinking that, oh, yeah, we're having baby now. Contractions. Yeah. Not potassium, Pitocin. So, like, under normal circumstances, when you are in labor, it's like oxytocin that, like, triggers the contractions, so like they don't hurt as much. The thing with Pitocin though, in case you didn't know, Pitocin contractions are like 10 times more painful than like the natural contractions. It's because it's basically synthetic oxytocin, administered via the IV, and it causes the uterus to contract more strongly and more intensely. And the factor that keys into why it hurts more is that it's high intensity and there's less rest between like contractions, and they peak faster and they don't allow the uterine muscles to like fully relax between the contraction waves. There's also like no natural endorphins that are happening as well. So like unlike natural labor where like the body slowly builds up a tolerance and releases like, the pain relieving endorphins along with all the contractions and oxytocin, the Pitocin, it bypasses the brain, meaning you don't get the same relief. So yeah. So it forces the body to have labor faster, But the trade-off is everything is abrupt, and it's like it's not like a gradual ramp. It's just like boo, all or nothing type shit. 0 to 100 basically. So when having contractions, did you start saying things like can't, won't, needn't, shouldn't have? No, not initially. The original contractions weren't that bad. They hurt, but they weren't that bad. Yeah, men designed these drugs too. Probably. Yeah, they're mainly tested on men, which is probably the bigger influence. True. Oh my goodness. But let's see. Also, please remember, the induction process basically is we're starting the water breakage and the labor from 0. So, most pregnant women, they come to the hospital after the water breaks, meaning their cervix is already 3 to 4 centimeters dilated, right? Meanwhile, mine at this point is 1.5 centimeters, and I'm 40% effaced. I didn't learn this until way late on. Effaced is it's a percentage scale that lets you know how thick the lining of the cervix is. The higher the percentage, the closer you are to your water breaking. In case no one ever told you, now you know. Let's see here. I need some water real quick. All these science, I'm trying my best to explain it in football terms. It's way more complicated. Do you plan to have more kids in the future? What are you? My uncle asking me that question for the billionth time at the family function at freaking the 4th of July function? Goodness. I do want more kids, ideally, but if I have to go through what I went through with this pregnancy, probably if it happens again, I'm stopping at 2. Respectfully, if I have to deal with a cholestasis itching again, I might just jump off a bridge. I'm not kidding. It was awful. It was awful. And also, actually, being toxic to your own baby is crazy work. You didn't have to do me like that. I'm sorry. You just reminded me because my uncles were asking me yesterday, and I'm just let me enjoy my baby that I have. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But right now, I'm just enjoying the one I have. Yeah, 2 peanuts is enough for any parent. Exactly. See, you get it. You get it. Oh, man. You've seen that as well, relatives asking how many couples and all that. Yeah, I know. Peanut allergy. So if you don't want to have kids, does that mean you have a peanut allergy? Watch the next kid come in with an expected plus 1. Please don't put twins on me. Don't put that on me. Twins run in the family. Don't put that on me. I spit on that. I pass on that, and I double it for the next person. So quadruplets for the next person. Smile. Not me, though. Not me. No, thank you. No, thanks. I about spit out my water. I'm so grateful there are no twins in my family. Oh no, Wispin, you know what that means, right? You know what that means. I kid. I wouldn't wish that on you either. But also don't brag about it. Life has a funny way of humbling you. Means I'm safe. Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's what my mom thought too. That's what my mom thought. What does it mean? Who knows, Sleepy? Oh no. Have we considered does it run in Sleepy's side of the family? Oh my goodness. Oh no. Good luck, 07 soldier. It doesn't. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Evidently twins, it's skips every, a generation. So my grandpa, he had twins on his side of the family. His younger sisters were twins. He did not have any twins. And then, of course, my dad had twins. So it's every other generation. So logic would include, I wouldn't have twins because I have twin siblings. So, I should be safe, I think, allegedly. Fraternal twins run in families. This is also true. Oh, you were including it. Okay, cool. No twins in your family run in your family that you know of, but you're too afraid of the possibility. Identical twins are completely random. Yeah, they're just like freak incidences that happen, you know? A little bit of biological cloning happening. How cool would it be to basically just have a clone, you know? You just got a dude that like looks like you, is genetically exactly like you, but like isn't you. Like that's gotta be crazy. You guess he'll follow me, you'll see Loki cool. Thanks for finally figuring that out. It only took you like an hour. I kid. Welcome on in. Welcome to hell. It gets worse. Spare parts. Not spare parts. Not the twin being spare parts. Oh man, my leg is broken. Hey buddy, can you give me yours? Hey, but like, if you decide to donate a kidney and then like later on you need a kidney, you could be like, yo bro, can you give me your kidney? I know you're a good donor. I know you're a match, ho. Come on, why won't you give me your kidney? Identical twins are super in demand as child actors. Really? I didn't know that. Because children hours working. Oh, and with twins you could do. That makes sense. Huh. I know a priest whose blessing for newlyweds always ends up about a year later with twins. My bestie is avoiding him. Keep me away from that man too. I don't want to be within that priest of like 20 feet. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Twins then lead to their own complications. This is also true. If you have twins, like you automatically become a high risk pregnancy, and the odds of you having a preterm baby go up way higher. That's just how it is. It's just how it is. And then the weird factor is you could theoretically extract one baby via, the sunroof, and then later the other could still be chilling out in the womb, and then you could have natural birth later. So like you could have twins that are like weeks apart from birth dates, which is a weird phenomenon. It's super uncommon, but it can happen. It absolutely can happen. If it wasn't for those pesky labor laws, they just exploit kids as much as possible. This is so true. Darn them labor laws. How am I going to fill up my sweatshop now? Your mom says you were so huge that people thought they thought that she was having twins, but I was the only one. I feel so bad for your mom. I look at any baby that is bigger than like 7 pounds, and I look at the mom and I'm like, ow, ouch, owie. I'm so sorry for you. Labor laws, but good one. Anyway, I got sidetracked again. My bad. You guys are too funny. My bad. Let's see. Where was I? We were at a facing. Yes, I was explaining that, and then okay. So I was told that due to how the rules are with like epidural, right? And the potential prospect of me having to switch to a C-section at any point during this whole ordeal, that I cannot have food after midnight because surgery and all that shit. And because of how fast everything was moving in the day, obviously, as I mentioned earlier, I didn't get any lunch on the way over. So I hadn't eaten since like breakfast that morning. So I am it is now like 7 o'clock and I hadn't eaten all day, right? So, I'm like, Hunkley, I need you to go and get me a chicken sandwich before I'm banned from food forever. Please, honey, please, I need to eat. So, once they kind of calmed down, like with the nurses and stuff and the IVs and the balloons and shit, Hunkley skedaddled away and he went to go get me a chicken sandwich, like a good spouse should. It was a very delicious meal. My last dinner, the final supper before, I wasn't allowed to eat for the next many hours. It was delicious. Let's see. Now the waiting game has officially begun. So I finally, after Hunkley comes back in, he brings back the suitcase, and I get changed to my normal labor gown, the comfy one. It's got pockets, too. I felt that was important to note it, because normal hospital gowns ain't got pockets. Pro tip, ladies, you can bring your own hospital gown. Make it comfy, make it have pockets, and put lip balm in the pocket. You're welcome. Now, I discover, and if I say I mean actually mom, we discover that by looking at the nurse's monitor, we can actually like see when my contractions are about to start. And like they appear to be like, a 0 and 100 scale happening going on. So like we would like look at the monitor and be like, oh, that one was a 20. Ooh. And I'd be like, oh, yep, there's the contraction. Like we could reasonably predict when the contractions were happening looking at that screen. The funny thing was, though, is that, whenever the nurses would leave, they leave that screen on. Like, I'm pretty sure they were supposed to lock their screens so that way, people couldn't mess with the stuff in the computer, the hospital computer. But, like, it also has, like, a timer on it. So, like, it closes after a few minutes of inactivity. So, like, mom would, like, jiggle around the mouse so that way we could see when I'd get another contraction. It's by another stat. I think actually no, it might be by heart rate. I'm not exactly sure how it predicts it. I don't know if it's like because of the administration of the Pitocin, exactly how it works. But it's a machine that like it's there with all of the other vitals as well. So like you could see the contractions. So I don't know if it's like from like the catheter on the Foley balloon or what. Hey, what would you recommend to a guy, like how he should support his wife and all during labor? Ooh, that's a great question. Number 1, actually be there and be present. Your mileage is gonna vary. Some people want their partner to be with them and stay up with them the entire time. I am more chill, and I understand that my specific scenario, we were gonna be there a hot minute. So like I let him sleep when he needed to sleep, and we'd let him know when important things were happening as they were happening. Basically, I really just wanted him to be there and to comfort me. Like when your partner is going through the tough time, like I don't know if I can do this, like the scaries start settling in, like this is getting really intense. Comfort them, hold them, because I didn't need much, especially like during labor. I just all I needed was for him to hold my hand. That's all I needed, and I was holding Hunkley's hand, and everything was good. Everything was good. He just like I'm so sorry, but. Because there's not much you can do when your spouse is in labor or your partner is in labor. There's nothing you can do. Just be there for them, comfort them when they need it, give them the space when you need it. If they want food, go get it. Did you crush his hand during a contraction? No, I didn't. I mean, I tank contractions pretty well. But also we'll get to that. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're only on day 1, guys. You thought that this was going to be a quick ordeal? Fuck no. Congrats on the new baby. Is this your first? Yes, it is my first baby. First pregnancy, first baby. Day 1? Yeah. It gets worse. It gets so much worse. Oh my God. Oh boy. So, let's see. We were the scales of the contractions of the computers there. Eventually my dad shows up, so he keeps Hunkley entertained while they yap about things on the couch, because we had a really big labor delivery suite. Like, it was pretty nice. So they're just chilling on the couch. Mom's on the rolling chair. I'm like just scrolling on shorts, just having a time, I think I popped on Twitter here and there. He did have to leave, though, because he had to go feed the dogs, so he couldn't stay, but Mom was with me the whole time. But yes, eventually I kind of got bored of scrolling on shorts, and so we were just kind of flitting around on the hospital TV. So it was like, oh, hey, wait, that's Frozen, bro. We can watch Frozen. They got Disney, dude. And it was... Yeah, just a lot of watching TV, a lot of scrolling on shorts, a lot of napping, and then periodically needing help to go pee. Oh my God. Okay, speaking of the bathroom, side note, I am very pissed at this fucking hospital because they, in the bathroom, in the labor and delivery suite, they had like the toilet paper roll kiosk thing really fucking low. Like the dispenser was like 3 feet off the ground. And I'm just like, this is a labor and delivery suite. Like, I'm only slightly taller than the average woman, but this was so low that I couldn't reach it. I'm pregnant again, mind you, baby's still inside of me, very round, can't bend over. It was so low, I literally could not get the roll of toilet paper to wipe. So whoever was in the room, I had to be like, can you help me get the toilet paper? So yeah, I have beef with this hospital. I don't know who designed that shit. That was awful. That was definitely designed by a man, because why? Who thought of this? Who thought of this, man? Oh, man. Anyway, grievances about like the bathroom aside. Thankfully, for the most part, it was just Huntley like, honey, can you please get me some more toilet paper, please? And eventually, we had the system going where like we'd have like some pre-rolled toilet paper on the top of the dispenser, reserved exclusively for me. But yeah, I hated that shit. That was awful. Let's see. About 15 minutes to midnight, though, my brother-in-law and my sister, they came to wish me good luck. Not Abels, but Sass and her husband. They gave me some contraband cantaloupe. I don't know why. I was really craving cantaloupe. So I'm just like, all I want is cantaloupe right now. So they brought me some cantaloupe after my sister's husband's shift at work. And I may or may not have been snacking on some cantaloupe 5 minutes after midnight. But the nurses, they'll never know. They'll never know that I ate after midnight. They'll never know. I might have broken the rules, but like by 5 minutes. But like, I'm such a rebel. Cue that one actress who was only given ibuprofen by her male doctor during delivery. Oh my god. Why is that a rule? Basically, it's like an anesthesiologist / surgery rule, basically. It's mainly from the anesthesiologist. They're like, hey, because of how epidural is, you can't have it. And also, you are at risk of having major surgery at any point during this whole ordeal because, having a C-section is a surgery. So they're like, yeah, you can't eat after midnight. So yeah. Wait, isn't cantaloupe bad for pregnant women again? Is it? I never knew that. How would it be bad? That's new to me. I crave cantaloupe so much during pregnancy. Something about the organic compound. Is that a thing? Is cantaloupe okay during pregnancy? Yeah, you can eat cantaloupe. Okay. Let's see. Oh, the netted rind can be harmful because of listeria. Got it. So buy whole uncut melons, wash before cutting. So like, yeah, there's risks obviously, but like I was just eating like already pre-cut cantaloupe. Like I was not eating the rind. Kid's gonna get fetal cantaloupe syndrome. Her head gonna be shaped like a cantaloupe. Oh no. Yeah, once you broke your arm after surgery involving the anesthesia, they weren't letting me eat. I was like, let me eat, man. I'm going to puke. I was like 10 at the time. I mean, you ate it so late in pregnancy, it shouldn't matter. This is also true. But I was really craving cantaloupe. I guess I was just like thirsty and hungry because I'm like, I just want something that's sweet and have water in it. So anyway, I had my contraband cantaloupe. It was delicious. But then we had to throw it out, which was very sad. So around the time, like a little bit after the time that my sister showed up for her visit, the pain from the contractions started to get considerably way worse. So I think that I might have scared her and scarred her for life because I was visibly struggling with the contractions. But yeah, the pain kept gradually getting more intense. Like it was so bad that I couldn't sleep anymore. Like contraction levels on the monitor that we were like looking at, and the monitor that my mom was jiggling the mouse on like every 10 minutes. My contraction pain levels were like in the 40s at this point. Like it was starting to get up there, like pretty bad contractions. And I believe in the middle of the night, I low-key hit like a little bit of a breaking point, and I kind of had a meltdown. Oopsies. I got a little sad, a little scared. Like I remember like sobbing through like one of the contractions, be like, I don't know if I can do this. And I was scared. I'm not gonna lie, I was scared. Like I was like, I'm just asking God at this point, like, please, God, give me the strength to carry through this. Get me through this. Yeah, it was awful. It was awful, man. But after a few hours of fighting for like the severe pain, I finally asked, like, can I get something for the pain? And they gave me some more of like mild stuff. But it did kick in after the contractions, so they became like a little bit more tolerable. It wasn't epidural, that we didn't have the epidural yet, but they gave me some painkillers to help like alleviate some of it. So I started managing again. Did you have the I'm never doing this again moment? That moment was with the Foley balloons. That moment started with the Foley balloons. I'm proud you were able to get through it. And we're just on the start of day 2, buddy. We're on the start of day 2. Thank you, Ogar. Thank you. Yeah. Let's see. But yes, throughout the night, like the nurses, they occasionally come in to check to see how dilated I was. And by around like 5 a.m., they had to take the balloons out. So like with the Foley balloons, they can only be in for like... Sorry, let me drink some water. Day 2, give it up for day 2. Now with the Foley balloons, they can only be in for about 12 hours. After that, they have to take it out. So they're like, all right, it's been like, 3 hours extra over the time we were supposed to take these out. So like, we're going to take the balloons out now. So I'm just like, great, woohoo. It's like, don't worry, we're going to put them in later. And I'm like, we're not done with the balloons. We're not done with the fucking balloons? Yay. I love this so much. Yay. But let's see. I also learned that when nurses check you for dilation, you get wildly different results because they have to measure you by, they have to measure you using their fingers. So like, the measurement I was given was like around 2 centimeters, 2.5 centimeters. It was kind of like back and forth, but like they said, you're about 60% effaced, so we're making progress. A little progress. Like it's been several hours at this point, but we're making a little progress. A lot of pain for very little progress. Around the time the morning rolls around, we look outside and there's like a blizzard happening outside, like fucking snowstorm. So I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, I remember Hunkley being like, it's snowing outside. And I'm like, it's snowing outside? And we opened the window and it's, yeah, blizzard happened. That was something that cool that happened. We were not expecting that to happen. Now it's shift change. And the nurses, they got there a little bit late because of a said blizzard. So, yes, Peanut caused the blizzard in the middle of March. Crazy shit. Let's see. So now the shift change nurses, they're doing their rounds and they do the balloon install. It's imminent now. But now they do it the old-fashioned way. They just shove their whole hand up my cooter and installed that thing manually. And I gotta say, a woman's fist felt significantly better than the forceps. I mean, it was uncomfortable, don't get me wrong. Like, knuckle and all was in there. But, like, it was significantly better. Quick, easy. They were in and out in like 2 minutes. Bravo, man. Bravo. This is the first stream where I'm getting to hear like the full delivery experience, and it does sound terrifying to me. I wanted to give this story just as a comprehensive, this is what it's like to have childbirth. As the someone going through it. And not just any childbirth, a complicated one. Yay! I remembered how the fuck there was a blizzard, but then I remembered this happened in March, not July. Yeah, it happened a few months ago. But yes, blizzard outside, hand in my cooter. It was a time, man. It was a time. Let's see. Scrolling down to the timeline. We have more waiting, and then my main doctor, my OBGYN, she does her morning rounds and lets me know that she'll be back to check on me later. She's very optimistic that we have a delivery today. Cool, great. Daytime nurse gives me the peanut ball. I love the peanut ball. It's basically like a yoga ball, but it's peanut shaped. and it let me like rest and roll to my sides because I've been on my back this whole time and I was a little uncomfy, and she saw that and she's like, here, I got just the thing for you. So yes, I got to rest on the peanut ball. It was so good. I love the peanut ball. El Peanut, yes. Live childbirth stream? No. Imagine though, VTuber childbirth stream. Crazy shit. You ask someone, like, how would you even? You just can't get up and be like, how did you birth your kid? Oh, no. It's a very personal experience. And a lot of the time, like I mentioned, because of hormones, and how things are biologically, you kind of, the gritty details kind of slip away from you, you know? Is that the origin of Peanut's nickname? No, Peanut's nickname came from how tiny she was during her first ultrasound. So like, oh my God, it's like a tiny little peanut. There she is. There's the peanut. And the nickname just kind of stuck. It just kind of stuck from all the ultrasound visits that we had to do. VTuber childbirth is just drawing your commissionee's design. Dang, you right. You so right. It's probably an uncommon asset request. Uncommon? It should be very rare, I would imagine. Your chat was roasting you during delivery. I thought it would make it really fun, though. Like, you know, like, chat, I don't know if I can do this. Can we get, like, 3 gift subs and I'm going to push this baby? No. The monetization would go crazy during the childbirth stream. Oh, my goodness. Yo, can we hit 100 likes on this live stream? Can you imagine a fucking childbirth TikTok live? Crazy. Thanks for the heart. Yum, yum, yum. Yo, chat, clip that. Can you clip the C-section? That's an instant Twitch ban if that's a real thing. Unfortunately, someone did give birth on twitch.tv, and they didn't ban the person. No, Mr. Dan Clancy himself, Mr. John Twitch, decided to give that lady some money. So, like, yeah, that happened. That's a real thing that happened. You can look that up. That has documented proof. Yep, yeah, it happened, if you know your Twitch lore. And so I was like, you know, I could like stream my childbirth. Apparently it's like encouraged. Yes, the Twitch baby. Yes, someone had childbirth. Yes. But no, God forbid a VTuber shows their fucking hips. Okay, I see how it is. We can birth a whole baby, but I can't show my hips. Okay, no bare skin. Got it. You just gotta be an IRL streamer, not a VTuber. You're so right. Why does this discussion remind me of that one screenshot from Discord? It's like, I can't believe I'm having to say this, but please don't give birth in the feast. Yeah, it really does give us that vibe, doesn't it? The first 100th donation names the baby. Imagine like you do like a raffle, exclamation point raffle to name the baby. Whichever chatter wins the raffle, that's what the baby's gonna be named. So you could have gotten money while giving birth. It didn't come on. I'm sorry. I have like ethics and standards. My bad, chat. It's twins, chat. Clip that. Imagine not knowing you have twins. You would know after a while. You would know. Pogs. I cry. You guys are out of pocket for that shit. Oh my God. But yeah, anyway, back to the story. My OB is very optimistic we're having a baby that day. So I have the peanut ball. Let's see. Something that we learned though, of obviously with the fingers and the dilation, we went to like, after one of the nurse checks, we went from like 2.5 centimeters dilated, and then one of the nurses measured me and we were back to 1.5, and like I'm like not sure how that happened, but like I was really demotivated and upset because I had been there a whole 24 hours at this point, and like we hadn't made any progress, ? What the fuck? Anyway, my doctor comes back around like 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock or so, and she's there to yoink the balloons out of me, which she actually measured me, and she's like, you're 4 centimeters, and you are 80% effaced. I'm like, oh, thank God, we actually did make progress. Yes, so I'm just like, that made me feel so much better, but also, holy shit, I felt like shit for a hot minute there. I was like, oh, what do you mean we didn't make progress? They did like an ultrasound though when my OB was there, and they did the ultrasound and they checked her and she's like, "Yep, she is head down," which I'm like, that's a really good thing because the thing about babies is their position when it's time for them to go down the birth canal is very important. If they are head up, that can cause a lot of complications, and then you would likely need to switch to a C-section just because baby's head can get stuck in the birth canal and then they're suffocating. You generally want baby's head to be head down. They need to be upside down. If baby is, I forget the term for it, but basically sideways, you need a C-section. If the baby is not anything other than head down, it's problems. Yeah. Yeah, you want the pointy things going the right way. Exactly. Breech. Yes. You don't want the baby breech. Yes, the human body is not efficient at birth, unfortunately. And the baby kind of rotates around. Generally speaking, they kind of get into position, like they do it naturally on their own, or at least they should in an ideal scenario. They start moving into the head down position around like week 34 of pregnancy. Yeah, I was a feet first birth, and I managed to inhale a last-minute bowel movement. So that's one example of how it can go poorly. Oh, no. You had the meconium, too. Oh, that's the big risk whenever the baby passes the first poop in utero. A lot can go wrong, especially in that case. I'm glad that you wound up A-okay afterwards, but yeah, that can be very bad. Like, why do we have a ticking time bomb organ that can go off? Exactly, true. Yeah, evolution decided upright walking was more important than easy childbirth. I think also part of it is, like, our heads are so big, too. If the baby's head is too big, they literally cannot fit out the birth canal. Like, we are not optimized for childbirth at all. Aren't there methods and procedures for the doctors that literally rotate the baby? Yes, there are ways to do it. It's not a guarantee, though. They would use the peanut ball. They would also have they push your belly around. It does hurt if they do that. But they push your stomach around. They'll have you flip to side, basically try to shimmy the baby into the right position. But it's a whole process. But yeah, not a guarantee. It can work. A lot of the times it does, but it's not a guarantee. Yes, evolution wanted us to have a big brain. That's also part of the problem, too. Your mom had to undergo a C-section because she told me I somehow ran up her uterus or something. Like, how does he... Oh, no, you, like, escaped. I bet what happened was you were originally, like, really low in the, like, positions, and then, like, something happened and you, like, went back up. So, like, you were still, like... You were still, like, negative. Like, you went from, like, -2 back to, like, -4. They're like, oh, huh. They retracted. But yeah, interesting. Anyhow, we're making progress. Baby's head down. Very, very good. So I'm like, if baby would have been in any other position, I would have had to have a C-section. My OB told me that much. They were told that my water could break on its own, so this is like huge development. Like, we might not need to pop that bubble. Huge. And then my OB is like, she mentions like, hey, you might be able to get away with eating some dinner. Like, I'll need to clear it with like the anesthesiologist, but like, hey, we might not be having to do surgery with you after all. You're making great progress. And I'm like, huge. So I put in my order for dinner. I order a very nice salmon dinner, and I'm so excited for it. And then the doctor comes in like a few minutes later, and she's like, you know what? I've changed my mind. We're gonna like manually break your water. So the balloons popped. Yay. Hooray. My water has been forcefully broken. Huge. But now in a tragic update, I now cannot eat anymore. And then, of course, the food gets delivered, and I'm just staring longingly at that salmon that I had just ordered and that I now cannot eat. And I'm just like, oh, tear running down my face. I'm just like, what the fuck do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean I can't have my salmon? The fuck you mean? I'm crying, bro. I'm crying in the club. Why would you take a woman's salmon away from her? You're evil! Evil! You could have changed your mind after I'd eaten my salmon. I don't need it. I don't need it. I need it. Ugh. Yeah, there's Hunkley there to finish it off. He ate it delightfully, but also I'm just like, fuck you, man. Fuck you. How could you? So yeah, they took away my food, and I it's time to stop. No, it's not time to stop. We're just getting started, bitch. But, so I'm visibly just like, oh, I can't have food now. And I'm just like puppy dog eyes, you know, that tomato cat image where it's just like, you know, the tomato's been thrown at it. And it's just like the very sad little beady eyes. I'm just like, And the nurse like looks at me and she pities me. So she's like, hey, would you like some Jell-O and maybe a popsicle? And I'm like, I would like to have Jell-O and a popsicle. And it was okay. It was okay though, you know. The sugar-free Jell-O was nice. The popsicle tasted like ass, and low-key, I feel like it had been in that freezer for a really long time. But like I had something. It wasn't filling, but like it was something. God bless that nurse. But now, TM, despite the contractions, they're getting real bad now. They're getting so bad. So they're now like in the 70s range, like 60s to 70s. Like they're getting really fucking spicy, and I'm like, ooh, this shit hurt. This shit hurted. Popsicle hurts. All you taste is the wooden stick. That's exactly how it tasted, actually. Also, hi, Joy. Yes, we are talking about my childbirth story, giving you guys the tea, the full breakdown of the whatever the hell happened to me and why I was gone for so long. Smile. Oh boy. So now the contractions are getting really, really bad. And like, remember how I told you guys that we can see on the monitor the contraction stats, like on the vitals monitor? Well, listen. My dad, when looking at the contractions, because he had visited again, he was like looking at it and he's like, oh, you're gonna have a contraction now. And I'm like, shut the fuck up, Dad! These hurt! Shut up! Shut up! Stop! Oh my God. But yeah, the pain got really bad. And I'm just like, okay, I tap out. I need it. Doctor, give me the epidural. I finally asked for it. It's been over 24 hours at this point. Like, it was in the nighttime, so it's been a good chunk of time. It's been fun. I don't want to feel like shit for the rest of the day. So I'm just like, epidural, please. Oh, after telling the nurse, okay, we'll get the anesthesiologist over here. Why did I think the anesthesiologist would be like coming in like, you know, in like 30 minutes? No, they take fucking forever to show up. I think they took like an hour or two to mosey on over after me asking for the epidural. I'm already in a shit ton of pain, and they're just like taking their time. They're like going sightseeing. They're going to the zoo, and then they come and give me the epidural. Oh, man. Anyway, as embarrassed as I am to admit it, though, like, I kind of, like, didn't research any of the potential risks associated with epidural. I didn't, like, look up none of it. But, like, thankfully, like, nothing happened. But, like, things can happen. I didn't want to look things up because I kind of have, like, a fear of needles. And I didn't want to, like, freak myself out and psych myself out into not having epidural, because I knew, based off of what my mom was telling me about childbirth, like, epidural is your best friend. You want the epidural, man. It's a gift. It's a gift upon many pregnant women. Please use it if you can. So I'm just like, I don't want to psych myself out into not taking the epidural and then suffering. So like, anyhow, didn't Google anything, so I didn't freak myself out. Apparently though, oh, you're at, what exactly are contractions? Like, what happens in that? Okay. A contraction, it's like a big cramp. So if you are a vagina haver and you are familiar with a period, imagine a cramp, your period cramp, at its worst, right? Imagine that feeling and then dial that up times 10. That's what your average low ball contraction feels like. It's pretty fucking painful. If you're used to really bad cramps during your normal periods, you'll probably be fine like I was up until a certain point. Like I'd gone 24 hours with contractions at this point, and then only until I hit like the 60s and 70s range where I'm like, this is too much for me. This is too much. Yeah. Yeah. For the folks that do not have vaginas and do not menstruate, a contraction, it's in ergo a period cramp. It's like a big old cramp in the middle of your abdomen, basically. It's like, imagine someone's like, they stuck their hand into your abs and decided to squeeze them with an iron grip. And like they're kind of shaking it around. That's kind of what's happening. That's in a nutshell. Vagina havers. I'm sorry, it took me a minute. I would never judge any woman who takes an epidural. I can't even imagine how painful it is. So taking it must be quite necessary. It absolutely is. It is a wonderful invention. Thank God for modern medicine. From what I know, literally anything involved with pregnancy and childbirth carries their own kind of risk, which is both reassuring and terrifying. True. But like with anesthesia, if you're allergic to it, then you won't know unless you die, oh no, or have an allergic reaction. So, like with any medicine, you can have a reaction to epidural, but so you're supposed to know about the risks. They make you sign a form for it, but I'm just like, I have accepted all the risks, and I don't know a single one of them. Smile, signature. Yeah, it hurts pretty bad. You don't have one, but it hurts. Yeah. So are we talking about on the level of being heavily kicked in the balls pain? Kind of, but being kicked in the balls, from what I understand, is not on the level at all of contractions. If you were, I was hooked up to a monitor. If they hooked you up to a monitor and then someone kicked you in the balls, you probably would not be having the same pain levels on the monitor as someone who is actively having contractions, much less Pitocin contractions. It's like, shit to all the viewers ain't women, you're just a guy, bro. You just a dude. I'm sorry. Listen, I can't describe to you what pushing a baby out feels like, though. But we'll get there. It's a weird feeling. It's a very weird feeling, man. Not as bad as some make it out to be. But, I might just be built different. I always think about that one Try Guys video where the guys are trying to period simulator and they're dying from the simulated cramps, and then the producer or a woman tries the machine is at the same level. It's like, not that exactly. You're just like, oh, that's not that bad. And what the fuck? And then all the guys just look at women like they're fucking raptors, with fear in their eye. What the fuck is wrong with you? You deal with this every month? Holy shit. I think for ball havers, I think it's more comparable to having continuous kicks to the balls. Yes, yeah. What is it when you get punched in the side of your body? That really, where is it? Where is it? Around your appendix area, if you get punched around there, it's like a lights out punch. It could feel like that too. Like a kidney shot, yeah. It could be as bad, as painful as a kidney shot on that level. Yeah, Yeah. Around there on the pain scale. Yeah, pretty bad. Pretty fucking bad. No, but huge respect. You guys really undergo a really painful thing. You can't even imagine. It's a whole thing. I'm lucky enough to have never experienced a kidney shot. I've had a door fall on my kidney, and that hurted a lot. I think I might have also cracked a rib, but that's another story for another day. Oops. My brother's prank's going a little too far. He unscrewed the door. And I had a pull door. So the door fell on me. I tried to abort and it just landed. And it's a heavy fucking, wooden door. Lands on me, on the kidney and on my ribs, and owie, ouch. Yeah, anyway, my brother's a silly, goofy guy. He's just a little quirky. I gotta lag because adulting needs to happen. Glad to hear from you and hope you and baby continues to be healthy. All right, Vaxxer, you have a good one. Good luck with your adulting. See you later, bud. I speak as someone that knows nothing and hasn't experienced it either. I know. I think birth must be much more painful, though. Yeah, without painkiller, good luck. To the women that want to do all natural, Godspeed to you. Couldn't be me, though. I gotta have my painkillers. I'm a pussy, bro. I'm a little sissy baby. I'm a sissy baby. I'll admit it. If you want to make fun of me for having painkillers, so be it. I'm not doing that shit all natural. Hell no. How the fuck did women do that during the hunter gatherer days with no medicine, no nothing? Oh, good lord. Anyway, have a good one, Stormy. Bye bye. And I think the ad break is almost done. We'll continue the story in just a moment. Can't we just invent the fizz gun and then yank them out with no pain Gmod style? Right? Like, just teleport them. Why can't they just teleport? Beam the baby out of me. Not the Vine Boo making you jump. Jump scare. Got him. Back before all the fancy drugs and surgeries, mothers just, you know what, that's also true. That mortality rate of births was way, women died a lot during childbirth. And understandably, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot under normal circumstances without any complications. The contractions are so bad. Oh, Vine Boo. Hello, child. As the baby. She looks like a weirdo. Anyway, so now that you guys are back from the ad break, continuing our story where we left off. So there we were. I was getting the epidural. We were getting ready for that process. So, mind you, this is supposed to be a sterile environment. They said, hey, the room has to be sterile, so mom has to go. Dad has to go. So my parents leave. And Hunkley, meanwhile, is in the bathroom. He was not there for that note. Hunkley, as they're getting ready to inject the needle into me, Hunkley very comedically pops out of the restroom because he was, again, taking a shit in there during that conversation. And then he proceeds to grab a bag of Doritos from the counter, and then he just eats the fucking Doritos during this whole thing. There I am, needle in my back. He's just going crunch, crunch. Sterile environment, my ass. And they didn't kick him out. They didn't say nothing. I'm crying, man. I'm crying. It's so fucking funny. Have you ever heard about the whole thing about lying on back is not nearly optimal for childbirth? I wonder if that custom will ever change because youch. I mean, yeah, I've heard of that. There are better positions for childbirth, but also, like, in my case, I did okay. I did okay on my back, but that's just me. Yeah, I was just side-eyeing, like, what the fuck? I just hear crunch, crunch. He's got Cool Ranch Doritos. Dorito dust on his fingers, going, delicious, sterile environment, my fucking ass. But yeah, getting the epidural was, like, a weird experience. So, like, they have to, like, sit you upright at the edge of the bed. They have to undo your medical gown, right? On the backside. And they tell you to, like, arch your back like you're an art shrimping over your tablet in that pose. And you have to stay perfectly still. Like, they like, do not move an inch. Do not move a muscle. Relax, but don't move an inch. And, like, they say you'll feel the needle pinch in your spine, okay? And so they put the needle in, and I felt it. I felt the pinch, and it was like in my spine, and it lingered there. And then all of a sudden, there's like an electrical jolt that happens in the body, and then it's like it feels like a shock, like you just like got zapped by something, and then suddenly you feel nothing from the waist down, like spontaneous numbness. Like that shock, that jolt was a weird feeling along with the feeling nothing. I'm just like, what the fuck is this wizardry? What is this magic? What the hell? Like, and that shock, it was like head to toe too. Like, it was just like a wave. it like went the entire nervous system, I guess. But it was really cool. But now I have no control over my lower body, and now I can't get up, so they had to also lay me back down. Anesthesiologist went bye-bye, and then a nurse installed a catheter into me so they could collect my pee. So, yay. And now they also put something in there along with that catheter to check how far the baby has, like, dropped. So, yeah. So, I got more things in my vagina now, and it's taped to my leg, and the catheter is there, and I'm just, I got needles, I got tubes everywhere, and I can't move now. I'm heavy, bro. I'm just like, man, I can't feel my toes. According to something your friend said, the whole woman giving birth thing on their backs happened because of some king and you liked it. Oh, that's, of course. Yeah. Have a good night. Have a good one. It's about 5 p.m. here. Your schedule's fucked up, so you're gonna go to sleep. See you next stream, or maybe I'll come back if you're not able to sleep, bro. All right. Have a good one. Tuck you in. Good night. Kiss you on the forehead. Bye-bye. Have a good one. But yes, I now have no control over my body, but now, once the epidural was in me, golly, like, I felt so much better. Like, the contractions, they became, like, manageable again. Like, I was tanking contractions left and right. Like, oh, man, these contractions ain't shit. No, there is not a tuck command. There actually isn't one. It's just a bit right now. But now that I'm under the influence of official painkillers, I'm able to actually sleep again. So I go hunk shoo me for a little bit. And now it's time for the nighttime crew. Shift change. Now, I'm gonna be real, no shade, but like, the PM nurse, the head PM nurse, I don't think she liked me all that much. She did not really seem like she cared for me like all that much. Like, she was very, like, a straight-laced type, but, like, I don't know if she had an attitude or a bad day, but, like, she was just not about it, bro. And she took away my peanut ball. She took away my peanut ball. I'm like, she put it on the counter, and I'm like, I was using that. I was using that to lay on my side. Hello? And they were, like, occasionally flipping me, like, side to side, but without my peanut ball, like, it hurt, like, it was uncomfortable. Not, like, hurt, but, like, it was really uncomfy, you know? And at this point, like, Hunkley is helping flip me over because, again, no control from the waist down. So when it's his turn to sleep, Mom had to start helping me. Of course, Dad had to leave because he had work and shit, so, like, he didn't get to stick around. So it was Hunkley, and it was my mom flipping me side to side. And they were basically just like, all right, time for you to lay on your side for this side, and then move over to this side. So they were just, like, rotating me every so often. But as a side product of Mom having to help flip me when Hunkley was asleep, she kind of got to see everything, which was not a part of the plan. But it happened. She was a trooper. Thanks, Mom. Thanks. Does your mom help flip you when you're going through active child labor? No, she's not a real one. On the list of things that she probably never thought she would have to do in her life. She's seen it all before. I mean, yeah, I was a baby, though. Different times. Not when I was a big baby. You know what I mean? Yeah, not on the list. Not on the list. But Mom's a BAMP for that. We love Mom for that. But yeah, during, like, the cervical checks, we go to, like, to the pattern of, like, they do the cervical check, and, like, we're no centimeter dilation. Like, nope, you're still, like, 4. Meh. You're, like, 3.5. You're, like, 4. And it's just like, what the fuck are we doing? Hello? Yeah, so at that point, we went backwards. We went backwards from, like, 4 centimeters to, like, 3.5, and I think that was, like, my breaking point. So, like, Hunkley, he went on a late night Taco Bell run because he got the munchies, so he left. And then when he was on the Taco Bell run, I just start having a full meltdown. Because the prospect of, like, hey, we're not making a whole lot of progress, and also, you know, the reality of we might have to do a C-section. And I was getting frustrated. I was blaming myself for the whole thing, which was stupid in the moment. Like, in hindsight, it was stupid, but, like, I felt frustrated at myself. I didn't want to do the C-section, and I felt like, if we had to do the C-section, it would have just been a waste of time for the whole induction. Like, I suffered through all of this shit for absolutely nothing, and I'm just like, the sunk cost fallacy was kicking in, and I'm just like, I just broke, man. I was just sobbing. Mom just had to console me. She could testify I was a disaster late into the night. I eventually start picking myself back together by the time Hunkley's back, and I don't think he's any the wiser to the fact that I had just been bawling my eyes out. But yeah, I'm in a lot of pain. I'm frustrated. We're working backwards, apparently. Now, welcome, everybody. Give it up for day 3. Day 3 of childbirth. We have now entered around midnight. Oh, the story is not done yet. So, that nurse, the one that doesn't really care for me that much, right? She, around midnight, she stopped administering the Pitocin and then gave me a shot of something to slow down the contractions. And both Mom and I, looking at each other like, what the fuck? I didn't protest it because I'm like, I'm just going to trust their judgment here, they're the professionals. I'm just a guy. I'm just here, So, but I just thought, slowing down the contractions when we were trying to do an induction, that feels so counterintuitive. They claimed the baby wasn't responding well to hard contractions, the oxygen or whatever, or the heart monitor, they would spike here and there after a hard contraction. And that may be true. That might be partially true. My game theory here is that PM nurse and, the substitute doctor for the night didn't want to deal with my birth on their shift. That's my game theory. Can't prove it, but, that's the vibe. That's the aura that I got, Yeah, it's a process. It's a whole process. Have you ever had a baby? Only 6. Yeah, she knows a thing or two. Oh, man. But yes, around 2 a.m., I'm starting to feel, remember, I am sedated from the waist down. I should not be feeling anything from the waist down. Around 2 a.m., I start to feel the urge to poop. Yes, this is important to note. Those that know, you fucking know. I have that feeling. I'm like, that's odd. Anyway, around 6 a.m., I'm finally measured at 6 centimeters dilated, 80% effaced by the PM doctor. And despite this, I was informed that the baby had a few heart rate dips post-contraction, so it was likely that we'd have to pivot to a C-section. Eventually, though, the AM team comes around, and I gotta say, though the PM nurse was kind of shitty, the AM team nurse, she was a fucking bam. She was like an MVP in the hospital staff. I love that nurse. She was great. So, the AM nurse, she wanted to get me back on Pitocin to see how I and the baby respond. And she's monitoring the dips like a hawk. She's like, okay, I'm seeing the dips, but the dips are not hitting a concerning level. I can see what they were concerned about, but I'm gonna watch this like a hawk. And she asked me, she's like, hey, is it okay if I try and play with the Pitocin levels and see if we can rest you in different positions, alternate you every 30 minutes or every 20 minutes or so, just to see if it helps. And I'm just like, at this point, sure. I just want to be done. I'm desperate. I'm exhausted. I'm ready to be done with this. So I'm just like, fuck it. We ball. She gives me the peanut ball. Bless her. She gave me the peanut ball. And of course, with Mom and Hunkley flipping me side to side, I was so much more comfortable. Holy shit. And now my OB, she comes in to check with me during her morning rounds. And now she checks me and I'm 7 centimeters dilated. Whatever that nurse did, it was helping. It was working, man. And my doctor, she's like, yo, we're making good progress. So if we continue, the vaginal delivery is going on. We're back on, baby. Huge news. Another nurse does a check and they find out baby is in position -1. So, let me explain this. So, baby positions. Think of it like this. The positions are in relation to the hips and the birth canal, right? The higher the negative number, the higher the baby is in the body, right? 0 is right on the line, and anything positive is considered on the way out. So baby is like right on that line. Like she getting ready. She getting ready, boys. Like she dropping. She is descending as we speak. And now I'm starting to feel a little pinchy in my right hip. I'm just like, I don't think I'm supposed to be feeling anything. So, I go tell the nurse, like, hey, I feel pinchy here on my right side only. Is that normal? She's like, let's give you another hit of painkiller. I'm like, cool. So I get a fresh dose of painkiller. Awesome. And now I'm getting a really strong urge to poop. And I'm like, hey, also I don't know if it's normal, but like I feel an urge to poop. And she's like, oh. And then mom hears this and she's like, she wakes Hunkley up, who's been like asleep up to this point. So mom knows. She's like, oh, you getting ready to poop? It's go time. So that's the magic thing. If you ever feel the urge to poop and you are like in labor, just know that baby coming. That baby getting ready, dude. Like that, it's hand in hand, baby. It's hand in hand. So of course, I after conversing with mom, because things are starting to ramp up. We're getting ready now. Nurses are making calls. I make the call to let mom stay in the room with me for the birth. I gave her an out. You're like, hey, you don't have to be here if you don't want to. But like, if you want to be here, like, I don't mind you being here. You've been here with me this entire time. You've stayed up with me for the past, 40, 30 something hours. Like at this point, like if you want to, I don't mind. Right? Wasn't in the plan originally, but like, hey, mom was the GOAT, bro. I'm just like, you've been on my team this whole time. If you want to be here, you're my rock star. So, so yes, she wanted to stay. She wasn't sure at first. She was like, I don't know. It's up to you. And I'm like, it's up to you. I don't care. You've seen everything at this point. So she decided to stay. She's like, I'll stay. I'm like, cool, great. And now the nurse, keep in mind, like I was like 7 centimeters dilated like 30 minutes ago. Nurse does a check on me and then she confirms, oh, you're 10 centimeters. You're fully dilated. And now it's officially go time, baby. It's officially time, boys. So the nurse, after calling my doctor to let her know that I am 10 centimeters, she tells me, all right, we're going to start some practice pushes. Fantastic, let's go. So basically, we had to wait for a contraction wave to start. And then I was told to try 3 pushes per contraction. So there's like, push out, right? First wave that comes through, like I wasn't really sure like what muscle group to target. So like it wasn't really effective. Like it was just kind of like, I don't count those as real pushes because I wasn't actually doing anything. And then when the second wave of contractions come through, mom tells me, imagine that you're constipated and you're trying to push out a big turd. And like the light bulb clicks on for me. I'm like, I've been constipated my whole life, bro. I know exactly the muscle group for that one. So I give 1 push, 2 push, 3 pushes, and then cue the abject horror on the nurse's face. She's like, okay, let's not do any more pushes. So the nurse goes and calls the doctor again. And I hear her, like, the doctor's just like, what's going on? And she's not on speaker, but, like, I can hear, what's going on? And the nurse is like, get here ASAP. We have a head. And then the nurse phones in for all hands on deck. Birth prep needed in room number 123 ASAP. Here we fucking go, boys. And the nurse, she's laughing, right? She's like, looks like we're gonna have a nurse delivery today. And my mom asks, so have you like done one before? And then the nurse looks at her and she's like, nope, this would be my first. Yeah, that poor nurse. So now that we got the SOS, all hands on deck, Again, remember, this is a learning hospital. So now the room is full of people. It is full of nursing staff because, again, my pregnancy is a complicated one. So, like, yeah, it is full of nursing staff. Yeah. Now here comes that third wave of contractions, and the nurses, they're frantically trying to get everything set up, clean everything, clean hands, scrubbing, the works, bro. Like, they are trying to speed run that shit. Nurse tells me, remember, don't push. And unfortunately, at this particular point, I have no control over my body. Like, my body is like, it's involuntarily doing shit, right? I tell them frantically, I'm not trying to push. My body's doing it on its own. And as pushes 3 through 6 happen completely against my will, just in the nick of time, my doctor makes it into the birthing suite. Like, she barely had time to scrub in, bro. Like, push number 7 is happening again, and I just hear the nurse tell the doctor, Doctor, move your shoes now, as the nurse places, like, a catch tray, and not a second later, the baby slides out. Rush of fluid and blood coming out of me. Huge rush, right? Yeah. It was insane, dude. Holy shit. Your body's like, yeah, let's get this over with super quick. It was a speed run. It was a speed run. They turned your birthing into a real live action docuseries, bro. It was funny. I had a feeling that was going to happen because, again, learning hospital, but I'm just like, this is so funny, man. It wasn't funny in the moment, but, like, it's hilarious in retrospect. But yeah, rush of fluids coming out of me. And I gotta say, dude, like, you go from having, like, a baby inside of you and all those fluids, and then the baby slides out. The baby acts as, like, a plug to all of that in all of this. And so the baby slides out, and, like, all of that just comes gushing out of you. Like, it is an instantaneous pressure release. Like, it was such a weird feeling. It was such a weird feeling. Also, for those of you that want to know what pushing a baby out feels like I mentioned, it's basically, imagine you're pushing out a really, really bad, painful turd. Yeah, there's like a ring of fire that happens at the baby's widest circumference, but it might just be that she was really small. It might just be the fact that I was freshly doped up on more painkillers, but, like, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. You know, I'd been through worse. I'd been through the pap smear forceps, you know. That hurt worse, in my opinion. Oh, man. But yeah. The other thing, I didn't ask for a mirror. Some women, they like to have a mirror in the birthing process. Everybody wants a different birth experience. I didn't ask for a mirror. And I didn't ever plan to witness my own birth from a different POV. But unfortunately, due to some really unfortunate aesthetic lighting placements in my birthing suite particularly, I got a really unique half bird's eye view of my very own live birth. Like, I'm looking up, I'm trying not to look down, I'm looking up, Honkley's holding my hand, Mom's on the other side holding my knee, and, like, I'm looking up and I just see baby. Yeah! In the reflection of the fluorescent light thing above me. I'm like, huh, that's weird. That's strange. Yeah, the reflective ceiling. So, because I'm morbidly curious, of course I fucking looked. So, 1, could not believe how much blood was pouring out of me. 2, the color of the umbilical cord for the baby really caught me off guard. Like, I was expecting it to be, like, flesh color, like red, pink, flesh colors. The umbilical cord's like gray and black, and it's like weirdly lumpy looking. Like, it's cool, but like an alien type thing. Really gross. Yeah, it's like purplish. Yeah, I was not prepared for what that looked like. Yeah, I thought, like, oh, huh, that's freaky looking. And also, speaking of umbilical cords, I could not immediately do, like, the skin-to-skin hold the baby as soon as she got pushed out, because my umbilical cord was abnormally short. Like it was like maybe like not even 2 feet. That umbilical cord was not even 2 feet long. Like usually umbilical cords are much longer. And I'm not sure if it's, due to the fact that the umbilical cord, was placed onto the side of the placenta or what. But in hindsight, it makes a whole lot of sense why it took so long for the baby to descend down into the birthing canal, because she was basically on a really short leash. Yeah. So, unfortunately, because the umbilical cord was so short, they had to cut it, and basically, they cut the cord, and then they immediately went to go clean her up. So, but she was screaming, the baby's here, and her screaming, baby screaming right out of the womb, great sign. That is a good sign. So she's screaming, she looks beautiful, but yes. Also, I don't know if it's like the hormones, the fact that I'm looking at the baby, or the ceiling POV, but like at this point, like I'm having a freaky like out of body experience. Like I don't know, like I feel like I've kind of like ascended into like another plane. Like I'm kind of looking at everything in like the third person. Like it's a weird experience. I really freak shit was happening in my brain at that moment. But I remember mom saying distinctly, or someone saying that I think it was mom, I'm pretty sure it was mom, that the baby's head looked like a party hat. And like that snapped me back to reality. And then I'm like, she looks like a weird alien covered in slime. Yeah. You know where the joke a cone head comes from? Well, a baby's head, when it comes out fresh out of the birthing canal, it's shaped like a cone because the skull is super malleable. Like, it changes shape to fit out of the birthing canal. So, mom, she said it looked like a party hat, and that was the funniest fucking thing. Anyway, the nurses, they try to comfort me, be like, no, she looks so pretty. And I'm like, dude, it's okay. You don't need to lie. And they're like, no, trust us. If your baby looked ugly, we make some like comment about, oh, she has such small feet or something. Like, don't worry, she's really cute. That made me happy. I was very happy. I'm like, oh, she looks slimy, but she's cute. Good. Yeah, baby's head is really soft and all. That's why the top of the baby's skull is soft. Yes. Also, it's why it stays soft up until like a certain point when they get old enough. Yeah. Baby looks like Phineas, except it's not the pointy nose. It's just like the cone head. Yeah. Phineas ass looking head peanut. Yeah. Yep. That's what she looked like. She looked like Phineas from Phineas and Ferb. Just. God, imagine pushing out a fucking triangle, bro. Hello, Raiders. What the fuck? Excuse you? Hi, Oblivious. It's good to see you. Hello, Shiny Tina. Hello, Literal Court. Hello, Undecided Foot. Congrats, Mama Puffer. Thank you. You were playing Skyward Sword. How was Skyward Sword? Shit, what's up? What a day. Coming back home to see the lovely Inkly back in return. Truly a birthday gift. Happy birthday, Katsumi! Yeah, you're welcome. I planned that. Totally. We're learning TMI today. We're learning about the medical horrors of childbirth. You're just in time. I just birthed the baby. Basically, TLDR, baby pushed out the birth canal. My mom said the baby looked like it had a party hat because cone head. And I'm like, I'm having an out-of-body experience. Like, I'm tripping the fuck out. And, like, mom says, party hat. And I'm like, she looks like an alien, bro. Serious talk for a sec. Congratulations on the birth. You're a fucking trooper. Thank you. Thank you. I know. Skyward Sword has been hecky great time. I got on the Sacred Flame and beat a tentacle boss. Hell yeah! Very nice. I know exactly where you're at. I hope you have a lot of fun. Is it a first time playthrough, or are you just playing through for some nostalgia? I'm gonna drink some water too while we're at it. What do you mean it's been 2 hours and 30 minutes since we started this yapping session? Good lord, guys. Good lord. It's like I never left. First time playthrough. Oh my god, you're in for a treat. Also, thank you so much for the follow, Literal Court. Welcome on in. Good to see ya. Monsters Inc., if you know, you know. So did Peanut come out with a top hat, a monocle, and a cane? Oh yeah, she came out singing, hello my baby, hello my darling, hello my ragtime gal. She started doing a little tap dance. Yeah, the birth stories are new though. Yeah, birth story, fun times, fun times. May I ask how big the baby was? Oh, thank you so much for asking. The baby was born 5 pounds, 11 ounces. Really fucking tiny. She's so tiny. She was so petite. Like, she looks tiny now. She was tiny, like, oh, small little creature. That's probably why she was so easy to push out, because she was really tiny. Either that or, like, I got, like, the birthing hips of, like, a fucking, of, like, the most fertile woman ever. Either or. Maybe it was both. But, like, bro, I pushed her out in 7 pushes. Easy. And she does a little peanut. For sure. Yeah. But yeah, baby's here. I'm having, like, you know, a moment. Doctor cuts the cord clamps that they take her away to get her cleaned and warmed up, right? Hunkley, my husband, he goes off with them. And I want to note that, like, mom, she stayed by my side. She didn't go rush off to go look at the baby after it was born out, like, the little incubator where they clean her up and, like, put, you know, stuff and drugs on her. Mom, she held my hand and she said, "Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I'm here for you." Right? And, like, that might seem, like, so small and, like, insignificant to some people, but, like, for me, in that moment, like, it meant so much to me. Like, I don't know, that's, like, one of those moments in your life that, like, it's gonna stick with you, like, for the rest of your life. Like, I was just, like, I was moved. Yeah, for real. I'm tearing up thinking about it, but I'm just, like, she was there for me in that moment. Of course, though, just because the baby's out of me doesn't mean that I'm done yet or I'm out of the woods, because guess what? More contractions! Woohoo! And now it's time to push out what is known as the afterbirth, aka the placenta. Yay! So, as I'm dealing with the afterbirth, right? I'm pushing that out. I'm mainly looking off to the side. I'm looking at Hunkley. I'm looking at the baby. And I'm just burning Hunkley's reaction to the baby in my memory. The bro is cheesing, bro. He was smiling, beaming ear to ear with, like, absolute, like, love, like, pouring out of his gaze. Like, the last time I saw that particular look on Hunkley's face was when I walked down the aisle and he got his first look at me in my wedding dress. Like, thinking about that particular warm look just makes me happy. Warm fuzzies all around. But then while I'm looking off to the side and, you know, actively pushing out the afterbirth, I noticed that there is a new face in the room that wasn't there before. And it's a face I recognize. It's my mother-in-law. She wasn't invited. Yeah, my mother-in-law. Yeah. She didn't ask me. She didn't ask Hunkley if it was okay beforehand to come into the room. She just entered a birthing suite without anyone stopping her. Yeah. So, and she is now looking at the child that I, the mother of said child, has even gotten to a chance to properly look at her up close. And the worst part is, like, she's taking pictures, bro. She's taking pictures. I'm in the background, spread eagle, full bush, pushing out a placenta, getting stitches for my first degree tear, and she's taking pictures. My AM nurse, apparently, like, she noticed the new visitor, and, like, she was freaking out, and she, like, gives my mom a look, like, do we need to kick this bitch out? And mom, like, looks at me, and she's like, at this point, it is what it is. And, like, the AM nurse, like, one of the nurses tells her to like, get her to wash her hands. Make her wash her hands, you know, at the very least. Yeah, punt that woman out the goddamn door. She was rage motivating you at this point. I'm just like, the audacity, man. The fucking audacity. Why would you come into a birthing suite of your daughter-in-law who didn't explicitly invite you? I know, if I were you, I would have been like, enjoy it while you can. That's the one and only time you get to see the child. Listen, I'm cool with my mother-in-law on most terms, but I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, if my dad walked in the room, I would have, like, flaked the fuck out. I would have got so angry. Because, like, that was one of the things. I don't want any of my male relatives in the room seeing all of that, bro. Like, I didn't even want my mom in there initially seeing all of that. What makes you think I want my mother-in-law seeing all of that, you know? And, like, yeah, my mother-in-law, she's still taking her pictures, and my mom was like, hey, please mind the camera angles, we're still open over here. And, like, my mother-in-law, she's finally taking pictures that don't have me and my coochie, like, fully exposed, right? And, like, I know the way that this sounds, the way that I'm describing it, it sounds like she's taking pictures for, like, several minutes, but, like, in reality, all of these events, like, happen back-to-back, like, within, like, a minute or two. So it's happening a lot faster than it actually sounds. But, like, it was a lot of things processing all at once. Like, my mom having this wholesome moment, looking at my baby. Suddenly, mother-in-law? Like, a lot's happening right now. But, like, the major invasion of my privacy and, like, lack of respect for my boundaries aside, like, I gotta admit, though, like, some of the pictures she took from her POV were, like, absolutely beautiful. So, like, I can't be super mad. I can't be a hater because, like, some of the pictures she got of my husband holding the baby were, like, super cute. They were super cute. So I can't be a hater. I can't be a full hater. Like, I'm just like, well, someone got those pictures and it wasn't me. I'm just like, but the thing that gets me, though, is the fact that, like, nobody on the hospital staff side stopped her. Or, like, how, like, the hospitals, like, no one stopped her. Hospital staff just let her through.
User A Bit of Joy says, the lion, the witch, the audacity of this bitch.
True! What the fuck is wrong with that woman? A lot of things, but, like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? But yeah, I'm just, like, shocked no one stopped her. Like, I'm guessing, my hypothesis is that because all of the nursing staff was all hands on deck, and basically my AM nurse did an all call for all the nurses to help me with, you know, an emergency fucking sudden birth, that there wasn't anybody at the nurse's desk to actually, like, stop her, if that makes sense. But yeah, that happened. So my doctor, she finishes, you know, stitching me up, and she dismisses herself. And then shortly after, like, the nurse finishes, like, she cleans up the baby, and they're doing, like, their little tests. And, like, for anyone that cares, like, her APGARs were, like, 8 and 9. Like, she did really good on her tests. She was perfectly healthy. And they wrap her up, pass her to Hunkley, and understandably, like, he takes a moment to, like, oogle over this cute little baby girl. And then he walks back over to me, and he hands her to me. And then after, like, I'm, like, figuring out, like, I'm fumbling, bro. I'm like, oh, how do I hold this? I finally figuring out how to, like, hold her properly because she's so tiny and so fragile. I'm like, I held her for the first time. I really awkwardly tried to do, like, the skin-to-skin thing, but, like, without, like, exposing my full titties to my mother-in-law that was now suddenly there. And Hunkley helped, but, she saw more than I would ever care for her to ever see, and I just wanted to, like, keep whatever little dignity that I had left. You know, whatever little privacy was that I had, I just didn't want her to see everything, you know? So, mother-in-law side, baby was tiny, she was so magical, and she was so cute. She was so sweet and so fragile looking. And, the thing, though, is, like, you know, I know, like, a lot of moms, you know, during pregnancy, most moms, or at least some moms, they, like, feel emotionally, like, detached from their baby throughout the pregnancy, and they all say that, like, they fell in love, like, right when the moment they held their baby, and, like, everything just clicked when they actually held the baby. But, like, for me, that didn't happen, as weird as that is to, like, admit. And I don't know if that I know it sounds horrible, but, like, hear me out. Like, I felt more worried about holding her correctly so I wouldn't hurt her, right? Like, I was concerned for her overall well-being. Like, I was happy to meet her and see her for the first time and hold her, but I feel like it came from, like, more of a place of, like, responsibility than anything else, if that makes sense. I don't know. Like, I just want to put it out there that, like, it's normal not to immediately fall in love with your baby, like, as soon as you hold them, right? Like, the baby's, like, low-key kind of like a little stranger, and, like, sometimes the natural, parental love, like, it takes time to grow as you get to want to know one another. Like, I love and adore and cherish my little girl more than anything in the world now. But, like, it took some time to get there, you know? Yeah, like I didn't feel super connected to her during the pregnancy. It wasn't immediate after pushing her out, but it happened over time, very, very slowly, you know? But yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. But anyway, I attempted to let the baby nurse, but I could not get her to like latch on at all, which was unfortunate. But the nurse told me, yeah, that's normal for a preemie. We'll get you some formula. We'll make sure you're taken care of. I'm like, cool beans, sick nasty. And then my mother-in-law, she like leaves. She was there to take pictures, and then like she doesn't stick around long enough to visit or hold the baby at all, which is crazy. Anyway, she's like, all right, cool. I'm gonna put, yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, that's something. That's interesting. Like, she's like, congratulations, she looks beautiful. And then she, like, fucks right off. I was like, whatever, man. Whatever. Yeah, she's an interesting bird, for sure. Let me guess, she's going to send the picture to send it to the family group chat via text. Yeah, get the stats and then fuck right off. I didn't mind that, though, you know? The sooner you're out of my hair, the better. I feel the initial moment of, oh God, it's so fragile and tiny, my responsibility makes so much more sense than immediate. Yeah, that was my thing. Like, I gotta protect this thing. This is my responsibility now. That's so strange, you know? And then, after feeding the little baby, after feeding her, I can just hold her for a little bit. And my dad comes in. He brings forward some Starbucks coffee for me and a Chick-fil-A sandwich. And it's like my first meal in 2 days. It's my first proper meal in 2 days. And I'm just like, all right, Hunkley, take the baby. I'm gonna eat. So we had some food. We had a nice time. Yeah. And then it was just a time. I think the nurses, they did have to come and take the baby for a little bit for some like tests to chill out in the nursery, but yeah. Eventually mom and dad, they had to say goodbye and they took their leave to let me rest. And then me and Hunkley, we were chilling out for a bit while they prepared our postpartum room, right? So let's see. Hunkley, he stepped away for something. I think he called his dad or whatever. But at this exact time, while we were still in the birthing suite, I really needed to pee. And it's the first time I needed to pee since birthing the baby. So, like, I called the nurse for some assistance since I, like, couldn't move very well. The nurse, like, she wheels in this weird, like, standing stool cart thing, and then she wheels me over to the toilet. I do my business. I forget about the fuck-ass toilet paper situation, so I have to ask the nurse for some help to get some toilet paper. My business is done. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. And then suddenly, my head hurts a lot. Nurse wheels me back to the bed. She asks me to stand up. I blink. And the next thing I see is the nurse is holding me upright. And I'm still standing on the cart, but like I was like leaning my whole body weight onto her. I apparently blacked out. Yeah, I just fucking blacked out. According to the nurse, like it was like for a minute or two. Like she said my blood pressure probably dropped, but like she made it seem like this kind of thing was like really normal after giving birth. And like she helps me get back into bed and like things return to normal and Hunkley comes back. Blood loss, probably, yeah. But apparently, though, fainting after childbirth is not normal, just so you guys know. It's not normal. In hindsight, it's likely because of all the blood loss, and, like, I hadn't had food in, like, you know, over 43 hours at that point or so, or at least 2 days. I hadn't had food for 2 days, and I'm anemic, so, yeah. But yeah, they had to like monitor me for like postpartum preeclampsia, so that was fun. Yeah, my fainting comes back to bite me in the ass postpartum. Oh, hi, little baby. She just been chilling this whole time. What time is it right now? She's just been napping. I'm sweaty as fuck. I've been holding her this whole time. It's almost 3 hours. She needs to eat. When she wakes up, she needs to eat. Let's see though. About like a half hour after I blacked out, they got me in the wheelchair and they carted me off to the postpartum suite. And then once we get like settled in, we had some periodic visits from like hospital staff here and there. Like one was like taking our dinner order, another was asking us to fill out a form for the baby's name. But like the visits at this point were like care nurses who stopped by to like give me like meds and push down on my lower abdomen. I guess it's like help push out like any extra chunks of placenta or, you know, things that are still stuck in there. I don't really know. But yeah, they had to push down on my abdomen quite frequently, actually. Just curious, is Peanut natural milk or on formula at this point? She's combo. It's combination. Ideally I would like to be full breast milk, but that's just not in the cards for me at the moment. So she just fed is best is the motto over here. She gets what she gets out of me, and then whatever she can't get out of me, she gets from the bottle, from the formula. So all good here. But yeah. They did bring the baby back from the nursery, which is crazy because like we didn't get like any extra instructions. She's like, I know like how often to feed the baby. No, here's how to swaddle them. Just here's your baby. Good luck, Lamau. See you fucking later. But like then the lactation specialist, like she came through and she's like this old lady, right? And she came in to show me like how nursing worked and how to do like the cross cradle hold, how to hand express, like really was like showing me some of the ropes and like how to use the manual pump. Like she was really sweet and she really seemed like she wanted to get the baby to latch, but like unfortunately for me, Peanut really struggled with this. She just kept screaming at the boob. So the nurse is just like, well, just keep trying. Normally, babies who are born premature will figure they're out their latch around their original due date. And this really sucked and was disheartening. And, like, it really just kind of set the stage for what would be all of my breastfeeding struggles. Yay. But I became very acquainted with the hand pump. And despite fearing otherwise, I was actually able to make milk. Wow! But it actually, in this case, it's like colostrum. It's like the pre-milk before the milk comes on, but like that's besides the point. But yeah, for personal reasons, I've like been low-key worried that like I would not be able to like make any actual breast milk. So like this was huge for me. I'm like, oh great, I'm not defective. Huge. Weirdly enough though, like outside of mom and dad being there, and of course, you know, my mother-in-law barging in, I didn't have any additional family members visit the day after the actual birth happened. Like, it was nice, not gonna lie, to, like, to rest and shit and have some peace and quiet for a little bit. But, like, it was weird. I was like, huh, this is strange. Yeah, they don't make instruction manuals anymore. You have to do the in-game tutorial. It's actually crazy that they just tell you to figure the fuck out, you know? It's like, husbando, take your child. Mama needs scran. That's funny as hell. No, I didn't have any cigars. No. Let's see. Didn't have any visitors. Hunkley, he mainly took care of her while he let me rest, but like he truth be told, he was just enamored with her. He's like, I want to hold the baby. I want to hold her. So, the thing that really it really stunk though postpartum is that they had to periodically come in to do like a heel prick for the baby. Which it's actually, they do it for a couple of reasons, but one reason is for the blood spot screening. They have to do that like 24 hours, like 48 hours after birth. I think it's not, that wasn't one that they did initially, but they were doing the blood glucose monitoring. But they do heel pricks for two reasons. One is the blood spot screening and the other is a blood glucose. So they had to prick her little heel, and oh my fucking God, guys. My heart broke with her little pain cries. Like, I know it's a natural response to respond really negatively to the little blood-curdling scream from the little baby when it's the pain cry, and it's your own little baby. But, like, I cried every single time they did it. Every single time. Like, I know why they do it. I hated it so much. Man. It was awful. But yeah, so baby's doing good. She's healthy. But unfortunately, explicitly because I blacked out, they told me that they have to continuously monitor my blood pressure. They had to leave the IV in my fucking hand. And I had been battling this IV ever since they put it in my hand because it kept snagging on my shirt. It kept snagging on everything. And it was really irritating me at this point. But they had to leave it in my hand because, like, just in case, right? I had to take now iron supplements, which was fun, I guess. So they added that to my pill of my pill cocktail of like painkillers and stool softeners and all that shit. And I was told to buzz the nurses like anytime, every time I need to use the restroom. And also they told me to tell them anytime that I had like a really big blood clot. But yeah, couldn't leave the hospital. They told us you can't leave the hospital any sooner than 48 hours, as they had to monitor me to make sure I didn't have preeclampsia or like a postpartum hemorrhage. So yeah, that's fun. That's
Crazy
so much
story.
fun.
Glad both you and Peanut are doing well.
Thank you so. What the fuck? Excuse me? Thank you for the $100. And I'm glad that you enjoyed the horrors. Sugar, thank you so much. What the fuck? That's so nice. That's so much money. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my god. What the fuck? That's so nice. Don't make me cry. My sister had a crazy story, but yours takes the cake. I know. It was a ride, start to finish. Oh, hi! Hey, little one! Did you hear that? Did you just hear that fucking man fart? Holy cow! That could not have been timed better. Oh, no, you didn't wake her, but she just farted, bro. She good now. Can't believe this. You're supposed to be a lady. You're not supposed to fart like a man. Oh my god. Oh, what comedic timing. She's got my comedic timing. She's gotta be a great content creator one day. Need to fart so bad it woke her up. She back to sleep though. She just needed to push that one big one out. She like me for real. She a gassy girl. Ooh. I see a bit of apples got mixed in there somehow, some way. It's almost like it runs in the family. Oh god, that smells nasty. I'm not looking forward to that poop later. Ugh. But yeah. Let's see. Oh, by the way, this is something they don't tell you about like during the pregnancy, but postpartum, you will effectively be on a constant light period for the next like 5 to 6 weeks or so. Your body is going to be actively pushing out the placenta giblets and shed the uterine lining. So it's just like a normal period, except it's way bigger and lasts way longer. So that's fun. Yay. Also, anything that triggers oxytocin to release in your body will result in a contraction-like cramp. Yes, they hurt. Yes, they catch you off guard. And it's mainly triggered while nursing, but like it can happen while pumping, during skin-to-skin contact, or just like looking at the baby. It sounds like a bad thing, but it is good because the contractions like pull the uterus back into place and helps like the healing process of things. It's cool, the body when it works and it does what it's supposed to. Yeah. What did I just walk into? We're talking about my childbirth story. I was just, we just recanted the tale of the baby. We just recanted the tale of the baby having just been pushed out. And I was just, letting you guys know, postpartum, you're going to be bleeding for a while. Did you feel your guts falling out after? No, thankfully, my one major fear of like my uterus falling out, that didn't happen, thank God. But like, it's weird, it's just weird how the body works to pull itself back together after childbirth. But at some point though, even though I literally just like birthed a human and was like in active labor for like 43 hours straight, I told Hunkley and I suggested to him like that we should take care of the peanut in like shifts, so like one of us could like sleep at any one given time. So I don't know why. I just felt bad, I felt bad. Also, I just realized that Peanut's gonna have her whole story is gonna be like clip vodded and archived via Twitch. If she wants to know the horrors in absolutely excruciating detail, she can listen to this later on in life. Child, if you're listening to this, you're fucking welcome. I suffered so that you could thrive. Just remember that. Don't say I didn't do nothing for you. I was itchy because of you. Do you know how awful it is to be itchy? It's awful, awful. Oh my God. Yeah, I'll never let my little acid baby forget it. It's so crazy that the body goes through like all that trauma and yet you could like completely heal. It's insanely interesting and impressive. I know, right? Previously, here's an album of memories, Inkly. Here's a clip of your birth story. What can I say? I'm just special, you know? Yeah, I know, right? Sorry, Mom. I didn't even let you get your epidural in. My bad. Sorry, Mom. Peanut, if you ever want to skip UC protection, remember what I went through. And just know that it can happen to you. So here's our photo albums. We have montages. Clip compilation! Yay! Welcome to the birth clip compilation. God, imagine being the Twitch baby that was like born on Twitch on stream and like, you know, watching clips of your birth in like 10 years. Wild. Absolutely wild. Let's see. We're now taking sleep shifts at the hospital. And during my rest window, I unfortunately couldn't sleep worth a damn because like the periodic nurse check-ins, the excitement of like texting family members about the birth, pumping like what little milk I had every 2 hours, all the baby noises, like my brain was like wired. I could hear every sound she made and like it kept my brain awake even with my eyes closed. That was really, really not restful rest, you know? And I know it sounds stupid. I felt so bad for Hunkley. I felt so bad that because he was tired and exhausted too, and I prioritized letting him get rest over myself. I might have he may have got some sleep here and there, but like he told me it wasn't good rest at all. And like he mentioned that he felt so mentally and physically sick seeing me in so much pain and being able to do like nothing about it that like he couldn't eat any food or like actually fall into like any sort of like deep sleep, which made me feel so bad. So I'm just like, oh, well, you get some sleep if you can, honey. I'm doing okay now. And anyone that's like, wait, why didn't you like both go to sleep at the same time while the baby slept? And like the thing is, I was so anxious that something would happen to her. That I like wouldn't wake up, that like I physically could not sleep even if I like tried, you know? I could not physically sleep if I tried. So all that to say, I took baby shift from like 11 p.m. to like 4 a.m. And hey, did I neglect to mention that our postpartum room was right in front of the nurse's station? If you know, you know. Welcome to postpartum day 2. After the ad break, I'm going to really quickly go on a BRB because I need to stretch really quick, and also I'm pretty sure I'm gonna see if I can put the peanut down because I'm really, really hot right now. So I will be right back, gamers. All right, gamers, I'm back. You hear this? Hear that thing? Surprise! Watch this. I can mute this with one simple trick, gamers. Hey, listen. Here we go. The magic of the bottle. 1 second she goes from, oh, my life is dying. The second you give her food, happy baby. Life is good. Life is hard when you're little and you've only got one way of communicating. So, Inkly, have you hit Hunkley with the I'm officially a MILF for you now line yet? No, I haven't yet. So relatable though, right? I too get inconsolably angry when I am hungry. I've got a feeling I could smell a shit is starting to brew because she's pooting quite a bit. So I know it's coming. It's just not a matter of if, but when. So we might have to BRB sooner rather than later. But yeah. Thank you for your patience, gamers. Also, Hunkley just got home from work, so I was just yapping with him while I was waiting for the bottle to warm up. Yeah? Why are you slowing down? This is your food, bro. She's like, this is literally the hungriest I've ever been in my life. No, for real. She was like that earlier. She was so inconsolably angry. Like, I had just given her 4 ounces of food, and then she's still crying. Like, she does, like, she has a very particular whine whenever she wants more food. Like, you take the bottle away from her, and she's like, I'm not done yet. She goes, like, I wasn't done yet. And she gets, it's such a pitiful little whine. And she did that when she got to the end of the bottle earlier. And I'm like, ho, you just finished all your food. What do you mean? So I just popped her on the boob. So I'm just like, whatever. Like, I'll let you nurse however long you want. Ain't that much in there, but like, you can have whatever. And then she fell asleep. So apparently she was hungry. She a hungry girl. I think she's going through another growth spurt, if I were to guess. She usually goes through spurts where she wants more food than what we normally give her when she's starting to do her growing. So yeah. You heard baby noises. Yes, you're gonna hear more baby noises because she's literally right underneath the mic. So you will hear her suck on milk and maybe choke on it. Yeah, you good, little dude? Remember to chew your food before swallowing, you goober. She's small, but she wants to be big. She'll get there. She'll get there. And also, now that you guys are here and she is also conscious and awake, if I start talking down I'm talking to her too. I want to include her in the conversation. She's going to have such a nice, colorful vocabulary when she gets older. I'm already saying, like, her first word is not going to be mama. It's not going to be dada. It's just going to be fuck. Her first word is gonna be fuck, unfortunately. It's coming over the horizon. Like, I say it too much. Hunkley says it when he plays games. Chat, that would be so funny. Chat. Oh, I get so tilted. Oh my god. If it turns out to be fuck or chat, we will need to know. Can we get a poll? What do you guys think her first word is gonna be? Is it gonna be chat or is it gonna be fuck? Put that shit on a plaque, bro. The odds of her first words happening on stream, that'd be crazy. Nah, she's already starting to vocalize, though. Like, she's starting to go, blah, 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 blah. So if I start talking when she is not currently eating, then you guys might hear her start talking back to me, because that's the new thing she's been doing lately, is just talking back. Peanut's first word, gamers. Let's put our votes in now. Lock it in, gamers. My vote's gonna be fuck. Although, I mean, they're both 2-syllable words. Both are pretty difficult, you know. Like, dada is usually the most likely one, just because it's on the front. Like, front-facing words, like where it rests in the mouth, is going to be easier to say for the baby. So mama and dada, those are usually pretty easy. Fuck, I mean, you have to, like, use teeth, so I don't know, man. Chat, it could happen, but again, she needs teeth. Fuck, although, she just goes, fuck, you know, that'd be, I count that. Motherfucker. That would be funny. That would be really funny. Could you imagine you catch her first words on a clip? I would cry, dude. That would be diabolical. I'm like, first words. Nah, her first word were, I have a video of her. She's doing her baby babbles or whatever. And I'm like, yo, you got any wisdom for me? And she literally just goes, Funny as shit. Got it on video. It's funny how mama is almost universal across unrelated languages just because the sound babies make when playing with her mouth. I'm pretty sure that's what moms name themselves after, the sound that the babies can easily make the most to feed their egos. But that's just my theory as a woman. Because mom responds to it, they repeat the sound to get her attention. Exactly. It's the easiest sound that they can make. Literally so easy. It's so easy a baby could say it. Also, I learned that motherese, not baby talk where you're saying absolute gibberish to the baby, but the tone and cadence that parents tend to use towards small children, like babies, where it's like kind of lightened and they kind of like, they slow their speech down. And like, I'm going to look at her as I do it. Like, you know, when you talk to the baby and you're like explaining things to her in a monologue, you do that voice. And apparently that is universal across the globe, across languages and cultures. Like, mothers have done that for generations, and it's theorized that it helps a shit ton with language development. So that's really cool. That's just a thing we do without even really thinking about it. So if you ever feel like you're crazy for, you know, talking sweetly and softly to your little baby, just know you're not spoiling them. You're just doing something that we have done for literal generations. It's effective. It works. Okay, so chat is saying that her first word is going to be fuck. All right. I'm glad that we are all in consensus on this one. I know I said it'll be chat, but I'm hoping it'll be fuck, bro. It would be funny either way. Either outcome is hilarious. And like, I know a lot of the parents, they try to get into this competition of like, oh, what is the baby gonna say first? Is the baby gonna say mama or dada? And I'm like, I'm honestly, I hope that she says dada first. I will be real. I'm not competitive like that, bro. I want her to say dada. I want Hunkley to feel special, you know? Be like, I knew it. She loves me more. Because think about it this way. I have a bit of an unfair advantage. I feed her milk. I hold her. I'm with baby all the time. Yes, I am with you all the time. So I have an unfair bonding advantage. So I feel like it's only fair that the first word she says is dada. I think that's only fair. He works hard. He works hard to take care of the both of us, so I think that's only fair. Hi, you're looking at me. You're holding my shirt now. How is your food? Oh, you need a burp. Oh, thanks. Good for you. I didn't even need to sit you up. You just burped. All right, let me flip you up. I feel like you look like you got another one in you, though. Oh, yeah, burp cloth. Can't forget that. All right.
Brother,
She got no manners. Who raised this baby? See if we can get one on stream. Come on, burp for chat, baby. Burp for chat. Come on, anywhere's good. Yeah? Yeah, little dude? Anything? Anything, big girl? I mean, she's right next to the mic. It would be funny. I mean, I burp for y'all all the time, but, like, it's not special because, like, I'm an adult, you know? Her burps are crazy, though. She burps like a man. She also farts like a man. Like, she has... every now and then, she'll have, like, shotgun farts, and I'd be like, was that you, Hunkley's like, no, that was the baby. Not Peanut. Do not vomit in the mic. No, do not. She spittles. Ew. She's also in the phase of blowing bubbles, so she is starting to spit and drool everywhere, which is quite fun. All right, I'm going to hold you up. Now that she is also been fed, I have to hold her upright in some form of vertical position, and she's smiling at me now. Yeah, she thinks I'm talking to her now. She doesn't know that I'm not actually schizophrenic, and I am actually talking to real other adults that are listening to me right now. Hey, you got anything to say to chat? Hey. Yeah, me too. Burp the baby! Burp the baby. Burp the baby. Whoop, whoop. Hey, well, don't move your head like that. She still has a bit of a floppy neck, so she's got good neck strength and good control, but also she floppy neck. So like she rolls a certain way, and I'm like, oh no, I gotta catch that before she flops onto the freak out. Still have to deal with floppy baby neck, and they're so fragile. They're sturdy, but they're fragile, you know. Gotta support the neck. That's also, they don't tell you this. When you hold baby, it is most important to support the neck because, again, they do not have any motor control over their neck when they are very tiny and very small. They don't learn how to hold their head up for a very long time. She still doesn't really know how to hold her head up for long periods of time. I mean, she can, but, like, not for long periods. You know what I mean? So, you gotta support the neck. Support the neck and then, like, support their bottom or their waist or something. As long as you're supporting the neck, like, you're good. Yeah, the head is heavy as fuck. It's hard being a big baby head. It is, you know? Life's hard when you're a baby. I need Hunkley to build one of these looking. Is this burping robot? That's crazy. What does this thing look like? He really just like made a burping thing. That's crazy. You know, there's this thing called your arm. You don't need all this. That's hilarious. Holy fuck. What the hell, man? Let me pull up OBS and on the main on the gaming PC just so I could show you guys this fuck shit. What the hell? Oh, thank you. Thank you for the additional burp. Thank you, big girl. Thank you. How very mindful and demure of you. You're so cute. Yes, you are. Okay. Where is it? It's a window capture. I have not done this in so long. Pardon my rust, gamers. There it is. Okay, and then I think it's projector? Yeah, projector. Big girl burp. Her baby's first burp on stream. Unfortunately, she had her first fart on stream. So your life is just gonna be monetized without you ever showing your face. $1 million baby who no one knows. Where are we? What am I doing? Oh, I was showing you guys this weird fuck shit burp machine. Hang on. Go back over here and then this button. Yes. It's been so long. I'm so sorry, y'all. This is the burp machine. This is the burp machine. You put baby on this. You put the baby. You just put the baby and then it doesn't smack.
Correct position. Just open up the app and tap the burp baby button.
I'm sorry. What the fuck is this? Slap the baby. Accurate amount of milk spray.
That worked great.
Perfect. I'll buy one. I'll take 30. Thanks. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh, what an invention. You want that? I don't think the baby wants that invention. She's like, no, thank you. Oh. Uh-oh, are we getting angry? Are we getting angry, big girl? Binky. Binky. Take the binky. I need to get her a bigger binky. This one's getting too small for her. And she could shove it out way easier. All right, there we go. There we go. We get gross sucking noises from the baby now. What a graceful creature she is. Yeah. I know. She's so cute, though. She's a little cross-eyed. Don't pull the binky out of your mouth. That's the other thing she's been doing. She's also figured out, oh, my hands can also be used to take this thing that has been silencing me out of my mouth. So she's been yeeting her binky. So that's been a fun development. Yay, motor skills, but also, oh, man, you know, I don't know if I ever want kids, but this is extremely cute and heartwarming. She's very sweet. It's obviously having kids isn't for everyone, but like, but for me, don't cry. Don't cry. It's not for everyone, but for me, I feel like I'm built for it. I'm built for this. Yeah? What's wrong? What happened? What happened, baby? All right. All right, let me hold you upright. Let me hold you upright. There we go. Yeah? You're probably a little hot and sweaty, too. I'm hot and sweaty. I know I am. Gonna make me cry. I know. She's so cute. She knows it, though. She's a little booger. Yay, motor skills, but why those motor skills in particular, right? Yeah. Gotta protect this little creature. More burps. Wow, you just burping like crazy, girlfriend. I bet you the burping, in addition to that shit that you have brewing in there, is not pleasant, bro. Yes, learning the art of the yeet. Bro, between the slapping machine and just yeeting the baby, I feel like she's gonna be great. She's gonna be so sturdy. She'll be the unmovable baby. we go. She likes to bounce. She likes sitting upright and she likes bouncing. It's particularly also, here's a pro tip for you. If you ever have a baby and they're like, if they are inconsolable and angry, try holding them upright, like they're sitting up, face them out away from you so they're looking around the room. And like support their body from their butt, and then also support them like an arm bar across the front of their body and hold their arms up over your top arm. If you do that, the baby fucking loves it. Every baby's different, but generally babies really love it. And they're like, ooh, I get to look around the room and I get to act grown. She like peekaboo. I haven't admittedly played peekaboo with her. The time that I did it, she was kind of like more in the potato baby stage. So like she didn't respond much to it. I might be able to try it now that she's actually like responsive and like she's like acknowledging that I am a person, not just, you know, a bag of milk. VRB, you got to drive to work for a moment and plug in the freezer that's been unplugged over the weekend. Try not have it overheat. All right, well, good luck. Drive safe and talk to you in a little bit, dude. Yeah, congrats for the kid. Have a nice stream. Gonna lurk. Enjoy your lurk, Akuma. Good to see you. Yeah, the burp machine was something out of Wallace and Gromit. Like, you know. Yeah? Yeah, what's up, big girl? You too. We're having a conversation, although I don't think I'm following your conversation just yet. Like I told you guys, this is going to be a first to see how she does while I'm on stream. Hopefully this isn't obnoxious because, well, babies are babies. I'm used to it because, like, I will do calls on the phone with mom as she goes and talks to me. So I'm used to this. But, like, also, yeah. She could be discussing her plans to take over the world and we would never know. It would be really funny, like, in edits, if she's talking while I'm talking in the clip, just to, like, add her and, like, make up fuck shit subtitles of things that she's saying. Yeah? You too. Yeah, you look like you're being burdened by gas. I'm so sorry, Peanut. Shh. It's okay. It's okay, baby. It's okay, big girl. It's okay. Easy, cheesy. Easy, cheesy. Sorry. You're back, Dusty. You're listening to that for the first time. I got you. Here's what we're gonna do, Pinky. All right, where was I in the story? Hey, don't shove the pinky out, kid. I know. You don't like it, but here we go. All right, so where were we? Oh, yeah. So I'm on the baby shift for the first time. First night with the baby. That's how I felt most of the time, actually. Unironically. So imagine it's 1 a.m., if you will, and you hear this noise, screaming, crying, and she is screaming bloody murder because she spit up all over the place. And it got into her little hat that they gave us at the hospital because, you know, babies cone-headed. So they're like, oh, we're going to put a hat on their head so they don't lose heat. And also so you don't have to look at their weird deformed skull. So she got vomit on her hat, which was very, very sad. So I'm having to settle her down from this little miniature crisis, and then she got fussy again after like an hour, and then she wanted more food. She just kept demanding food. This greedy little bastard kept going like this. Yes, the peanut is here. She's here. Proof. It's okay, Peanut. It's okay. Big eater. I'm gonna face you out. All right, you get to look at chat now. It's not much. It's a bunch of words. You can't even read yet. Imagine not knowing numbers, bro. Imagine, like, literally being so stupid you don't know what numbers and words are. Crazy. Who taught you? Who raised you? Who raised you to be so stupid? I love my baby. She's little airhead. She little goober. No one yet. So true. So true. But yeah, she's freaking out. She's hungry all night. And around 4 a.m., she starts crying like crazy over a really dirty diaper. Now, mind you, this is my very first diaper change. Never changed a kid's diaper prior to this. So I'm also struggling to move around at this point. Like, I'm stable and I can walk around for like short periods of time. But like, if I'm standing up for too long, I get lightheaded. Bless you. But yeah, if I stand up for too long, I get lightheaded. So I'm struggling to move around. I'm wobbling over to her rolling bassinet cart to go change the diaper. And she has peed through the diaper and it leaked all into the nice swaddle that Hunkley had done. So that was unfortunate. I get her out of the swaddle and then into the footy zip-up PJ, the backup that we brought along. And I open the diaper and I see it full of disgusting black tar-like poop. And, as well as the pee, but it was just full of black poop. So I clean up the little tar pit, which, by the way, that's meconium. That's normal. That's the very first poop. So I clean up this sticky tar, and oh God, what they didn't tell us is that like the first poops for the baby, the meconium, it's really sticky. It sticks to the baby's body. It sticks to their little rectum, and like it doesn't smell at all because it's full of sterile stuff from whatever the baby swallows like in utero. But like it's gross and very nasty looking and very like stringy and sticky. Ugh, gross. But here I am, baby screaming, frantically fumbling around with my weak ass body, trying to find like her backup footy in the suitcase, and she is just wailing and screaming. And I'm trying so hard to let Hunkley sleep and like not wake him up, and she's just making that very difficult. So after struggling to get a baby, mind you, first diaper change, I'm struggling to change her diaper, and then I'm also struggling to get her into brand new clothes for the first time ever. So after that, I struggled to swaddle her effectively. And you know how, like I said earlier, how, like, she was so tiny and so fragile, and I was afraid that I would hurt her. So I'm struggling, like, how the hell I'm supposed to move and reposition her little body so I could do the swaddle, right? And I'm embarrassed to admit this as well, but like I never looked up how to do a swaddle. I didn't know how to do it. I wasn't really watching people who were making them super efficiently, so I didn't know how to do the swaddle. I tried to do it like like I would wrap a burrito, but like it kept coming loose and it was bad and she's flailing out of it. And like I'm trying to let Hunkley sleep and the baby is crying. And I'm just, I got so upset and overwhelmed. And I know it's stupid, but like I cried. I started sobbing. I'm just like, I felt like a failure. I'm like, I haven't even been a mom for 24 hours and I suck at this. I failed. I can't even change a fucking diaper. I'm a failure. I might as well. Fuck me, I guess. I suck at this. Not built to be a mom. I was crying, man. It was awful. I was so hard on myself. And I was like, I can't do it as good as Hunkley can. It's his first day. Why can't I do it? So eventually I picked myself back up. She's still crying, by the way. And I decided, okay, I'm just gonna quickly look up on the phone like a video how to swaddle. And I'm like, the video tutorial was going way too fast, but I'm like, okay, I fold this way, I do it this way, you go under, okay, got it. So I learned how to do the swaddle, but I'm just like, I had to learn on the fly. Pro tip, gamer, if you have a baby or planning to have a baby, learn how to do a swaddle before you have the baby to save yourself the headache when you have to re-swaddle them for the first time. Just so you know. Just so you know. But yes. Also, in my panicked haste to, like, make the baby stop crying, I didn't realize it till well after the fact, until, like, the next diaper change. But, I'd put the diaper on backwards. And I didn't realize that until, like, I saw, like, most diapers, it'll have, like, back on the label of the diaper. So I'm just like, oh, I put this on wrong. No wonder I was struggling to put the diaper on you. This was on the wrong way the whole time. My bad. So, oopsie. I mean, she didn't leak through or nothing, but I'm just like, oh, oops. Also, we were using the wrong sized diapers for a while. So in the hospital, they gave you like, you know, size newborn diapers. She's a preemie. She's way smaller than newborns. So I didn't know it until way later, but I'm like, oh, the nurse is like, oh, you're using the wrong size diaper for her. Let me go get you some preemie diapers. So yeah, it was a lot easier to deal with her when she wasn't peeing through her diapers because they actually fit her now. Yay! Yay! Did she just try and gag? What do you mean? What you mean? I'm talking about the diaper. She didn't eat the diaper. She didn't eat the diaper. Or are you talking about the baby? Like right now, did you hear her gag? No, she's just grunting. She's a grunty baby. She's also yawning. I'm sitting her upright. I heard gagging noises from the baby. Nah, she's good. She babbles and she makes a lot of noises. A lot of throaty, lots of noises, but she's chilling. Who ate a diaper? I did. What are you gonna do about it, bitch? I ate all the diapers. Nah, she's good. For the longest time, I would hear the noises. She's like going like, I thought, is that a normal noise for a baby to make? Apparently, if a baby drinks breast milk in general, that is very normal for their throats to just kind of sound as weird as they do. But baby needs those. Nah, baby's free. Baby doesn't need a diaper. Baby pees where baby was. Baby pees on the puppy pad. There are some people that legitimately they will let their baby run free range and they let them pee on the puppy pads. Crazy work. I'm like, I don't know who needs to tell you this, but your baby is a baby. It is not a dog. What the fuck? Like, baby don't even know how to crawl yet. Hello? Yeah? She hold my hand. She hold my hand. You really like being at the streamer deck, don't you? You like being a streamer, kid. She's sitting at the gamer desk, sitting upright like she grown. Hell yeah. How's her grip? A very strong grip. She got a good grip, bro. It's so good that like she will grab my hair and then she will yank down and it hurts. And she's pulling my hair now. It's great. I say unjoyously. The baby is barely learning how to start existing. Baby ain't no doggo. Yeah, I have to go ow, 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 ow. So I had to figure out how to unlatch her hand the safe way so I could get my hair out of her hands. But her thing is that she just immaculately knows how to be covered in hair. Like she always has a long ass hair of mine somewhere on her body. If not in her hands and between her fingers, then it's either wrapped around her arm, one is around her neck, another's around her knees, another's in her toes somehow. And I'm like, I don't shed that much. How? She wants to hold mom. Any little bit of me she can get. Baby's got that inhuman strength for sure. Yeah? Cough, cough. You good? Yeah? You spitting? Yeah, you spitting facts, little dude. Yeah. You said it. Word, baby. Word. She's so smart. She's not. She knows. She literally doesn't know how to count to 2. Like, what the fuck, man? I know. She likes to make baby noise. Did she really just say yeah? You'll run that one back? The first yeah from baby. She learned it from me. Yeah. I say yeah, you say yeah. We all go yeah. Damn, we didn't put that on the poll. Her first words were gonna be yeah. Dang it. I hope you, Hunkley, and your kid are doing good. Every night I always pray for you and your family. Thank you, Ryan. That really means a whole lot. I gotta say, I'm doing a lot better these days than I was in the initial beginning. Like, the first month postpartum was brutal. But now, I said this yesterday to my brother, and I'll say it again. Like, I feel like, you know, the clouds are parting, and, you know, I think I'm out of the trenches now. Knock on wood, but because, you know, everything can change week to week. You know, her teeth might come in tomorrow and like she'll be a demon baby from hell, and I will regret the fact that I ever said that, you know, life is getting good again. But for now, it's getting a little easier. Like, there are some challenges. It's still difficult here and there, but it's not nearly as bad as it was in the beginning. Like, there are people that love being newborn parents. I am not one of those people. I have learned I do not like being the parent of a newborn because having to do those late nights, those long stints, being overtired, it's not for the faint of heart. It really isn't. So, all that to say, thank you for the prayers. I definitely needed it. Hunkley needed it. We all needed it. So, thank you. It's like, this is not how I expected my night to go. Had a cider, chilling out, and now listen to a whole story of Moot's birth. Right? I know. What a crazy Sunday for you. Or is this a Monday? I don't know. I'm glad that you had a cider. Man, I had my first margarita yesterday in like over a year, and I'm so happy. Also, I could say this now. Unfortunately, this baby, due to the timing of the password game collab that I did with DX last year, that was before I knew that I was pregnant. So technically speaking, this baby has indirectly consumed some booze. My bad, gamer. She accidentally had some soju. Oh no, my bad. Alcoholic baby. Listen, alcohol in the very, very first month of pregnancy ain't the worst. I literally didn't know. So like, how could I know? It's okay. She lived, so she's here. We're good. I didn't have a drop of alcohol after I knew that she existed, but like before, oopsies. So much for that bottle of tequila, though. I literally gotten tequila so I could like make margaritas, and then I found out that like I was having a baby. I was like, fuck, that sucks, man. Monday morning now, but honestly, it's been such a nice story to listen to, and we're not even done yet. So, yeah, like I said, I'm trying to be quiet. I'm struggling to deal with my baby. I'm crying. I'm a failure, right? Let's see. So here I am feeling like a little nasty failure stew, right? And then, Hunkley wakes up to take care of Peanut, right? It's finally my turn to rest, yeah? Psych, bitch! Welcome to the revolving door from hell! So, the hospital staff, they decided to pester me and the baby for something that would felt like every 30 minutes. Like, machine and blood pressure check here. A baby heel prick there. Lactation specialist checking in. Knock, knock, knock. Nutrition lady leaving the order sheet for breakfast. A nurse wanting me to fill out a form for the birth certificate. Another nurse talking to me about a hearing test. Another nurse talking about that baby's first bath and my preferences. Another nurse coming in to fill me in or ask me about a form for vaccines. Nutrition lady coming back to get my order. OBGYN checking in with me, making sure I'm good. Shift change nurses coming in to push on my abdomen every once in a while and make sure I'm taking my drugs. They take the baby away for testing, due to, being testing positive for, what, I forget what it was. Was it hepatitis? No, it wasn't. It was something else. Strep B, that's what it was. Tested positive for Strep B, so unfortunately, they had to take the baby away to do vitals for that. They do more blood pressure tests on me. Like you get the idea. And this was every 20 to 30 minutes, starting from 6 a.m. onwards, right? And Hunkley said that he was still tired after 7 a.m. So, I told him just to go back to sleep since the hospital staffers seemed really hell-bent on bugging me all morning long. I hadn't slept a wink properly since the day prior. I just birthed the baby, and I'm functioning on a maximum of, 2 hours of anxiety-style half-sleep, right? So, around 11 a.m., Mom comes back to the hospital with coffee, and my mother-in-law, she comes in with my sister-in-law. They blipped in, said hi, looked at the baby. They didn't want to hold her, and then they blipped right out because my sister-in-law had some sort of I think a horse riding lesson or something. I don't really know. So they were in and out. They said hi, goodbye. My father-in-law came in, visited. His stop was a little longer than my mother-in-law's, but he also didn't want to hold the baby. I was cool with people holding the baby. I don't know why people didn't want to hold the baby. I'm You can hold her. It's okay. I need a break. Horses, umumusame, right? I know, right? Horseback riding is a very expensive hobby, my guy. But still. Let's see. And eventually, because after my father-in-law left, Mom was around, and also Hunkley was awake, so I could finally take a shower. Although I did need assistance from Hunkley for that, so I'm like, all right. The nurse was explicitly said, hey, if she needs to take a shower, let us know and we'll bring a chair or something. So, we got the chair. The nurse told me to make sure I didn't pass out because, the steam and the heat could make me pass out. So, yeah. I take a nice little shower, first shower since I had birthed the baby the day prior. It was so nice. It was so nice, man. Yeah, it's fair, but also I'm just like, man, but I got to take a shower. I felt nice after that. And then I had to deal with 2 really persistent staffers. I don't know if they were nurses or what, but they dumped paperwork on me that I had to fill out. And apparently it was super important and time sensitive because they kept coming back to check and see if I had finished filling the papers out. And the nutrition lady is in the middle of all that, and she really wanted me to fill out the food order for dinner, so I'm having to deal with government document type shit, and these 2 people pestering me about that. And the nutrition lady thinks that she's the most important one and be like, I need a food order. I'm like, I'm trying to fill out these giant ass forms. And also still help take care of a baby at all the while. So yeah. Having to pump, having to, take care of a baby, having to do a bajillion papers. It's a lot. It's a lot. And then, of course, the revolving door, it keeps going. It ramps up even more. More tests, more heel pricks, more. Then lunch came around. But between, all the hospital staff and, taking care of the kiddo, by the time that I got enough of, a break from it all, my lunch was cold. I had ordered a hamburger, bro. That shit was cold by the time that I could eat it. My grandparents, they did come around for a visit, so it was nice seeing them. And I'm glad that they came over and they held the baby. They wanted to hold the baby, so I'm like, there we go, much better, much better. I think if my memory serves correct, Mom couldn't stick around for a super long. I can't remember. I think if Mom is still here. Oh, it's my phone connection. There we go. Lag. Hello. There we go. I don't know why that glitched all of a sudden. I can't remember if Mom was there the whole time. I know she had leave or something. If my memory serves, I'm hazy on this. I know she came back later, but I don't remember if she was there the whole time. I can't remember. I don't know. Why is my VTube Studio acting like this? Hello? Do I need to switch models? Do I need to switch models? Is it having that much trouble now? Hello? There we go. Are we back? I think we're back. I don't know. Internet had a blip. Whatever. Let's see. Praise the machines, right? Back to Chibi PNG. Honestly, if my laptop can't handle Prism model, I might inadvertently have to switch back to the half model just because, this PC struggles, man. It struggles. I know, I love this model too, but my laptop cannot handle this thing. Hey, if you like me being 3 frames per second, whatever, it's good. Oh, that was a big poot. Holy cow, girlfriend. Are you getting ready to shit all over the place? Back to the popsicle! Yeah. Nah, next is 1.0. We'll tough it out until 1.0. How about that, gamers? I will keep going until this PC explodes or 1.0 happens. Let's see. Where were we? I lost my place. Oh yeah, the staffers, the sheet, grandparents visiting. Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot about this. I wrote this and I forgot about this. So, Oh, you're going to Off Kai? Nice! Have fun! I know it's besides the point, but yeah, say hi to Cookie T, right? Good luck. Have fun. I'm jealous of you. I wish I could go to conventions this year, but I can't. Boo. Maybe next year, though. Maybe next year. Let's see. So later on, one of the noteworthy... Yeah, she's thinking about it too, and that's where I'm at. So one of the hospital staff people that came through in the afternoon was like a contract photographer. I didn't know that this was a thing, that some hospitals have like photographers like on retainer that they like contract workers, and they like let them roam around like the postpartum suites and be like, hey, do you want professional photography of your baby? And you know, the way that, you know, the nurse earlier had made it sound like, it sounded like it was a complimentary thing, like it was going to be free 99. So like I was like, yeah, that's sure, that sounds fine, whatever. So here the photographer was, and so she stripped the baby down, made her very cold, made the baby cry, and like I mentioned earlier, hearing my baby cry made me very upset. So here she is, cold, have pictures taken of her, and she's crying, and I'm having to sit there and just watch it. And I cried. I was really upset because like this lady was just taking her dear sweet time, making my poor preemie baby cry. And mom, while she was still there, she told the lady, hey, we need to be quick. Like this baby is a preemie, and like she cannot be cold for a long time. And it's a really, really, really good thing that Hunkley was not in the room as this photo shoot was happening in our labor and delivery suite. Like, because he was in the shower at this time. If he was in the room seeing this happen, he would have probably killed someone. Like, hearing your baby cry like that it does something primal to you, man. You're just like, you're doing this to my baby. You're making them suffer. You're making them cold. How could you do this? She has opinions about it too. She's saying, fuck that lady. For real. Here you go. Binky, girl. Binky. I know. That's how I felt too. All that to say though, the pictures turned out great. They were super fucking expensive though. Like, I would not have bought them if not for the fact that I would really regret having nice mementos of what my daughter looked like in like her first 24 hours of life. And also for the fact that if I didn't buy those pictures, then my poor little baby girl cried and was forced to be super cold for absolutely nothing. So like, yeah, I got the pictures. I bought them. They're really pretty though. But also, bad experience. Not fun. Not fun at all. But yeah, sometime like later on in the evening, like when I was finally asleep for a nap, some nurses, they came in to do the baby bath in the room. And when I was talking to the nurses earlier about setting up the baby's first bath, I told them I was okay with them taking her into the nursery to do it, like to do their, professional cleaning. And here they were with the stuff, and I told them like, what? We're doing it in here? They're like, oh, you wanted it to be in the nursery? And they're like, oh, we'll be right back to take her back then.
Here for the Lagugu.
Okay. Here.
Lagugu.
Here, Lagugu Lagaga. I just fed her, so she angry.
Of course.
Thank you, honey. In and out like the thief in the night, stealing my baby. All right, I could put this boppy down. Holy cow, I'm burning up. That thing is like a furnace. As a media graduate, I'm gonna fucking fight that photographer. I mean, I get it. Like, the photography, like, it was great. And for what she did, she was in and out in 10 minutes, but also like $200 for photos is diabolical. Diabolical, I say. Let's see though. Yeah, the nurses came in for the bath, right? And I'm just like, oh, we're doing the bath in here? That's not what I said. So they go take the rolling guard, and they're like, oh, well, we'll take her back, and we'll get someone to come back. We'll come back in a little bit, right?
then the shift change nurse, just so you know, they didn't come back. The shift change nurse, she comes in and she takes a look at the baby. And she's like, did they ever do her first bath? And I'm like, no, that didn't happen. And the nurse just sighed and she's like, I'll get someone on that. I'm so sorry. So, shout out to the PM nurse. I loved her. I did not get her name, which is a shame, but she was wonderful. She was another no nonsense type, like really straight laced and like, you know, really by the book, but like she loaded me up on water bottles. She hooked me up with a shit ton of diapers and wipes. Like she legitimately like gave me like 6 bottles of water at one time and literally said, you don't have to drink all these. I just like to load my patients up so that way if I get super busy, you don't have to wait like 20 minutes just for some damn water. Like, trust me, been there, got you, mama. So she was amazing. I loved her. She was also really funny too. So I'm just like, fuck yeah. She was chill. Like, she was very by the book, no nonsense, but also chill, you know? I respect it. Way better than the nurse, you know, straight-laced nurse that, like, didn't give a shit about me. She also, like, said, like, hey, by the way, like, if you need to get, like, any rest without a baby around, please give us a call and tell us, like, that's what the nursery's here for. Like, we'll change your diaper, we'll keep an eye on her, we'll feed her if you're okay with her having formula, otherwise, we'll bring her right back. And, like, that was nice information to know. No one told me that I could just use the nursery. Like, you know, my OB, she mentioned it briefly in passing, like, oh yeah, you can put, the nursery is great, but, like, I didn't think that I was just allowed to send my baby to the nursery just because. Like, once I learned this, I took advantage of that knowledge. If you ever go to a hospital and they have a nursery there, send the baby to the nursery so you can get some damn shut-eye. Do it. Do not feel bad. Literally, that's what it's there for. Just saying. Just saying. Congratulations on the baby.
Long
Thank
time no
you.
see.
Thank you.
Congrats
Also,
on the
thank
new
you so
edition.
much for the resub. Hello, Mercury. Sub dork. Long time no see. Congrats on the new edition. Thank you. Thank you, Mercury. It's good to see you, dude. It's been a while. Hope you've been well, man. Hell yeah. Oh my goodness. But yes, nursery was a godsend. Let's see. What else? Another one of like the staffer visits that I had was the hearing test people, which I'm gonna be so honest. I have beef with the hearing test people. So the hearing test itself wasn't bad. The staffers were really nice. The baby responded well, and like it took like 20 minutes to do. But what I got beef with is the fact that they made it seem like the hearing test was a mandatory thing that we had to do before we were allowed to get cleared to leave the hospital. Which is fine, whatever, right? But explain to me why I'm getting a fucking invoice in the mail for something that my insurance isn't paying a dime for? Hello? Like, when it was mandatory for me to leave the hospital? Like, my insurance covered my extra OB visits, and they covered the anesthesiologist without second-guessing a single bit of it. But the hearing test that's mandatory, they're like, nah, bro, you're on your own for that. Like, fuck, bro? Excuse me? Anyway, it's not that bad, but like, I'm just like, this was not a bill I was expecting. I was expecting like a really expensive ass anesthesiology bill. I was not expecting this. Anyhow. My dad did stop by to visit after his shift at work, and like, dude, I gotta say, man, after I realized something clicked in my brain. Like, I was observing how my dad was handling my baby girl. And, like, I was, like, watching him like a hawk. Like, the baby gets a little fussy after a feed. But, like, that man, he just grabbed her, held her upright on his chest, leaning against him. And it was a hold that I hadn't seen yet. I'm like, I didn't know I was allowed to do that with a baby. And, you know, she just calmed down immediately. She calmed down immediately. And I'm like, holy shit. But yeah, it was at this point I realized maybe after having 6 kids, my old folks, they might actually legitimately be pros in handling children. Perhaps, it might be wise to see what tricks they have up their sleeve. Babies should be born with a complete holding instruction manual. Right? That's what I'm saying. Like, dude, gotta try and hang out sometime when things cool down. Right? Agreed, Mercury. Ugh. But yeah, turns out studying my parents was a great idea. Phenomenal. Because I also learned a new different hold for holding a baby while nursing. Because my mom, she's like, you know, she told me she learned this method from having to nurse twins at the same time. Because, you know, they too were also preemie babies. So having to figure out how to do a single arm football hold with a baby on the sides. I'm like, oh, knowledge being received right now. This is big brain. So I learned a different way to hold the baby, and, you know, she actually had an easier time latching using that hold. Now, granted, it wasn't for a very long time, and she got absolutely no milk, but, like, she had an easier time with that. So I'm like, interesting. That's, But anyway, the moral of the story here is, like, if you're not sure how to do something as a new parent, it may be a wise idea to pay attention to your parents and see how they do some things. Like, they did the whole baby thing once or twice, you know? So, like, if you're still alive and turned out okay, then it probably couldn't hurt to try whatever they did. Unless, like, you know, your parents were letting you smoke cigars or, like, yeeting you across the room like a football, like, or, I don't know, a hot potato. Like, if they did that, then maybe don't do what they did, but, like, otherwise, like, why not? Couldn't hurt, man. Once or twice or 6 times in my mom's case. With twins, mind you. I will never understand my sister-in-law. Not the cool one, but, like, my other brother's sister-in-law. I don't understand her and her just, like, what was I saying? I forgot. Holy shit. Oh, sorry. I was thinking of my parents. So, for whatever reason, my sister-in-law didn't want my mom to babysit their kid. Because I guess they thought that she couldn't handle it or something. And I'm just sitting here like, what the fuck are you smoking? Like, you do realize my mom dealt with 2 babies at the exact same time with other children present, with 3 other kids. Twins with other kids. Huh? What do you mean she can't handle? What are you smoking? You know? That's where I was at. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I called her out on it. I'm like, you do know she had twins and also 3 kids with said twins, right? And she's like, oh. I didn't think of it like that. I'm like, yeah, no shit. Like, she knows what she's doing, man. It must have been super special for him to hold little Peanut like he held you. I know. I'm so glad that, you know, my parents were around to be able to hold my little baby girl. I'm just like, aw. Also a break. Thank God. I always, whenever I'm around my parents and they're interacting with my baby, I always feel like I'm, like, learning something new because I'm just like, that's how they do things. Interesting. But yeah, my brother, speaking of that sister-in-law, my brother and sister-in-law, they did also come with their baby in the middle of the day, or in the night-ish evening, which is funny, because out of the 5 siblings that I have, only one of them came by to visit me in the hospital after the baby was born. Like, Sass and her husband, they get a pass, but, like, they didn't get to see the baby. Apples was there, like, in a brief hello and, like, goodbye, but she didn't see the baby because I believe the baby was out at the nursery at the time. So, yeah, it's just funny. It's just funny to me that Sass and her husband, they were just, like, they didn't see the baby. They just, like, gave me a cantaloupe and said, like, Lamau, good luck, bye. My other siblings, like, they legitimately had a reason that they couldn't. They were busy with work and shit, so, like, I don't fault them for that. But, like, still. Yeah, I know. You did you see Peanut? I thought you only said hi to me. I can't remember. Everything's a blur, dude. Oh, no. Am I being called out for lying on the internet? I forgot. In my defense, I don't have a record of this. There isn't a text log of you being there. And I don't have a photo of you holding the baby. So my bad, bro. Abby catching strays about the peanut. I swear, Mom would have taken a picture of you holding the peanut, though. I did see Peanut. Okay. I just don't have a photo of it, so, like, I don't know if it happened. I don't know if I hallucinate shit or not, bro. Again, you know, sometimes you be tripping balls, and, like, I was also super sleep deprived, so in my defense, memory is a bit fuzzy. Did you know when you are sleep deprived, your memory isn't good? So that's why a lot of parents don't remember the shittiest parts about being a newborn parent, because literally you can't sleep to process the information and store it in long-term memory. In case you weren't aware. You didn't hold Peanut. Oh, okay, no thanks. Got it. Mother-in-law should have been there to take the photo. You're so right. Where was my photographer when I needed her? My invasive ass photographer. Love her though, but also what the fuck? But yeah, after my folks and siblings left for the night, the rest of the that evening was relatively uneventful, except for, like, you know, the additional heel pricks and, like, you know, blood glucose tests that the nurses had to do. And also, oh, I forgot to mention this too. So the hospital that we were staying at has, like, this policy. I'm pretty sure it's a policy in most hospitals, but I'm, like, not sure. But in our hospital specifically, they have a policy where they cannot discharge you from the hospital until the baby passes, like, 3 blood sugar tests, like, in a row. If the baby fails one, they have to start all over again. And because my baby girl was a preemie, it's natural for their blood sugar to rest on the borderline of what's acceptable. And of course, they base it off of full gestational babies, so, like, she's at a natural disadvantage here. So she could easily dip too low on their readings if she's on the tail end of a feed cycle and they test her then versus if she had just eaten 20 minutes prior, right? So it's a whole lot of things. Yeah, your mother-in-law left as soon as me and Dad got there. Okay, you were with Dad! That's right! Oh, that's why you didn't hold the baby. Okay, because Dad was holding her. I was so focused on studying Dad that, like, you just, like, faded into the... I'm so sorry, Avils. Ah, yes, that makes more sense now. Anyone remember that era when people would film women giving birth? It was kind of like a thing, you know? Not necessarily people filming other women invasively, but, like, back in the day where you could, like, have, like, the camcorder, like, the home video era. I remember when, you know, I don't remember it, but, like, it was very much a thing. People taping their births. Like, that was a thing. Like, I'm pretty sure my oldest brother's birth was videotaped, if I'm not mistaken. Me and Dad went to pick up Mom's and she did. That's right. She had been up for so long. Yes. Okay, got you. See, I missed out on those details. Again, weren't in the text logs between me and Mom, and I'm having to bank on memory on the stuff that wasn't explicitly written down. I was also going through a lot, so, like, yeah. Anyhow. So they're doing the heel pricks for the blood glucose tests. And, like, I was really nervous for the final test that they were doing because they had to do that last test under observation. So they had to take her back to the nursery. So I had no idea she had passed that test as well, because they do the heel prick and then they did some other test that she had to be tested for. So I was super anxious because this particular stage, I think it was like an oxygen stage too, or something like that. But at this stage, my coworker's daughter, they also had a preemie baby a few weeks prior to me having birth, right? And her daughter was stuck at this step with their son for weeks. Literally weeks. They were trapped in the NICU for like a whole month and some change before her son was able to pass all 3 tests in a row. So it's not unusual for a preemie baby to wind up with an extended NICU hospital stay. So I was really anxious that she was going to fail one, and then we'd have the cycle of we'd just be stuck in the hospital forever and ever and ever. Thankfully, though, little Peanut, she was a trooper, and she barely passed the final test at like 5 in the morning. So like no extended NICU stay was necessary for us. Thank God. And I could tell my coworker was a little envious of the fact that when I realized that news, like, hey, we're cleared, we're good to go. But also, she was happy that I could also take my little girl home. So, yay! Wait, the NICU! The NICU! Stretch, sorry. Gotta stretch. If I may ask, how premature was the little Peanut? They induced me at 36 weeks, so she was a month early, more or less. Is that why I have like 3 moles on the bottom of your foot? Maybe, I don't know, but they do have to do heel pricks on babies. They have to draw the blood, test the glucose. Like that is a thing, very much a thing. So maybe, I don't know, maybe you had like weird scarring or something that didn't heal properly, or maybe it got infected. Yikes. But I'm glad that they didn't do that final heel prick, because I don't think I could have heard it again, man. But yeah, she passed it, and I'm very happy. So the last thing in order for us to get discharged from the hospital was me not passing out again. That's the big one. I was doing everything in my power to make sure that didn't happen. And also, another thing for us to get approved to get discharged was the fact that I needed to poop. Yes, me pooping is a contingency for me leaving the fucking hospital. I don't know if you knew this though. Peanuts, they really can back you up, even when you're someone who like poops on the daily.
Brother,
yeah.
Nasty. What's that, brother?
Yeah, so this is about to get TMI, but like I am someone who, generally speaking, is constipated like on the regular, right? It's my own fault. I don't like drink enough water and shit, and I don't eat enough fiber for sure. But I had been majorly constipated prior to the induction. The last time that I had pooped was the Friday evening, but the week before. Like, it had been almost an entire week, an entire 6 days before a turd had exited my body, unless I had passed a poop during childbirth, which I don't think that I did, but the nurses would never tell you. They'll never tell you if you passed a poop. That having been said, though, I understand why they ask you, like, for medical reasons, but at that point, like, I was so done with that revolving door from hell that was my particular postpartum room, that I was willing to lie through my teeth to get out of there. I was willing to just take it to my grave, you know? There's no way in hell that I would be the reason that we're going to stay a single day more at that hospital. Even if it was at the detriment of my own well-being, I was willing to make that sacrifice if it meant I didn't have someone bugging me every 30 to 40 minutes. Thankfully, though, I did pass a single tiny little poop nugget in the nick of time. So I didn't have to lie to them. When they asked, did you poop? I'm like, yes, I did. I totally did. Smile.
Smile.
Hello. Are we doing a diaper change? Did she shit her brains out?
I don't know what
Uh-oh. She's angry. Uh-oh. She did. Oh, no. We got a diaper change going on. So, in case it isn't apparent, my streaming/gaming room has also now been commandeered into the common baby room. So, we have now affectionately changed the name of this office from my gaming room to the Peanut Gallery. Smile. So, she lives here and then I live here. We cohabitate for the time being. She'll eventually probably hijack this room, if I'm being quite honest. I have no idea where the stream setup is going on later on, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Look at this cute little thing, though. Has she been good for you? No! I'm sorry.
Pizza's done.
Awesome. Oh, thank you. I was gonna throw it in the oven. I forgot.
Don't worry about it.
Thank you. You're awesome, honey. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All
See.
right.
No.
I think she maybe. You have her boppy or not her boppy? Her binky. All right. And
Baby
also
chill.
boppy, so she can act grown.
She's gonna be chill.
Peanut, why are you like this? Who raised her?
I don't even know.
What are they doing fireworks out there? It is not the 4th of fucking July. Rip to the streaming room, into the basement it goes. Right. At the very least, for at least a long while, we don't have to worry about that immediately. Simply because she's gonna be staying in me and Hunkley's room up until, I mean, we have a crib in there. She basically co-sleeps with us. So, not co-sleeps, but like, you know what I mean. Sleeps in the parents' room. And that's kind of like the norm for like the first year or two of life. So, we don't have to worry about her having her own room until a little later on anyway. Yeah. Also, happy 4th of July! Yes, happy 4th of July to those that celebrated it. I hope you all had a wonderful one. Sorry, we didn't even get to talk about 4th of July. But the stream's not about that. This stream ain't about that at all. Goodness, they are just... I have thoughts about people who do fireworks the day after the holiday or the week of the holiday. I'm like, bro, you got one day. You have one day. Come on. Don't make it everyone else's problem. We have dogs and babies, okay? Let's see. Oh, stretch. My wrist hurts. Ow. You gotta dispose of the fireworks somehow. This is true. I mean, I guess, but like, couldn't you have done all of them in one go? Just save them for New Year's, bro. They ain't gonna expire. I think. Do fireworks expire? I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Save them for New Year's, at the very least. Speaking of House Bowser, haven't heard from the boy for a while. Oh, yeah, so that's the thing. I think I mentioned it very, very briefly in passing. We had to give Bowser to my mom and dad. Basically, they had to adopt him because when I found out that I was pregnant, I realized I don't know if I am capable, because he was a terror, an absolute raptor. But when I found out that I was pregnant, chewing on everything and also being really aggressive with the cats. And I knew that him being an inside dog and not going outside was like at a detriment to him because he's a very high energy working dog. So I made the executive call, hey, I can't keep him. Not with a newborn baby. Absolutely not with a newborn baby. So it's dangerous. So I had to I gave him up to mom. So they adopted him. He's staying over there. He is the size of a horse now, but he's much happier, I think. Thank you. I love you. Oh, what kind of dog? He was a pit mix. Like a terrier pit mix, but he was more pit than anything else. So, yeah. Yeah, he's huge. For a dog that is like little over a year old, he is huge. Like he's bigger than a German Shepherd huge. Like a fully grown German Shepherd. Like he might have Great Dane in it. I'm not even kidding, he's huge. And apparently he is very, very strong. So, yeah. He's a lot for even my parents. And he's a sweet dog. Dumber than rocks. Chews everything. Gets into the weirdest shit. And still loves to eat mushrooms that make him really, really sick. But other than that, you know, he's doing all right. He's thriving, I think. He still doesn't like cats, though. So he has to stay on the other side of the house. And unfortunately, if you know Abel's lore, if you've been on her side of the internet and listened to her stories, they just had kittens. So, yeah, it's great. When you said horse, my first thought was Great Dane, right? Yeah. We have 2 dogs, and our 3-year-old puppy barks at the fireworks at our 13-year-old dog who just ignores them. Yeah. But all that to say, Bowser's doing good. He's not here anymore. He has a new name. So if you ever hear Owls talk about a dog named Tigger, named after the little tiger from Weenie the Pooh, that's him. That's Bowser. Same dog, new name. Dad didn't like the name Bowser. I'm like, oh. Yeah, that's Bowser Former. Yes, correct. That's the lore update. So I'm like, hey, listen, he's your dog now. You can name him whatever you want. It's a cute name. Yeah, I know. He bounces all over the place. Coincidentally, I just adopted a kitten just a week ago. My dear Melanie had to be put down because of chronic bladder crystallization. Oh, not the bladder crystals, bro. I am very lucky. This is a story time. This is a callback to an old ass story time that I did. So back when Tonka was, I think it was like a year old or so, he wound up getting a urinary tract block. It's basically crystallization happening on the urinary tract, and he couldn't pee. And I noticed he was acting weird and kind of skittish. So I'm like, that's odd. He's usually not like that. And I noticed that he would square up on the kitty litter box next to the toilet, and he'd be sitting there for a long time, and nothing would come out. And then I realized, oh, he's not peeing, and he's like sitting there for like 5-10 minutes. Turns out he had the urinary blockage, and he was really, really struggling, and he started doing the thing that cats do when they think that they're dying, they'll like isolate themselves. He was starting to do that when he liked to be out in general public population and be the center of attention. So I looked up his symptoms online, and I'm like, oh wait, if this is what I think it is, this is like serious. So I like had to take him to the emergency vet. They had to do surgery on him. You know what's the craziest part, actually, now that I think about this? You want to know what's crazy? Taking care of my cat and having him do his emergency surgery costed me more money than the birth of my actual firstborn child. That's wild to me. Like, insurance pretty much paid for most of my visits. I mean, it makes kind of sense, but that's crazy. That's crazy, man. I'm just like, God, my cat costs more than my baby. Yeah, vets are even more specialists. I guess so. But like, that's just wild. That's just wild to me. My extended hospital stay, my fucking induction, all the extra visits that I had to do with my OB, bro. Even then, crazy shit. Thank God for insurance when it works. We live in society. I too live in society. But yeah, that's just a weird epiphany to come across. I'm like, what a weird equivalent. Anyhow. I'm glad you mentioned that, because I would not have connected those dots. But yeah, anyhow, I passed my first poop. Everything's good. All the medical checks are done between me and Peanut. So, I was just thankful that there wasn't anything else to prevent us from getting discharged. Unless, just kidding. So, the thing is though, like, I knew the hospital staff, they were just doing their job. Like, I know I've been riffing on them this whole time, but I think I wouldn't have been so fucking irritated by them if they had, like, actually given us some real time in the daytime to rest. Like, I felt like, they left us alone when it started getting, like, after, like, 8 o'clock. But, it's just go from, like, 6 a.m. and onwards. And I feel like, I know there's a lot of important stuff that has to happen, but I don't know. I feel like you should probably let the parents rest during the day, too. Like, lump some things together, perhaps, or maybe not do as many visits. I don't know, man. I don't know. There's a better way. Dude. Oh, hi, DX. We will spend $1,000 just for the vet to shrug and say, I don't know, just get this dog to stop licking it. Why is it so expensive? And why do my dogs put us in panic mode like that? Why do dogs like to eat rocks when they know that they can't digest it? Dude, you literally had so many problems just by eating some weird shit. Why are you going to eat the same shit that made you feel bad? Why are you like this? Also, hi. Hello, thank you for the lurking. I hope you've been good, DX. It's good to see you, dude. But yeah. Also, I know I mentioned this earlier, but again, I was like right in front of the nurse's station. That was another point of irritation from me. If you know anything about like working in the medical field, then you know the stereotype of the nurse's desk TM being the hotspot for like chatter and gossip is like 1,000% true, okay? So we're right in front of the nurse's station and they're just blabbering. They're going on about fuck shit that's happening in the hospital. So I get the front seat row to it, and it was so loud, even when the door was closed, okay? And it pissed me off so fucking much whenever that door got left open, because it would wake up Hunkley, it would wake me up, it would wake the baby up, and that's like the rule number one, right? You don't wake the sleeping fucking baby. Like, don't. What the fuck, man? Ugh. And also, around lunchtime, actually around any mealtime, really and truly, the nutrition specialist would always piss me off because, again, we're right outside the nurse's station. They would leave the door open. And there's all that blabbing happening, and people are trying to sleep in my room. So I'm just like, I have to shut the door. And then nutrition would come back later, and they'd leave the door open, and they'd be a little disgruntled that I shut the door. But I'm like, bro, we're trying to sleep. Bro, leave us alone. Did you at least get... I didn't listen to any of it, man. I was angry. I was grumpy, dude. This is where tape would come in handy. Real. So true. But yeah, anyhow, around lunchtime, we finally got discharged from the hospital. I said goodbye, thanked my nursing staff, and then I'm not sure if they like glaze everybody or what, but and by glaze I mean I'm not sure if the nurses glaze their patients, but like at least 3 of the nurses. They said that I was their favorite patient that week since I was like so nice and so easygoing, and like that felt nice. That felt nice for real. I'm sure they were just saying that to say that, but if not, that was really wholesome. I also drew them like a really cute like little doodle and note on the whiteboard in my room. I don't know if they saw it. I hope that whoever was cleaning the room didn't wipe it away immediately, but yeah, I hope they saw it at the very least. Also, oh, by the way, little pro tip for those of you who are planning to have kids one day, burn this in the back of your brain. Most, if not all, hospitals will not let you leave unless you have a car seat carrier and the car seat installed properly, okay? My older brother didn't realize this with his first baby, and like, yes?
Bottle feed her last.
Yeah, I did. She might be angry. She might be hungry again. I think she's going through a growth spurt, so give her some more. She's still angry. But oh my goodness. Any favorite hospital meal? Oh, their grilled salmon. It was so good. It was so lovely. But yeah, make sure, don't be like my older brother and forget to install the car seat and then have to install it while your baby and wife are sitting outside in the rain. Honestly, my advice to anyone that might be having kids eventually at one point in the nearest future, around the beginning of your first trimester, get the car seat installed, taken care of. With the either a backseat camera or like a mirror setup. Get that set up around the beginning of your 3rd trimester and make sure that you get your hospital bag packed and mostly ready to go. Obviously, there are some things that you can't have in there all of the time, like, you know, your phone. But like, you know, pack a new charger, pack some a change of clothes and some shit. Make sure that's ready to go because you never know when or where something could happen. So that's my professional tip of advice. And also, like, I know I mentioned this way in the past, but like tangentially related to like the car seats, I had no idea that like car seats expire, bros. Like they expire apparently. I think it's like the safety rating, like, you know, they I think it expires and they don't want to renew it, so they like sell new models and shit. That's my conspiracy theory. But yeah, stuff expires over time. And I'm pretty sure the hospital actually doesn't check it to see if the car seat itself is still in regulation. I know mine didn't. They just saw the car seat. You're good. Cool. Whatever. Bye-bye. But yeah, something to keep in mind at the very least. Yeah. Car seats, backup mirrors. Yes. Yes, exactly. But yeah, that's it. That's the end of my birth experience at the hospital. Yay! But yeah, all in all things considered, I give the whole thing like a 4-star review. Place was nice and clean. I was cared for. Most of the staff was nice and pleasant. Only thing I docked them a star for is like they were too caring and they kept bugging me when I just wanted to fucking sleep after like 43 hours of labor. But like, that's just me, bro. Now, to the question, would I do this again? I know I answered this earlier, but just to really drive the point home, the cholestasis in the induction, absolutely not if it can be helped. Like, would I do pregnancy again? Likely, most likely. Like, outside of the relatively sucky issues, like, reflux and heartburn and all that list that I went through. And of course, the cholestasis bullshit. Like, it wasn't that bad, all things considered, but like, tough at times, sure. Yeah, annoying, absolutely. But like, I went through it once. Nothing I can't cope with. I'm a tough cookie. I'm a big girl. I can handle it. I did it once. I can do it again. But yeah, as long as like the cholestasis never happens again, and this experience was like a random freak one-off thing, then I can definitely see myself having more kids. But yeah, if it does happen again, then I will respectfully not be having more kids. That's just me though. Yeah. Waking someone up to ask how they're doing is crazy. I was doing great till you woke me. Right? Are you alive? Are you still breathing? Yes, I'm still here. Please get the fuck out of my room. Thank you. Goodbye. Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out. Oh, you're gonna leave the door open? Let me fucking throw my shoe at you, you bitch! Hate the nurses on the head with fucking shoes. I remember of a video of this person asking Chastra about what it was like having more kids. I cannot imagine dealing with, like a 1 or 2 year old and then going through the newborn stage again. Oh my God. Oh, the newborn stage, it is a nut kicker. I guess we could talk about that in a second, I suppose. But yeah, it's strange, man. It's just strange. All right, now, the final segment of this whole yapping stream, or at least of this story, I titled this The 4th Trimester. So in pregnancy, things are broken up by like 3-month chunks, right? You have the 1st trimester, 2nd trimester, 3rd trimester. That usually totals out to 9 months, 3 months a trimester, generally speaking. They don't tell you about the 4th trimester, which is after you have the baby, right? So all of the struggles up to now, like the sleepless nights in the beginning, it's all the anxiety, it's the mood swings, like it's so much. It's so much, right? It does so much to you. You don't even realize it until you've gone through it. She said her last kid was easy. 4. Yeah, the 4th trimester, it's after the birth of your baby. Because just because you had the baby doesn't mean you're done yet. Oh no, it's just beginning. It's just beginning, my friend. Welcome to parenthood. It's the most rude awakening ever. Why can't it be easy? I don't know. Maybe it's the fact that we were, as a society, not built to do it on our own, and we were actually literally built to have a village help us raise a baby. But maybe that's too much of a game theory. So when I first got home from the hospital, I felt like my nervous system was completely fried. Like I was in a state where I couldn't sleep no matter how hard I tried. Like going from that revolving door where people were bugging me all the time and the loudness of the hospital just to the quiet of my house. It was so jarring. I'm just like, what is this? What is peace and quiet? What the fuck is this? And also coupled this with the fact that, like, I had the anxiety over Peanut, like, for the next couple days. Like, I was so tuned into every little noise her body made. Her mouth, her breath, everything, every sound. And I was struggling to discern if it was a normal baby noise or if it was like, this is something you need to alert to. Like, I'd never done this before. I don't know. I'm learning what her sounds are as we go. So if she was in the room with me, I legitimately could not get any sleep or any sort of meaningful rest. Like, and Hunkley, he was in the same boat. Like, he couldn't rest with her making noises in general. So, I don't know if you know this, babies, when they're sleeping, they're very, very loud. They make, they make a lot of grunts and a lot of groans, and they sniffle and they gasp and they make so many little micro noises. It's crazy. And having to figure out what's normal and what's a concern it's a learning curve. It's a learning curve with every baby, but yes. The fourth trimester, aka the next 18 years. Yes, you joke, but like also it's just that it's the first 3 months after you have your baby. It's crazy. It's craziness. Ugh. But yes, eventually Hunkley and we decided upon a system where we would take the baby in shifts because neither of us could get any sleep when she was around. So us sleeping at the same time as her was a no bueno in the first like month or so. So he would stay up with her, with the baby, while the other person, like me, I would sleep. And vice versa. When he sleeps, I would stay awake with the baby, if that makes sense. So this, like, worked well for us for a while. But I'd get, like, maybe 6 hours of sleep maximum. And I'd always wake up, like, halfway through. I'm pretty sure there's, like, a biological clock in women where you wake up after 3 hours because, like, generally speaking, you should feed your baby every 2 to 3 hours. That's how it is, in case no one told you that. So you're technically working night shift, or is Hunkley working the night shift? We've got it now. We've got it down pat. Don't worry. She's sleeping through the night now, so usually she gets tuckered out around like 10 o'clock or so, and we put her down and she'll sleep for like a full 6 hours, maybe 8 hours if we're lucky. But yeah, now I'm much more comfortable with co-sleeping, so like I can sleep when the baby is sleeping. So it's easier now, but it was really difficult. I didn't get to that point until after Hunkley went to work. So we had the shift system going for like the entire first month. So it was hard. It was hard at times. Especially on those days where like you're up for like, you've been up for 18 hours and it's just like you still can't go to sleep. It's a lot. It's a lot. And of course, anytime I could hear her cry, it would wake me up too. But Hunkley, he's actually moved to day shift now, so that's been a recent-ish adjustment. It has made things a little easier, but it also threw a monkey wrench in my return to work plans. Smile, yeah. Especially with all the health issues that my dad's had lately, and all the stuff with owls. It means that my person that was supposed to help me watch the baby during the day, oopsies, she's not available anymore. Yeah. What do you mean you're planning to work? Don't worry. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. I'm not. Not on the agenda. Baby is my job now. Full-time mama here. That's my plan. Yeah. Absolutely not. Respect to the women that can go back to their jobs with their baby. That's not me. Can't do it. Literally can't. I don't know. You are built completely different. I can't do that. No. I know a lot of people like, I like to have like, a sense of rhythm and flow, but like, between having to pay the expensive ass childcare and all that, I can't. I'd worry about her too much. I'd go crazy. I get separation anxiety from my baby, bro. But yeah, we did do the thing where we tried to sleep for as long as we could. But like I said, I'd only get like maybe 3 hours of sleep. 6 hours total accumulative, but like 3 hour broken up sleep. And that would be a trend for a while, actually. And like I mentioned earlier, with Peanut having been born like premature, the other thing that we had issues with was the fact that, she had issues with her latch every time that I attempted to nurse her. Like she wouldn't be able to latch on. She'd scream at the boob. It was just a whole ordeal, a whole nightmare. So I kept trying. Like, that was the thing that the lactation specialist said, hey, just keep at it. Just keep trying to put her to the breast. Eventually she'll figure it out. She might not always get it, but like, she might show signs of figuring it out. She could take a bottle easy. Like, she was a pro at the bottle, but like, I don't know what it was. She just had a really hard time with the breast. And like, here's the thing with like babies, they don't get the hang of it till they're like full gestational age. So like, it would basically be, she'd be a month old before she would get the hang of breastfeeding is what they told me. And that wound up exactly being the case. And that's unfortunate because that really complicates the breastfeeding journey when you don't have a baby at the breast. Pumping only does so much. And unfortunately, due to this, my supply is messed up to this day. I know you can maybe improve things by like doing more pumps, more power pumps and blah, blah, blah. But like, I don't want to be a slave to the pump. I hate the pump. I hate it, man. It's mentally degrading for the child to grow up without a parent figure. Yeah. The real thing is too heavy. It ain't like she holding up the boob. It's not like she's holding up the fucking bottle anyway. I'm holding the bottle. But yeah, eventually though she did. The good news is that she did eventually figure out how to latch. But the catch here for me, the catch 22, she can latch, but I'm a barely just enougher, I can give her some, but she will likely still be hungry afterwards, so I have to like top her up with formula most of the time. And then like towards the end of the day, because biologically you have more milk in the beginning of the day and you got like nothing at the end, and that's when they're the fussiest. So by the end of the day, she's just having full bottles of formula because I ain't got no juice left. It is what it is. It is what it is. I was really frustrating in the beginning, but I just learned to accept it, man. I'm like, I'm not gonna sweat over this. She's getting food at the end of the day, so you know what? Maybe next time it'll be easier. Who knows? Thank you for the self-care and the hydrate and the ears. I stretch. Is my pizza warm? Is it cool enough for me to eat now? Is it not molten? So that's why we drink milk in the morning? No, that's a scam from Big Milk, but it's because prolactin, the hormone that creates milk, the production of it increases at the end of the day. And it spikes when you're asleep. So in the morning, you have more milk stored up when you wake up. That's the idea, at least. So when you wake up, you're feeling all full, and then the baby is like, food time, which it works out when the baby is like, skipping a feed and sleeping through the night. So that way they get more for that initial feed, and they're feeling nice and energetic for the day. Pizza time. Yeah, that's where I'm at right now. Yeah. Hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, what's also wild to me, and I don't see people talk about this enough. There is a wild subculture around breastfeeding that no one talks about, and I think a lot of it is like really toxic and like problematic. So, there are like entire like Reddit communities that are like dedicated to like exclusively pumping and exclusively nursing, right? And there are some subsections of women that think one is better than the other. In the interim where I was like struggling to get Peanut to nurse, I often found myself like scrolling on a bunch of those subreddits, just kind of like look for advice, maybe find a tip or two, to just kind of figure shit out, right? And what I found in a lot of those subreddits and a lot of those threads were a bunch of mothers, a lot of first-time moms, absolutely wrecking their mental well-being and just physically destroying themselves, overdoing it, foregoing rest so that they could have an oversupply. Like they would be slaves to the pump for days and weeks on end in the hopes that they could get an oversupply going. It would every 3 hours for 20 to 40 minutes at a time, day and night, no sleep. And I'm just like, that's not healthy. Like, I'm sure maybe it works for some people, but like doing all that while recovering from birth and also being exhausted from taking care of that little tiny human is a monumentally taxing ordeal for a person. And when your body and mind are already like in debt, it's crazy. It's crazy. You can't, dude. I prioritized resting and only pumping when I could. Like, as time went on, especially after, like, Hunkley went back to work, finding time for me to find time away from the baby to pump, it got super hard to do. And, like, I felt bad initially choosing to sleep over taking a few minutes to pump, but, like, a rested mom is far better and more safe than an exhausted mom obsessed with every single little drop and milliliter of milk. Like, once I let myself sleep, like, my mental well-being got so much better. And listen, like, you know, fed is best at the end of the day. Like, and also, you make more milk when you're rested. Like I said, prolactin spikes when you're sleeping. If you're not letting yourself sleep, you're literally handicapping yourself. What the hell are you doing? Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to say, fuck that shit. That shit's toxic as hell. Someone needs to say it. I'm gonna say it. Breastfeeding culture is toxic as fuck. It doesn't matter what your baby eats, whether it's from the tap or it's from formula in a bottle. As long as they're eating, that's what matters. As long as the baby is growing and thriving. Fuck what anyone else says. You don't need to be a slave to the pump. If you can't produce enough milk for your baby, you're not a fucking failure, okay? It's just your body. That's how it is. Some people can't produce milk at all. That doesn't make them any less of a great mom because they still care for their baby. They still feed their baby. They still are showing up for their baby, okay? Anyway, rant over. I had thoughts about that. I needed to get that off my chest, dude. But yeah. Man. Other challenges that, like, I wasn't ready to face. Let's see. Just generally speaking, like, just the fourth trimester, it tests you, dude. It really tests you. But like the saying goes, the hardest part of, like, being a parent are the parts you haven't gone through yet. And when you're doing this for the first time, everything you're doing is new to you. But as time goes on, it gets better. The first month and a half, I was in the trenches, but it gets better, you know? It gets so much better. Now, an issue that we had with Peanut, that's still an ongoing problem. I'm learning how to deal with it better now than initially. She has minor reflux. So if you lay her on her side after she eats, she will spit up her food and she will probably barf up most of it, which is not great. But she also had really bad gas. Super gassy baby. A lot of people, they think they got gassy babies. Peanuts, as you heard earlier, is a professional pooter. She farts like a man, dude. So, unfortunately, gas is very painful in those tiny little bodies. And, like, they're like, ow, my body hurts. Mommy, do something about it. And there's literally nothing you can do about it. You can sit them upright. You can give them a tummy massage. You can do the bicycle kicks. The bicycle kicks don't work for Peanut. And hope and pray that toot gets out of there. But outside of burping them after feeding them or during a feed, that's the best thing as you can do to try to prevent the poots. But they come with a vengeance. And oh boy, the tantrums when she is angry about her gas is awful. Yeah. So that's something that we're still having to get used to. I thought that it would pass by now, but no, she is just a very gassy baby. So unless she has like a heavy lactose intolerance, that's just how she is. Imagine being lactose intolerant though, when your entire diet and the only thing that you can eat is literally milk. Bruh. Damn, that'd be a case of life specifically hates you. Oh man. That would be hell. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see. Another thing, like I said, I'm in the trenches. I've mentioned this multiple times. The fourth trimester, you're basically in the trenches the whole time. And I say that for good reason. It's the lack of sleep. It's literally not sleeping is like a torture tactic. It's literally torture tactic. Anywho, one of the things that my brother told me going into having a baby, he kept repeatedly telling me, time works differently when you're a parent. You'll be living life 3 hours at a time. And he just kept repeating it over and over and over again. And, I didn't realize it then, but like, it's true. It really is true. When you have a baby, as a parent of a newborn, you are literally living your life in 2 to 4 hour chunks. Like, quite literally. And for me, like, my cycle specifically, it's like, good Lord, how do I start? My cycle in the beginning, I would sleep for my 6 hours, of course, broken up sleep, from like 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. I watched the baby the whole night long while Hunkley slept. I'd tag up for a break when he woke up to do some chores. I would pump or cook or whatever. And then I'd give him a break to do whatever he needed to get done in the afternoon without the baby. And then I would go to sleep and then repeat that cycle over and over and over again. But when you got a baby, like, you have to get rid of this idea of the 24-hour cycle or like sleeping a full 8 hours of sleep under most circumstances. Like, it's crazy. Like, most people, they don't have a system like we had where I had, support from the father in this case. Usually it's mothers doing it all on their own. And like, you're having to live like in 4 hour chunks, if that. It's crazy. But yeah, a good example of like one of the baby sleep cycles, especially early on, for her specifically, for Peanut, I would have to forcefully wake her because she is preemie and she is lethargic and sleepy all the time. So I literally had to stir her awake. Like, I had to anger her somehow. So, I had to like change her diaper, take her clothes off for a minute, get her cold, then change her diaper. So that way she's cold and angry and she's like, why'd you wake me? And then of course you change the diaper, which may take some time depending on the mess level and whether or not she pooped herself. Then you prepare the bottle and warm it because, again, not lashing well. Then you feed the angry baby for half the bottle. Then you spend a few minutes trying to get the baby to burp. Usually it just takes around like 2 to 5 minutes trying to burp the baby. Then you feed the rest of that bottle to the now much happier, calmer baby. Then you burp again. By the time this part's done, like, it's been like 45 minutes or so. And now, in Peanut's case, you have to hold her upright or at an angle because, again, she's a reflux baby. So I have to hold her for an additional 20 to 30 minutes. So that way her food can digest. So that way she doesn't spit up all over the place. And because she's like in this little potato stage, the baby is more than likely sleeping from like the middle of the feed, or like she's asleep again usually at this point. And if she's not asleep and she's like in the rare wake stage in the in this newborn era, then you talk to her, you sing to her, you try to play with her a little bit, but they're potatoes, they're not doing much. So a wake window when they're newborn can last anywhere from like 20 minutes to an hour in her case. And then once the baby falls back asleep, you transfer the baby back to the bassinet. And then if the transfer fails and they somehow wake up, you start over and you try to get them to sleep again. Rinse and repeat until baby actually sits inside the bassinet. Once the baby is successfully sleeping in the bassinet, now you, as the mother, it's time for you to pump. Yeah, fuck you, because your supply is fucked up, and you can't find the extra pump tube in the household, so you gotta pump each breast for 20 minutes, separately. And by the time, if you're lucky, you may have an hour to yourself.
But more than likely, the baby will be gassy in the sleep, and then she'll start crying, and then she'll start groaning and grunting, and then you've got to soothe the cranky little baby from her gas meltdown that you can't do anything about. So my afternoons and my mornings were very much on that 3-hour cycle. And to this day, in a way, they still kind of are. And sometimes, like, Peanut's wake windows are like horrendously long, like way longer than what is normal for a baby her age. And she fights naps like crazy now. So she does not want to sleep longer than 45 minutes. But it's considerably easier to deal with now because I guess I'm used to her in a way, and she's much, much more predictable to deal with. Like I said earlier, she will reasonably go to bed and sleep the whole night at around like 10 o'clock. So she seems to have some sort of decent circadian rhythm going. A lot of moms preach about like this 4-month sleep regression, and knock on wood, I'm hoping that doesn't happen to me because she's been so good lately. But I don't know, man. I don't know. But yeah, that cycle was what I was dealing with for a very long time. But nowadays, it's so much nicer because, again, she sleeps through the night. And I'm much more comfortable sleeping when she sleeps. And also, now that she, can wiggle and worm around, I can let her have her little squirmy time on her back. And, like, she could play on the play mat for a little bit. And I've also kind of got used to doing things on the PC while, like, holding her in my arms. So, like, I can have, like, the boppy, which, in case you don't know, is, like, a U-shaped pillow, and it's, like, one of the best inventions ever for, like, postpartum moms, because you literally just plop the baby on there, and, like, you can breastfeed them, and they can just chill out while you're, like, playing games on the computer. Absolutely wonderful thing. Greatest gift that I got for postpartum. But, yeah, she could chill. She's doing good now, and while she's still kind of getting used to it, I could kind of like get away with wearing her like in a baby wrap or in the what is it? It's like a harness. It's like a harness carrier where like I can like buckle and like she can like chill out. She's got good neck control now where like she can hold her head up for a little bit. So I can actually put her in that, which is way easier than the Infinity multi-way wrap. So she's not super used to being in a carrier like that. But if she is not angry and not throwing up all over me, I can actually get away with doing some chores here and there while wearing the baby, which is very nice. And then she falls asleep, which is great. But yeah, at the very least, I'm kind of happy that she's like not in a Velcro phase anymore, because around 2 months old, she hit this weird phase where she could not sleep anywhere other than on me. Like, she had to be held by me. She would not go to sleep. She would wake up immediately after putting her like in the bassinet. And it was so frustrating. I'm like, why are you like this? And it's so creepy too. Like, it's dark in the room and like she's sleeping and you put her down. You look to the side, you look back, and those big beady black eyes are just staring right back at you. You're like, what the fuck are you doing awake, you demon? Go back to sleep. Back to whence you came. But yeah, nowadays, she's not so Velcro. So like I can just like swaddle her up and like lay her in the cot, and then she'll eventually fall asleep after looking at her little dangling elephant. She's like, ooh, I love dangly things. And it's great. But all that to say, that's not like I'm not, just setting her down and letting her sleep all the time. Like when she's awake and like she's interacting and shit like that, I can now like sing to her, and she'll like, she'll actually look at me and listen. I can do tummy time with her. I can have conversations. I can sing Chemical Romance. It's great. It's great. I can sing her all my emo shit, and she has to listen. Also, by the way, no one told you this. I'm telling you, I'm giving you all the tips of advice and the knowledge and wisdom of being a parent. Tummy time is a very, very important activity that you should do for your baby. In case you've never heard of it before, like me, I didn't know what that was until like
2 weeks after having the baby. And then I got onto parent YouTube algorithm, and they're like, tummy time. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? This sounds cringe. No, tummy time is like really important for the development of your child. So basically, you put your baby on their tummy, and then they'll eventually learn how to push up and, use their arms to hold their head up. And it's like a critical step for them to learn like hand-eye coordination, learn how to balance, hold their head up, and eventually learn how to roll. And then once they get rolling, then that's the next step onto them crawling. And then crawling and wiggling around is the next step to learning how to walk. So it's literally like the first building block to like developing your baby's motor skills. And no one tells you this. And the fact is, you can actually start doing tummy time with your baby the minute that you take them home from the hospital. You can start like day one. Day one. No one tells you that. No one tells you that. And it's super important. So she wound up hating it for a while. She's now at a point where she has decent head control and can hold her head up for a really long time. And as long as you distract her, like you get like a crinkle toy or something, she'll like stare at the crinkle toy and like she's chilling. She's like holding her head up and looking back and forth and tracking the toy. But yeah. Oh, sorry, you gotta go. All right, you have a good one, Dono Thank. Love you platonically, by the by. Have a good one. Crawling in my crawl, this baby will crawl. Thank you for the hydration. But yeah, tummy time, very, very important. Start gradually, and then you try to do it as long as they will let you do it until they have like a meltdown, basically. Have you heard of Epic the Musical? Have I heard of Epic the Musical? Bitch, I live, breathe Epic the Musical. I've been singing Epic the Musical to my baby. Yeah, it's like teaching your kid how to no turtle. Basically, yes. You're basically teaching them how to crawl and wiggle around, basically. So, the latest development, this was like last week, actually. I was doing tummy time with her, and we're transitioning to doing tummy time, like, do a little bit on the boppy and then take the boppy away from her and let her do flat, because she does not like being completely flat on the mat, right? So I have to transition her like, hey, you can hold your head up while on the boppy. Now you know how to hold your head up while you're flat. You can do it. So she was holding her head up real high for a few minutes, and then she rolled. And I'm like, oh my God. You rolled. You rolled from tummy to back. That's huge. That's huge. And just so to see that it wasn't a fluke, I set her back up again. I set the little baby back up again, and she did it twice in a row. And I'm like, oh my God. Can we go for 3? Can I go 3 times in a row? I set her up again, and then she flopped down to her hands, and then she started wailing, and she gave up. I'm like, okay, you're tired. And then she fell asleep. So, but we got it twice in a row. She hasn't done it since. So it might have been a fluke, but it might not have been. So yeah, that is where she is currently at on her crawling journey. The milestone of baby learning how to roll is anywhere between like the 4 months, like 6 months. So that's right where she is right now. So she'll get it in due time. She's got freak neck control. So like she'll get there. But on her time. But I'm proud of her. I'm proud of that little goober. But yeah, baby rolling. The other development with her, and this is somewhat recent, she's slipped out of the potato phase and like she's more interactive. So she's babbling, she's smiling, she's laughing and giggling. She's developing her little personality, and she's just the chillest little thing. She's so sweet. She only really gets angry under normal fair reasons, like she's got gas, making her a little uncomfy. She's hungry. She's cold. She really only complains for like valid stuff, so like can't hate too much. But let's see. The biggest change between between, I guess, all of that, that I from the beginning to now is that I just kind of quit pumping milk altogether. I'm just like, fuck this shit. I hate this shit. It sucks balls. My supply is what it is. And like, you know, if I miss a feed, I will only pump if I miss a feed while Hunkley took her in the morning. And like my boobs are so like fucking engorged to the point where like it fucking hurts. Like I literally can't wait for her next feed. Like that's the only time I'll pump. Only time. But yeah, fuck that shit. Hate that pump. Middle finger to the pump. So I've quit doing that shit. It sucks balls. Let me snooze the ad. I don't want to deal with an ad right now. Fuck that shit. Oh yeah, speaking of boobs, outside of like the obvious like physical changes and jumping up like bra sizes and shit, I was not anticipating the pain that I'd feel when like lying on my chest now. Like before getting pregnant, like I was able to lay on my stomach just fine. And it was something that I really looked forward to doing again when my belly wasn't the size of a fucking watermelon. But like, no, the boob above said, fuck you, screw you, you can't sit on your chest, fuck you, that shit hurts now. I'm like, what? Bullshit, that's bullshit. Anyway, another weird adjustment, I'm just going through the list of things that have changed now, is that I used to literally, another weird adjustment, and this is just something that I'm gonna have to get used to, but, whipping the boob out when baby hungry around other people. Like, I know it is normal, it is natural, it's a beautiful thing to just feed your baby, because that is the whole purpose of the boob. But maybe it's like my really conservative upbringing that's kind of nagging at me, but I can't help but feel like I'm breaking the law or something whenever I whip a boob out. Like I feel like showing a titty for the sake of the baby is like I'm being like an indecent little harlot. You know, I'm being a whore, man. I don't like that feeling. I feel like people are staring at me. I'm just like, I don't look. I'm just trying. I know. It's a me thing. It's a me thing, really and truly it is. But like, I always feel like I have to ask other people, like in private, like when I'm at someone's house, like, hey, are you okay with me like nursing Peanut here? Because, you know, their house, their rules, you know, if they don't want boobs being out in the general public, then, you know, I will go to the room in private. But like, I don't know. To the girly pops that can nurse their baby like in public with strangers' eyes on them, more power to you. I can't be one of you. I'm so fucking insecure and nervous, man. It's just, it's weird. It's weird. I know most people don't care, but like, Do you have one of those big scarves? No, I don't. I probably should get one, especially if we're out on the road and like she's inconsolably hungry and like I don't have one of those. Mom used to use one in public spaces. Like the thing is, like here in America, you technically don't need one of those. Like, and I believe pretty much anywhere in the United States of America, you can just feed your baby. You can just whip a tit out just for the sake of feeding a baby. Like that's perfectly legal. It's not seen as indecent. But I feel like society has sexualized boobs so much to the point where it feels indecent. Does that make sense? And I say this as someone who's a fellow boob enjoyer. I will never forgive society for this. Like, why? Why do I feel insecure about the literal only purpose of my boobs? It sucks. Yeah, it's a poncho. Yeah, it's like a poncho. Yeah, the only poncho that I have is it's a heavy, like really like raggedy knit poncho. It's like one of those like ponchos that you get as like a souvenir in Mexico. And it's really hot and scratchy. So I don't think I'm gonna use that as a nursing cover. Respectfully. I might have to get like a different one. Yeah, a full poncho might be a bit big, heavy to nurse under. Yeah. I need something much lighter, especially right now in the heat of July. Oh my God. I was sweating bullets just holding my baby inside with the AC. Like, It's hot enough without a nursing cover. I can't imagine. Imagine nursing the baby out in this heat right now. Like, she'd just be hotboxing in there. I'd feel so bad. But yeah, all that to say, I can't bring myself to nurse in public, like, ever. Sorry, I want to be one of those girlies, but, like, I'm too insecure, so I can't. Oh, well. Even me, as bold and brash as I am, even I have my limits. I remember at one point, on the way home, it said 100 degrees in the car. I believe it. I wouldn't dare take a baby outside of the seat. No, absolutely not. It's brutal right now. It is brutal right now. Ugh, man. But yeah, all that personal junk aside, Peanut, she's doing great. She is actually well over 10 pounds now, which I know she's small and like she's considered low percentile compared to the other full-term babies that are her age, but like she is almost double her original birth weight. So as far as like herself on her own growth curve, she doing just fine. She doing good. She's finally outgrown newborn-sized diapers. She's growing into the next stage of like her clothing size, so that's exciting. And we've even had to move her up to the next size up in the car seat, like about a month ago or so, because she gotten so long and too big for the very first rung in the car seat. So she getting big. She getting big, boys, big baby. And also, yes, she holding up her head good. I already told you that she's talking and she learned how to roll, so her development was really going well. Like, I'm not in any rush for her to like hit any particular like milestones sooner. She does what Peanut does is what Peanut does, and she does it in her own time. So yeah. Now, I just hope that I just really hope that she doesn't have the sleep. I'm fearing sleep regressions. I'm fearing that so hard because she's been doing great with her sleep lately. So like I don't want to lose that. That's the only thing. And she said, "Mama or Dada yet?" No, she just started doing baby babbles pretty recently. So she's not at a point where she's like echoing whatever I say. I think that's probably gonna be like in another like maybe 2 months, maybe 3 months. I don't know. It's like I said, it's whatever Peanut does. So in her own time, she'll start parroting whatever I say at some point, or at least trying to. But she's talking back to me. We're having air quote unquote conversations where I will say things to her and then she goes, you know, that shit. I'm still betting on the first word chat. One day she will say chat. She will. But yeah, the clouds are starting to clear, and I feel like, knock on wood, I think I'm finally getting out of the trenches. Like, yeah, the sun is starting to shine. I'm seeing her talk. I'm seeing her smile, and it made the suffering that I went through so much more worth it. Seeing her giggle made the hell that I went through worth it. So that's the silver lining here. Yes, it sucked. Yes, it was challenging, but she's worth it. You know, she's a cutie patootie. She's my little sunshine. She my little boo-boo. She my little boo-boo. Talking involves a bunch of different muscles that they have to learn to control. Yep, that too. And also, some sounds that our mouths make require teeth. So she won't be able to say certain things without her teeth. Not the laboo-boo. Yeah, unfortunately, we have commandeered the term laboo-boo, so that is the nickname that Hunkley has given to her. I call her Peanut, he calls her laboo-boo. It also kind of fits, because she's kind of like a weird gremlin, you know? But, yeah, of course, you know, the things are different, and there's always going to be something with there's always going to be something new with Peanut every single week, but as far as, like, I go, I'm, like, getting back into life and shit. Like, I'm starting to get back into gaming. I've been playing Pokopia a lot lately. I've been having to doing some stuff on the side. I've been editing now. Like, I'm getting back into doing shit. And, like, a big thing that I was working on was, like, compiling everything that happened during the childbirths for this nice little story time episode so I could give you,
the proper update of everything. Oh, and the other big thing is I quit my job. Applause, everybody. I quit my job. Yay. I did it. I quit. Finally. I no longer have to work in hell anymore. Yay. Yip to that annoying. I know. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Yes, I am now unemployed, gamers. Now, the game plan originally was like to come back for like a week or two, and then like quit. But then my dad, like I said, he had health problems, and then mom wasn't available. No, I refuse. I refuse to go to work. Fuck you. Screw you. No, I don't wanna. As my baby would say, no. But yeah, having my babysitter have to babysit a grown man kind of through any plan that I had to like temporarily go back to work, I was gonna give them the courtesy of like being there for 2 weeks and then being like, peace out, homies. But yeah, that didn't happen. So I had to give them a call, be like, I don't think that I'm gonna be able to come back at my return to office date. And like after I gave them the call, like they knew something was up. And they were very, very desperate to work with me and like try to, tell me, hey, you could extend your FMLA leave. And like I considered it at first. I'll be honest, I did, but then I talked to Hunkley, and at the end of the day, I decided I was going to go ahead and turn in my resignation via email. And during my call with my big supervisor talking about it, he mentioned that they had been like so short-staffed that some of the ladies were working overtime and to keep up with all of the data entry work, right? And he said that he could not guarantee them lunch breaks anymore. And I was like, oh, that's not good. That's not good, my guy. Yeah, uh-huh. And when he said that on that initial call, it brought me back to when that very same man told me, a then pregnant woman, to not take vacation time or use sick time unless absolutely necessary, in full quotations. I knew that I was getting out of that place at the right time. Holy shit. The kicker is that, that department grandma, that lady that I got along with, she annoyed me a lot of the time, was really nosy, but like I ultimately really loved her. Turns out she was given notice the Friday before my return to office date that she had been reassigned to an entire different office facility, effective the following Monday. Brother, had I stayed, they would still be critically understaffed. I'd be stuck having to train 2 new girls, one that drives me up a fucking wall that is just irritates the snot out of me, in a department that still had not gotten a replacement for my direct supervisor when she retired during my maternity leave. And the only other experienced person that was in that office that knew how to do the job that had just been moved to a new place. I be a new mom with no lunch breaks, and I'm sure still limited on vacation and sick leave. Like, if something happened to Peanut, and I had to, like, abandon, as I should, I'd be, like, at risk of, like, getting written up or terminated simply for, like, taking care of my new baby. So, like, when I think about it this way, yeah, I suddenly feel way less bad about basically quitting on them on the spot. During my exit interview, like, I tore into them about the staffing issues and basically gave them every single objective opinion about that place, having worked there for 8 years. Like, it was so cathartic. It was so nice to, like, take the nice quiet girl mask and just
tear into them. Like, respectfully. Like, I was respectful, but I was like, this is my objective opinion. This is what y'all are doing wrong. Fuck this shit. Right? That I was being like full brutally honest, like talking to them as it was. And I could tell from my exit interviewer's face that they were not expecting that brutal honesty from me, like, at all. And they were just like, huh. They were like, that's interesting, didn't think about it like that. But yeah, basically, I'm that one unemployed friend right now. I'm the one unemployed friend. Yippee! Thankfully, though, like, Inkly's job, it is enough to support us, and, like, we had enough money saved from, like, my share of working that we have, like, a decent oh shit, like, buffer, just in case, like, something happens. And, like, listen, if I need to go back later on, like, I can go back to work, right? I could easily pick something up part-time. Like, I just really couldn't justify working the 9 to 5, paying, you know, for gas when when the gas is as expensive as it is, and, like, also the food, and also having to pay for childcare on top of it. Like, it did not make any financial sense for me to stay in the long run. So yeah, I quit. I'm done. And now I'm not having to miss out on any cute little moments with my little baby girl. I could just see her, and she could babble, and she can goo goo, and she could gaga, and it makes me happy. Bosses need to hear what's wrong with their job, so I'm glad you told them. I mean, I tore into them. I tore them a new one, but, like, in a respectful, brutally honest way. You know? Well, yeah, TLDR, out of all of this, I survived childbirth, and now I'm a full-time mom to the cutest little peanut in the whole wide world. Yeah, that's it. That's the story. The end. Done. We're donezo. Pack it up. Pack it up, guys. We're done. Yay! All right, are we ready? Are we ready for the AMA? Thank you for taking time to listen to me yammer on. That's the whole story. It only took 5.5 hours to tell the whole tale. But yeah, now you guys kind of understand. When I told you, like, shit happened, bro. I'm very happy for you and your whole family. I'm happy too. So, any deets about your previous job then? I can finally say this. I did not sign any NDA paperwork when I left, so I could spill as much tea as I want to, but in interest of not fully doxing myself, I'm not gonna say where I worked. All I will say is I worked for the government. That's all I'll say. Very serious big girl job. That's all I'll say. I know people. I know. Do I give government worker vibes? Is that the vibe that I give off? I probably do. But yeah. All I'll say is that, like, my job description, if I decide to ever get into office work again, that recruiter will be like, "What did you fucking work for?" The lack of works and paperwork, yeah. Well, I mean, there's still paperwork. There's a lot of paperwork, but, like, yeah. The dead giveaway is the fact that I still have to deal with faxes. That's the dead giveaway. Most places don't do faxes anymore, unless you were in the medical field or in the government field. Those are the only two places that still use fax. Government secretary vibes a little. Thanks, thank you. That's a big honor. Yeah, pretty much, more or less. I mean, I wasn't the secretary per se, but yeah, data entry. Oh boy, and also, like, general receptionist to the main lobby. Ugh, fun shit. Having to know literally everything about what every department does and know how to get people what they need. Yeah, shit, crazy shit, man, crazy shit. I will say, I the work itself, it wasn't that bad. It was easy. Like, obviously, there's a learning curve to it, but, like, it wasn't that bad. The work was easy. It's just the people oftentimes were difficult to work for, and then the conditions just got so much worse. Like, the staffing problem is just, it is awful. I told them I would not recommend anybody would work here until you guys fix your staffing problems. That, like, I like the place, work is whatever, people are whatever, but, like, you guys got some problems. Yeah. But yeah, that's about it. I got no job anymore. Yippee! What was interesting about my job was that, like, no 2 days were the same. And, like, even though a lot of like calls and people that would come in, everything is different. Like, the work was routine. Like, the actual, like, data entry stuff was, like, very routine. So, like, there was consistency, but, like, dealing with people every day is, like, something new, some weird fuck shit situation. It's great. I'm glad you told them the issues. Yes. I will also say, having worked in the government, holy shit, why is nothing optimized? Like, they are living 20 years in the past, and I'm not even joking, guys. Like, what the hell? And that is, like, the norm for most government offices. Like, why are we working so outdated in our tech? What the hell? Like, they had just moved to, like, a digital storage database when I had, like, got on there. Like, they when I had started working there, their data, like, their actual digital database of shit was implemented the year before I started working there. So prior to that, it was a physical database that you had to actually physically go through with your fingers and your hands and filing cabinets. What the hell, man? They have no budget to replace them. I think that's the running problem. There's no budget for anything anymore. The crazy thing was, in our department specifically, they told us this, like, this was like 3 years ago at this point. Like, it was after COVID era, but, like, a little bit later. We were supposed to, like, get whole new cubicles in our office. And we were told, hey, put all of your stuff up in boxes, because when the team comes in to, like, do the new cubicles, like, they're probably going to do it overnight. So, like, put all your stuff in boxes so that way they can just easily move stuff around. Like, don't leave anything in there. I'm like, okay, cool. So I put all of my shit in boxes, like, 3 years ago. You want to know something? I never unboxed that shit. They never replaced those cubicles because those cubicles went to the finance department instead. Yeah. Our cubicles went to a different department. Like, what the fuck, man? Yeah. So when it was time for me to grab my things and go, I was already packed. I was already packed and ready to go. I didn't even decorate for Christmas last year. I was like, whatever, man. Whatever. But yeah. There's so much tea I could spill, but, like, that'd be hard doxing shit. So, like, I can't spill too much tea. Let's just say I know way too many social security numbers that I will ever care to know about. Way too many. So you can trust me with a secret because a bunch of people in my area had to trust me with their secrets. Anyhow. Yep, that's it. But I don't work there no more, so I know nothing now. I know nothing, Jon Snow. I won't ever do a crime. You can't prove it. But yeah, being a new mom, it's interesting. Not having a job anymore. I will say I'm now adapted quite well to mom life. Like, I cannot imagine myself going back to work at all. Like, the routine with Peanut is just, it's just a routine. Now, the thing is, I would like to stream more often. The caveat is, or caveat, whatever, however you say that. Caveat is, I'm not going to be able to do my late night streams like this anymore. They'll probably be, like, shorter, like 2, 3, maybe 4 hour streams. And they're likely going to be, like, in the afternoons. Probably, like, around, like, 12 o'clock, maybe 1 o'clock, because Peanut's a lot easier to deal with. She might go down for a nap for a little bit, like she did today. So there'll be shorter streams, and they'll be earlier in the day than in days past. But I would very much like to, like, come back to the swing of the stream and hanging out, having fun, playing some games. Because I have Pokopia, bro. I got Tamagotchi. Like, it's just been sitting on my shelf for ages. Splatoon Raiders is coming out at the end of the month. There's a Splatfest happening. Like, there's shit that I want to do and shit that I want to play. So I'm like, I want to come back in a hurry, dude. My birthday's coming up in 4 fucking days. Like, there's so much things happening.
There's also the painting hide and seek game. Yes, I really want to get a group going and play some Mecha Chameleon. Also, it's Mecha Chameleon. It's not Mecha Chameleon. The game is Japanese. It's Mecha. Anyway, just so you know. But Mecha Chameleon is so much fun, dude. I have been playing it with Hunkley and in his the cousins in his friend circle, and he is a fucking wizard at that game. But 15 million copies sold. It's insane. We got on that game when it had just come out and nobody heard about it. This game's fucking good. Hunkley has this habit of picking up games that tend to pop the fuck off later on. He is always eyeballing the new release section of Steam, and he's always willing to play the new friend slop game of the season with the boys. So they're always playing something new. But you always like calling it mecha. I do too. I love imagining that I am a little lizard boy in a mech suit, but it's mecha. You saw it on Twitter. Yeah, I saw the preview for it on Twitter, so I'd known about the game for a while. Ooh, this is going to be the friend stop game of the century. But yes, I would really, honestly, we could probably do a community day or something. I want to do a community, just not necessarily on stream, but just a fun little, hey, yo, we're going to party up and play this stupid fucking game. I think that would be great. Because I love it. You need to get the game. It's $5. It's worth it. But I listen, I want to play with you guys. I want to play with my VTuber friends. I want to play with my siblings, bro. I only played Mecha Chameleon with Abels and Sass and Zero, and it was just the four of us, but it was so fucking funny, dude. I dragged DX and the mod squad into playing into the battle golf game once, and we never touched it again. I got the battle golf game and a deal with super battle golf and then golf with your friends. I got the combo pack. Oops. Super battle golf looks really funny though. Situational, different friend slot, different vibe. But dude, I'm so good at Mecha Chameleon. Do I have the picture? No, I have the picture. I haven't censored it yet because when I was playing with my husband's group, I used my actual name, so I have to censor that image. But I was one with the painting. You would not be able to tell I was there. on the painting map, they all looked at me like, "What the fuck, Inkly? What the fuck?" It's so funny, man. The game is so funny. And then the best hiding spots, though, are not the ones where you're perfectly blended somewhere, but where you were just, hidden in plain sight. Those are the funniest ones, man. I want to play with new groups and then steal strats that I've seen from other people to pretend that I'm smart. She's in the walls. She's in the gosh darn wall. I am one with the wall. I am the backrooms. They call me John Backrooms. I literally just painted myself as the fucking backrooms wall tile, and I just hid up on the wall. I was there, very obvious, but people kept filtering me out, and so people just kept passing by me. It was great. But yeah, that's a game that I really want to play with more people. But yes, I'm also so excited for Splatoon Raiders. I literally just pre-ordered it the other day after watching the Direct, and I treated myself to get the amiibo. I'm just I know getting all 3 amiibo costs more than the actual damn game itself, but oh, it looks so good. It looks so good. Trust, yo, DX, party up. Whoever's getting Splatoon Raiders, who wants to party up? Listen, we gotta do that multiplayer together. We gotta. Bet. Pull up, girly pop, please. Listen, the amiibo collection grows. Listen. I have gotten every single Splatoon amiibo since release. You want to know the fun fact? I was super into collecting amiibo way back in the day, 2015, super big into amiibo. I, on a whim, decided I wanted to buy the Splatoon amiibo. I watched the Direct, I'm like, oh, those amiibo look really cool. I don't know anything about the game, but those look really nice. I just want to buy them because they look good on the shelf. So I pre-ordered the amiibo before I even did the play test. But then I tried the play test, and I'm like, I fucking love this game. This is amazing.
this is the best thing since sliced bread. So after the test fire, I went ahead and pre-ordered the game too. So when I was like at the ancient Toys R Us trying to pick up the Lucina amiibo, which if you know from Wave 3 hell of amiibo releases, that was absolute hell. I got the Lucina amiibo, and then I'm like, let me get that Splatoon shit real quick. I bit and got the Shiver amiibo. I only have 3 total. The thing is, the Shiver amiibo, the Raiders one, is like sold out most places. Like I had to order it directly on Nintendo's website. Like it wasn't on Target. It wasn't on Walmart. It wasn't on freaking GameStop. It's sold out ever. It's not on Amazon. So I had to pre-order it directly from Nintendo. So I'll probably get it like, I'll get Splatoon Raiders and my amiibo like 5 days after the release. But like, hey. Oh, you have the old ones. I haven't looked at the Raiders one. The Raiders one looks so cool. Well, hang on, let's see if I can pull it up. Let's see if I can pull it up. I can now close my Notion page. Let's see. Hopefully I don't accidentally dox myself. Schmile. Open image in a new tab. Let me get a good look. Yeah, there we go. That's a pretty good look. This is what the amiibo looks like. Hang on. Oh, shit. This is what the amiibo looks like. Yeah. Look at her. She's so girly pop. I fucking love her. She's so gender, dude. She's so gender. Oh, wait. Damn. Do I drop money on it? Only $25. Wait, her name is Megan? What? Huh? Pasquale kind of makes sense. Megan? Megan? Huh? What do you mean her name is Megan in another language? Excuse me? Does this look like a Megan to you? Hi, Megan. What the fuck? Hello? Yo, are you gonna get the Megan amiibo? That's so random. What? Wait, hang on. I gotta look this up. What is the Fry amiibo called? Hang on. What is she called in another language? Fry, Splatoon, Raiders, amiibo. Hang on. What is she called in another language? Because on the actual English amiibo, they don't show it. Open. No, not the link. Open image in new tab. There we go. Huh. So her name in another language is Angie. She's only got one name. Angie and Megan. Why did they pick the whitest girl names possible for the most ethnically diverse characters in the Splatoon universe? Why do they got white girl names? What the hell? This is so random. What the fuck? Anyway, the amiibo look great. They look beautiful. Are you going to be picking up your Megan and Angie amiibo? I know I am. Oh my god. But I'm excited, dude. I'm excited. I'm hyped. I'm also tired as fuck, and it's also close to bedtime. So, all that to say, more streams in the future. I'm excited to slowly get back into the swing of things. For now, the streams will be relatively guerrilla. I'm gonna take it day by day. If I feel like streaming, I'll feel like streaming. But it's generally going to be sometime in the afternoon for a small stint of time. So yeah, we're gonna get back into it. But I've been itching to come back to stream, hang out for a little bit, because I just want to see. I want to see how streaming works with having a little bambino. So apologies if she starts screaming in the background, but that's just how it is. That's life now. There's a model debut happening. Ooh, a whomstive. Because I also see. Hang on, if my eyes do not deceive me. If my eyes not deceiveth me, I also see a mutual life right now, a friendo life, perchance. So, we'll see. Schmill! Oh, Schmill Ooh. Ooh. To say hi to Schmill? Ooh. Ooh, let me see. All right. Is she going to be continuing to stream for a while? It's been so long since I've seen it pop by Schmill's side. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, I'm pulling her stream up right now. Yeah. It looks like... Okay, so she's playing Oblivion right now. Ooh, her model looks so good. Yo! I'm loving... Oh my goodness, so pretty. It's got like this swamp vibe to it that I love, like straight out of the forest, like ethereal forest god. Hello. Hello. All right, cool beans. All right, let's do it then. Okay, gamers, it has been a lot of fun yapping. We will have more silly fun times in the near future, but mama gotta go to bed because baby gonna be going to bed soon. So I'm going to wrap it up here, call it a day. Thank you guys so very much for hanging out with me. It's lovely having been back. I'm so happy to see so many of y'all's faces swinging by. Even if you were only here for a few minutes, thank you guys for being here. I was really worried that I'd come back and like no one would show up and be like, yes, they have all forgot about me now. I have been forgotten. I have faded away into obscurity, absolute obscurity. But I'm every time I come back from a break, I'm like, oh, you guys do care. So I'm incredibly blessed to have such a wonderful community. So thank you guys for showing up and supporting me no matter what. You guys are the fucking best. I'd be nothing without you guys. So thank you for coming by and bringing a smile on my face and listening to me yap for the past almost 6 hours. Like, you guys are so wonderful. Awesome stream. Oh my gosh, Sugar's everywhere. I was seeing Sugar. I have been seeing you all over the place. Thank you for also being so kind and supporting Abels as well. Don't think I don't notice. I did. Very kind, very kind. Thank you again for the $100 dono. I really do appreciate it. That was so very kind of you. Also, to everyone else that supported me via subbing, resubbing, gifting a sub, thank you as well. Those that followed during the stream, thank you. Those that chatted, those that lurked, you guys are so wonderful and so amazing. But yeah, I'm so blessed. I am so very blessed. If not by your support, then just by your time and just your ear. So thank you. Thank you very much. I can't wait to have more fun times with you guys. I can't wait to see what the future holds. But yeah, Mom Arc. Woo, let's go. I'm officially a MILF. Yeah! I wanted to support you with a throne and then life happened on your end. That's okay. It happens, dude. It happens, man. Hey, listen. Whenever life doesn't happen, I low-key put the hardbacks of what is it? Witch Hat Atelier on there. I want those grimoire versions eventually. Bro, this looks so good. $40 though. I know. Also, I have been really into Witch Hat Atelier. That has been amazing. Holy shit, Key-Free Baby Girl. Coco is literal baby girl. I also shout out to two particular things that carried me through early postpartum. Number one, shout out to the Best in Jest podcast. That shit was really funny to listen to while I was literally in the wee hours of the night, just like rubbing the crust from my eyes as the baby's screaming. Really nice, funny shit to listen to. And also shout out to Inuyasha, my boy, old ass anime. I binged that entire series during my postpartum break. So from start to finish, I actually watched Inuyasha. It was so good. I remember picking it up when I was like 12. And then I got so pissed at what's her face? Kikyo. I was like, no, I hate this love rival. This is dumb. Inuyasha's stupid. And so I stopped watching. I literally stopped watching because Kikyo pissed me off. And I guess I really didn't get far because by the time I got to like episode 10, I'm like, I remember none of this shit happening. Kagome! Inuyasha! Bro, that's the whole anime and its peak.
The full thing. Yes, the entire series. I did not watch Yashahime. From what I understand, that is by and large considered not canon. Sit boy. Oh my goodness. I also watched it in the English dub. That's the only way to watch it, bro. That is the only way to watch Inuyasha. Like, I tried listening to the JP dub. I'm like, no, not English dub all the way. Anyway, I loved it. It was great. The only thing from Yashahime that I will consider canon is Moroha. End of story. We do not talk about what has happened between Sesshomaru and Rin. That is not canon. No, not my Sesshomaru. No. Anyway. Anyhow. I am gonna go to bed now. Yeah, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about Bruno. But yes, if you need something to watch and you don't want to watch an entire 6 seasons of Inuyasha, totally don't blame you. But yo, check out Witch Hat Atelier. It's not an industry plant. It's just that good. Episode 5. Oh my god. Oh my god. I saw that and my jaw dropped. Like the scene where they're running through the city, it reminded me of like that first like Attack on Titan scene where they're like using the 3D gear and like zooting around the city, and it's like that whole badass sequence with the crazy angles and shit. And then the scene, you know the one. Oh my god, like I felt like a child again. I was like watching a Ghibli movie for the first time, an absolute childlike whimsy and wonder, like, that was gorgeous and so fucking cool. That whole episode had my jaw on the floor. I got Hunkley into Witch Hat Atelier. I showed him the first episode. He's like, it's all right. I'm like, honey, you have to keep watching till at least episode 5. After you've seen episode 5, then give me your opinions. He went up to episode 5 and then he binged it the rest of the day. He literally binged all of Witch Hat Atelier in a single day sitting. Like, he put it on the side monitor to play while playing League of Legends. It became the main monitor activity. He fucking loved it. Did you at least watch the Inuyasha movies? I did indeed. I feel like the best ones were the first and second movies. Third had its moments. I did not care for the fourth. That's kind of where I'm at. Second movie was really good. Hello!
Here's the Lagugu.
Hello, are you going to bed? Okay. All right.
Just
Pass.
said.
Very good. Well, I'm about to hop off stream too, so I'm going to hold this creature until she falls asleep, and then I go to bed. Thank you for watching her and taking care of her.
Of course, man. I love you.
All right, I love you. Hey, what did you think about a Witch Hat Atelier?
Fantastic.
There you have it, guys. W.
show.
Very, very W. Don't call him daddy. Don't do that.
I am daddy.
He is daddy. Oh.
Also, the Netflix adaptation, Avatar, fire.
He's also watching the Netflix adaptation of Avatar: The Last Airbender. As someone who has never seen Avatar: The Last Airbender, I gotta say the actual live action isn't that bad. The movie that happened several years back, that didn't happen. But the Netflix adaptation, not bad. It's not bad at all. Not the worst, but it's not. As someone who has watched all of Avatar, it's not perfect. And some of the changes they've made, I'm just like, that's interesting. But overall, it's not bad for someone that has never seen the series before. DX is ready to explode. Sugar, I crashed out about it. I need to catch that rant. I missed that rant. Yo, DX, send me the link to the VOD where you crashed out about it. I need to hear it. Although, listen, the scene with Uncle Iroh though, and they were playing the Leaves from the Vine motif in the background, I teared up. I'm like, oh, the acting there was really good. But also, I don't like how they changed shit. I'll give you the timestamp. Thank you. I had thoughts. On one end, I don't like how they did it, but at the same time, for what they did it really well, but also I don't like the change. I've got mixed feelings. It was beautifully done, but also I don't like the change. Does that make sense? I feel like both opinions can exist. Ow, 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 ow. Hey, mind the hair. Get your own. Don't steal my wig. Don't steal my wig, little one.
I won't rant about it here, but I'll say two things. Let's to Paul. Dallas, you hot. Yes. Silly baby. Okay. Hey. Here you go. Silly goober. Was she born with hair? She was born with hair. She was born with a full head of hair, and everyone said, "Oh, it's gonna fall off. Oh, that's gonna fall off. It ain't fall off yet." She was full head of hair. Yeah, she was a fuzzy baby. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, she was hair, very hairy baby. Well, because the hair that babies have when they're in utero, it's like, it starts with an L or whatever, and it's supposed to fall off. It's the hairs that protect the baby from, like, the acid pits or whatever, or, all the shit all of the goo that's in the womb. But, no, she just had hair. She just had hair, bro. She was good. She was chilling. She was chilling for real. But yeah, I got seriously sidetracked. We were supposed to raid out a few minutes ago. Anyhow, I'm gonna hit the raid button. Yeah. If you haven't done so already, consider following the channel. If you're on YouTube and you're watching this VOD back, don't forget to like, comment, and/or subscribe. If you have farted today, I hope that you have a wonderful day. And if not, sorry, bud. Sorry, you're like the little one. You're gonna have to cry about it. Oh well, too bad, so sad. Discord's there. We have silly funny times. You'll get to know when I go live next, because I don't have a schedule yet. And I likely won't for a while. But yeah, Gorilla streams whenever on whatever day, but likely in the afternoons. So yeah, look forward to more silly times. I think that's about it. It's been a while since I've done this shit, so I'm just gonna hit this button. Yeah, there's all the links to all the things. Hit a button and get 30 PP points. Don't do it and you make my baby sad. You don't want to break a literal baby's heart, do you? No, you don't. Look at her. She's crying already. There we go. All right. So I'm pass it off to Schmill. You guys give them lots of love. Tell them that you think that their model is absolutely gorgeous, and I hope that you guys have a wonderful, wonderful evening. That's about it from me. So yeah, I'll see you later, navigators. Bye-bye. See ya.